I'm waiting for it. Uh. We're wait for it. Hold on. It's coming. Is it there? Okay, come on. Let's get. I think. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, we're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a $1.9 trillion triple witching expiration. A lot of contracts, a lot of futures, indexes, equities, they are all expiring. However, we woke up this morning with more banking problems. Pretty much nothing happened, but people are worried that the solution yesterday, $30 billion to FRC, it wasn't enough. 2 days later with Credit Suisse, people are kind of tripping out there in terms of deposits and how things are going to be handled. And even this morning, SVB, 1 week or a week and 1 day later, they have officially filed for bankruptcy this morning. So a lot of people are talking about banks. It seems like the fear is still lingering. We got a lot of movement yesterday, even today with the expiration. Then we have Powell next week, and the debate goes on whether or not Powell will be cutting or pausing or raising. So, Chad, it's going to be a wild one. You got banking fears, what we've been dealing with all week, but this is going to be a very interesting Friday because everybody is just trying to make it to the weekend so they could have a little bit of calm. So, let's see who makes it. But, Chadadonia, good morning. What's up, Luke Smith? What's up, Red River Post? Welcome, Luke. Watch this J.L., baby. Downer, Pasadena. Good morning. Not the brightest bulb. Good morning. Open face sandwich, baby. How you living, baby? I know you ready. Lucky Soldier. Oh, he's in the house. Laker. J. Oh, good morning. Wesley O'Neal, Carissa, Kira, Tyree, Drew Barty. Oh, Matthew, Edgar. Oh, it's Edgar in the morning, baby. Good morning. What's up, Matt? What's up, RJ? What's up, Francis, Anthony, Razzie, Danny, and Kim, Charpoka, Ego, Big Chip Johnson, Mr. Belvedere, Chuck Lang. Oh, good morning. What's up, Flame? What's up, Postnut? What's up, Kurt McGirt? What's up, Ghosty? What's up, De La Greasy, RJG, Matthew, Lurkin Bear, Riley, Mac, Martin Skrelly. Good morning, David. What's up, Nicholas? What's up, Duale? Good morning, Alyssa. Good morning, Josh Hutchinson, Robo Handtech. Lori's in the house, all ready to go. Blizzy B, Picky Odie, you're a good rabbit. Dr. Sway, good morning. Jake from State Farm. What's up, baby? How you living? Good morning. Lone Wolf, oh, Chatadonia, they ready to go. How you living, Jay Goes? What's up? Nice pair of slacks. Saeed, oh, Saeed in the house, baby. Oh, I remember that name, baby. I hope you living good. Good morning. Merrick, good morning. The mustache people, good morning. Oh, y'all ready? Y'all ready? Uh-huh. Yeah, y'all ready. What's up, man? Y'all feeling good? Y'all feeling blessed? Jacob Smith, welcome back. Or welcome for the first time. But Chatadonia, it's going to be a wild one. I hope you're ready for all of it. I hope you're having a good morning. Good morning from Switzerland. What's up, Debit Suisse? I'm just kidding, man. It's okay. I was making fun of my girlfriend. They call it Debit Suisse now. You see the new Swiss flag? Instead of a plus sign, it's a minus. Anyways, glad that you're here, Chad. Let's have a good day. Let's make it a good one. We're bright and early. Huh? No delays? No delays, right? Isn't that beautiful? But let us get into the news. Silicon Valley Bank, their parent company, filed for bankruptcy. SVB Financial Group listed assets and liabilities as much as $10 billion each in Chapter 11. But because SVB is a California chartered commercial bank and part of the Fed system, it is not eligible for bankruptcy and landed in FDIC receivership. Instead, its parent company, however, is eligible. Credit Suisse extended declines a category of its bonds as warning that the S&B liquidity lifeline may not be enough to stabilize it. The bank's holding company has almost $82 billion of bail-in bonds and additional Tier 1 notes that trade at distress levels. If the regulator steps in to protect depositors, the AT1s will be written off while bail-in able senior holding company debt will be converted into equity. Futures were weighed down by lingering bank angst. An early European rally faded, and Asian stocks ended the day higher. Treasury yields dropped, as did the dollar against its main peers. Oil edged higher, and gold extended its march higher. Oh, it's March higher, like it's marching. There you go. Finally join the stream alerts. God bless you. Let's go, baby. Fresh turmoil for traders may have been sparked today by today's option expiration after a week of bank drama. An estimated $2.7 trillion of derivatives, I thought it was 1.9, tied to stocks and indexes will mature, typically involving portfolio adjustments, spikes in volume and price swings. Demand for bearish options has been on the rise as market makers will be short gamma, requiring them to ride the prevailing trend. Whoosh, global money market funds attracted the largest inflow since April 2020. In the week through March 15th, Bank of America said EPFR data shows cash drew $113 billion in inflows, while treasuries lured in $9.8 billion. Bank of America said the market is too greedy for rate cuts and not fearful enough for a recession. The $30 billion big banks deposited with First Republic did not stop the shares from slipping. Bill Ackman said that the risk spreading move pushed by Janet Yellen was bad policy. He espoused a temporary system-wide deposit guarantee. Scott Thiel, chief fixed income strategist at BlackRock, took an early retirement this week after a 20-year tenure. He is 57 years old. Charles Schwab had $8 billion in net outflows from their prime money market fund this week. Ken Griffin, Citadel's last weekend, offered to buy the $3.3 billion deposits of Circle Internet Financial that was tied up by SVB. Deutsche Bank kept their bonus pool last year, little changed at 2.1 billion euros. The Fed and ECB must press on with rate hikes and must not be blown off course. That is what the OECD said. It sees U.S. GDP growing 1.5 this year versus 0.5 in November, but they raised their core inflation forecast to 3.9 from 3.6. They forecast euro area growth of 0.8 versus 0.5 in November, but also lifted the core inflation forecast to 5.7 from 4 or 5.2 from 4.7. The oil market is looking for direction. The U.S. said it won't rush to replenish strategic reserves even after the recent decline in crude prices. They previously laid out a plan to refill the SPR at 70. OPEC will probably sit tight and monitor the market if Brent holds above 70, but a sustained drop below that level will see growing internal calls to act. And then on this day, or chart of the day, is that banks borrowed a combined $164 billion from the two Fed facilities in the week ending March 15th. A sign of escalating funding strains, the discount window borrowing shot up to $152 billion, eclipsing the prior all-time high of $111 billion in 2008. Another $11.9 was borrowed from the new emergency backstop launched by the Fed, known as the Bank Term Funding Program. So you would have known that if you watched the watch list. 9:15 U.S. February industrial manufacturing production. 10 a.m. U.S. February leading index. 10 a.m. March University of Michigan consumer sentiment. And then 11 a.m. or 11 p.m. you're getting Baker Hughes rig count. 11 p.m.? I don't know if that's supposed to be a.m. That's weird, but eco data, U.S. consumer sentiment and inflation expectations measured by the University of Michigan probably held fast this month, consensus shows, but a backward look at the state of the factory in February may reveal manufacturing output fell 0.3 after a jump the prior month. The U.S. said the video of an encounter between Russia and fighter jet and U.S. surveillance drone showed Russia's lied when it claimed the plane never hit the object. The 42-second video filmed from the bottom of the MQ-9 Reaper shows a jet approach, release a plume of fuel, then swerve away. That sounds exciting. I saw the video. It's actually pretty wild. Nuclear power plant found and contained a leak of water laced with radioactive isotope tritium near Minneapolis, saying November spill posed no threat to the environment. Okay, I didn't hear about that. Banxico head Victoria Rodriguez Ceja doesn't expect banking events to negatively impact Mexico. ECB rates still need to keep rising, Peter Casimir said. Gedimus Samikas also expects rate hikes. Francos Villeroy said 50 basis point yesterday was a sign of confidence in the ECB inflation strategy and the solidarity of European banks, but Mattis Mueller said he wouldn't like to predict the future decisions due to uncertainty caused by SVB and Credit Suisse. Banks in the euro area will hand back another $87 billion in cheap long-term funding to the ECB after the term of the programs were toughened to help fight against inflation. Turkey is nearing ratification of Finland's accession into NATO. President Erdogan is meeting Finland's head of state today. Russia's central banker held their rate at 7.5 as expected. The PBOC, Bank of Japan, or Bank of China, they cut the amount of money banks need to keep in reserve in an effort to stimulate the economy. The 25% or basis point percentage cut will apply almost to all banks and take effect March 27th. Taiwan and South Korea and tech hardware shares are at risk of the banking turmoil, having over-delivered, Goldman said, but India and Thailand, plus utilities and consumer retail may be insulated. Xi Jinping will visit Russia next week, his first trip to the country since the invasion of Ukraine. Thai PM Prahuth Chan-o-cha issued a decree to dissolve parliament on March 20th, paving the way for elections in May as the former coup leader seeks to extend military-backed rule. U.S. and European refiners are scrambling to get enough octane to make high-quality gasoline, partly because of scarce refining capacity. The net effect is that it's making fuel even more expensive than usual when compared with regular unleaded. In the U.S., the price gap is around 70 cents a gallon and about 15% more during the same period last year. Oil headed for the biggest weekly loss this year, Bloomberg Intelligence said. Brent below 75 a barrel may be an overreaction. Most metals swung higher. Gold headed for their biggest weekly gain since November after attracting haven demand. Wheat climbed to an almost 2-week high. Total Energies Normandy Gonfreville refinery is set to halt in the coming days as strikes continue, the CGT union said. A walkout of the Dunkirk LNG, which started on March 7th, ended this morning. Microsoft landed informal antitrust commitments to EU watchdogs, probing their planned Activision deal, putting the onus on Britain's watchdog to deliver a potentially decisive ruling. 777 Partners is considering raising new capital to back their portfolio of football clubs, and they held talks with owners of Newcastle United about a potential investment. Mortgage lending may face hurdles as credit tightens. Baidu rose pre-market after the new ChatGPT service got a thumbs up from analysts. Ernie Bot is being watched as a gauge of how China's offerings stack up against those from Alphabet and OpenAI. The disappointment of yesterday's launch event was swept aside by positive analyst reviews. Deloitte was fined 212 million yuan by Chinese authorities, which also suspended their Beijing operations for 3 months over its audit of Huarong. ChatGPT is stumping officials already struggling on tech rules. McDonald's faces franchisees decrying a destructive path. UK CMA gives United Health 5 days to address concerns. Investors eye Japan defensive stocks amid bank concerns. Amgen to reduce worldwide workforce by 450 jobs, less than 2%. And Cured. Ticketmaster offered a SOP to U.S. fans of British band The Cure after ripping them off. The ticket seller said they will give partial refunds after charging some concert goers more in service fees than the actual cost of the seats on the band's U.S. tour. It is yet another controversy for Ticketmaster after accusations it drove up prices to see Bruce Springsteen and Taylor Swift. Nothing to see here. First Republic, which came back from the brinks to an emergency bailout, shares a link with another bank that's foundered, SVB and Signature. All three use KPMG as their auditor, and each recently received a clean bill of health from the firm. So here's a fun fact. At the beginning of March, KPMG audited FRC and said they're good. And they did the same thing with SVB and Signature. So that's why people are tripping out a little bit on that. But pretty much KPMG auditors, nothing to see here. An Australian broke the record for the longest surfing session, clocking more than 40 hours in the water and besting the old mark of 30 hours and 11 minutes. The BBC reported Blake Johnston risked blindness, infected ears, and dehydration, plus sleep deprivation, hypothermia, shark attacks, and jellyfish stings off the coast of Sydney Beach to raise money for charity. 40 hours of straight surfing. That's impressive. Basketball fans rejoice. March Madness takes over the sports schedule this weekend. The men's competition at Indian Wells Tournament concludes in California. And in Europe, Six Nations rugby wrap up to Ireland, hoping to achieve a grand slam by beating England. For soccer fans, the FA Cup reaches the quarter-final stage with the two Manchester clubs still involved. I feel like I'm watching Ted Lasso. The FA Cup, bro. I don't know. Anyways, Michael Jordan is in talks to sell a controlling stake in the Charlotte Hornets. ESPN reported he's talking to a group led by Gabe Plotkin, Hornets minority owner and founder of Melvin Capital, and Atlanta Hawks minority owner Rick Schnall. Jordan would retain a small stake. And then on this day in history, researchers at the University of California, Berkeley announced the creation of Element 98 in 1950, naming it Californium, a very strong neutron emitter. It is used as a portable metal detector to identify water and oil layers in oil wells and detect metal fatigue in planes, but it doesn't come cheap. As of 2019, it was estimated to cost $2.7 billion per 100 grams. Oh, wow, that's expensive. That's a 2.7 billion per 100 grams. What is that, bro? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. But Chattadonia, that is your news. We still got a decent amount of time. Let me get you some pre-market movers here. Let's start off the day with some plays. Baidu, they rise 3.8 after the Chinese search engine operator, newly debuted AI chatbot, gained positive review from analysts. Bumble, they are initiated with a buy recommendation at Citi, which says the company's namesake app is continuing to gain market share in the world of online dating. Cryptocurrency-exposed stocks rose after Bitcoin extended gains and rising above the 26,000 threshold. Hive, Hut is up 8%, Marathon up 8%, Riot up 8%, Stronghold 7%, and Coinbase up 5%. FedEx rose 12% after the parcel company boosted adjusted earnings per share guidance for the full year, beating average analyst estimates. First Republic shares fell again on Friday, set for their worst week ever, as sentiment around the lender remained fragile even after the proposal of $30 billion of aid from Wall Street's biggest banks. Shares are down 20. LivePerson, LPSN, is upgraded to neutral from underperform at Credit Suisse. The AI chat maker is down 1.7 pre-market. Microgenics, MGNX, falls 5.3 after Guggenheim cut the recommendation on the biopharm company to neutral from buy amid caution on their phase 2 study of prostate cancer. Proterra, PTRA, shares are up 10%, with the automotive and energy storage company on track for a partial rebound from a steep drop in the previous session. Ring Central, RNG, shares declined 2% as Oppenheimer cuts the recommendation on the software company stock to perform from outperform. Terex, TEX, shares are down 1.8 after Bank of America downgrades the construction and mining machinery company to neutral from buy. U.S. Steel is down or rises 5.6, with analysts saying the company's new first quarter earnings guidance was much better than anticipated. And then Warner Bros. WBD rises as much as 3.8 after Wolfe Research and Wells Fargo raised their recommendation on the stock. Wells Fargo analyst Stephen Cahill notes that HBO is currently undervalued versus peers. Not bad. Other than that, banks, bro. Just go right now. I'm going to go to the bathroom here. Okay, we're going to get ready a little bit, but what I want you to do is just go look at every single bank stock right now. Go look at FRC, go look at PACW, go look at Wall, go look at Zion, then go look at Goldman, go look at JP Morgan, then go look at Credit Suisse, and you'll kind of see, but pretty much even after yesterday's buyout news, a lot of fear is coming in here, and Friday is a very important day for the banks, okay? Because this is the weekend. If we could get through the end of the day without anything collapsing, that's a better sign than not, okay? Yalla, yalla. All right, I'm going to go pee. Follow me on Instagram. I will be right back. I love you, Chad. Good morning. Let's have a happy Friday and get ready for the Ides of March, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I'll be right back.
Path at which we will cover the ground, the pace that we will take, will be entirely data dependent.
The ECB staying the course and delivering that 50 basis point rate hike. Bloomberg's Jana Randau reporting the following, that fears that anything but a half-point hike would trigger panic among investors, help settle the ECB's interest rate decision on Thursday. The concern of sending the wrong signal weighing on this ECB and setting the stage maybe for the Federal Reserve on Wednesday. Joining us now to discuss, JP Morgan's Jack Manley alongside Invesco's Brian Levitt. Brian, first to you. Can you take away something from what the ECB did to gauge what you think the Fed might do next week?
Well, the ECB has been behind the Fed with regards to tightening, so there is a little bit of catch-up that's going on there. And, you know, all this talk of that the market would have been disrupted had they not done it. I mean, again, perhaps Mohamed Al-Arian was saying you can't prove a counterfactual. But in the U.S., we have already seen the markets get ahead of this. The two-year rate has come down rapidly. The Fed funds implied rates have come down. So we've recalibrated, the markets have recalibrated from perhaps even a 50 basis point hike to maybe 25 next week. I personally would like, after all this tightening, and we know the lagged effects of this, for the Fed to take a step back and assess. But it seems like another 25 basis points is in the offing next week.
Jack, what about you?
I think, first of all, you have to draw a distinction between the environment in Europe and the environment in the United States. You know, to Brian's point, there is more room to run when it comes to the ECB hiking. But I think it's important to point out that there are very clear disinflationary signs here in the U.S. You can't really necessarily say the same thing over in Europe, at least not just yet, which means that investors in the States, I think, are desperate to look for some sort of signal that the Fed is almost done. There is so much fatigue here. So while a 50 basis point point hike might have been necessary over in Europe from the ECB. I can't really comment on that. I would say that if the Fed decided to not go to 50 basis points or not even go 25 basis points, that would be met with, I think, some sighs of relief.
They're trying to restore confidence in the banking system.
Sighs of relief and then panic. New York City begin delisting proceeds on Boxed. Never heard of that one. But Chattadonia, are you ready? Happy Friday. We're good to be here. It's a good day. It's a good day. I'm very excited to see what happens with the banks. I can't believe even FRC, they're down 20%. I think comparatively, it's right where the stock was first halted, so much higher than where we were at yesterday. But all eyes are on that, and then even Credit Suisse and anything else in the middle, man. It's going to be wild. Did I catch the video between Lankford and Yellen? She clarified not every of the deposits of 250 are government-backed. Only banks designated by the FDIC supermajority qualify. This could hurt confidence in small banks. I did not hear that, but it does kind of make sense. That's why, like, SVB, I mean, it was unique because it seems like they're rushing in. And even FRC, I mean, to give you guys the update, do you guys realize why FRC is so important? It's very simple. It's very, like, especially with the logic of SVB. Like, do you read this right here? It says First Republic Bank of where? It's a San Francisco bank. So it's the same demographic. It's the same type of investors. Most of the people at FRC, I'm assuming as well, they don't meet that threshold for the insurance. They are a good bank, but it's kind of in the same geographical location, and I think there's a lot of risk tied up into there. So we will see. But Chattadonia, tell me what you got. Tell me what you got. What do you got for me, man? What's the first play of the day? You got a lot out there. A lot could happen. Chad, you've heard from the news. It's time to hear from the Chad. What do you got? Bank of America calls for next year. Meta call. Gold. Long on gold. That's two golds right there. Morning, Chad. Wedbush. FRC. $5 price target. AMD puts. Don't even know, bro. Meta puts. Waiting for the long term. Stocks S share. Meta puts. ENZ. NVIDIA calls. 395 SPY call. Amazon call. Meta puts. Clean Spark calls. Long Chad. Riot calls. SPY puts. Calls on Josh. SPX for next week. Amazon puts. JPM 135 call. Sell Mara call. MSTR calls. NVIDIA calls. SPY puts. FRC calls. Short NVIDIA. Apple puts. SPY puts. Long WAL call. Meta puts. Sock Strangle. Hot dog. XOL. SOXL. Full port on SPY puts, Mara calls, Meta puts, KRE puts, KeyBank long, selling Riot calls, MES short, Meta puts, let's go, SLV, long call, coin puts, long BA, Joanne, cash call, sitting on cash, sitting on overnight SPY 392s. Gold, Euro, USD short, Neo calls, Bull Trap. Damn, so many puts. Short NVIDIA, SPY Butterfly, UUP, NAS puts, NVIDIA AI event, calling on God, QQQ, Oxy calls, PCG, Nada, Power calls, watching Fed Pivot, TLT, Cash Baby, SPY puts, Fed Pivot, Silver Bars, Oxy calls, NVIDIA puts, 150 Apple puts, China calls, SPY puts, not answering margin, AMD puts, short NVIDIA, AMD, QQQ puts, GME and UVX WAG calls, long CRT, shorting the squeeze, SPY puts, AMD, and Lightwave, Meta, Amazon puts. Let's go. Wow, Chattadonia. A lot of puts out there. So I'm use this time to like the video and make sure you vote on what's going to happen. I got a couple plays. I had to close out my ES. That one was with a $9,000 loss from about 2 or 3 weeks ago. So that one's because of expiration. But besides that, I'm going to be watching FDX, FedEx with the good earnings, and watch the Fed futures. CS, FRC, Zion, EUFN. Those are the banks I'm going to be watching here. I think we're going to be monitoring those for the meantime. Then Tesla and Boeing. I like both of those. Tesla to the upside, Boeing to the downside. Then I will be keeping an eye on Oxy. And then one more eye towards the bonds with TYD. We will see what happens. Pretty much why we're down today is people are worried about, what's it called? They're worried about the banks, both Europe. They're saying that the money may not be good enough that Credit Suisse got. And then even FRC, people are kind of doubting what is going to happen there with that $30 billion from yesterday. All righty. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. All right, what time is it? Oh, it's 6:20. I'm sorry, I was checking something. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. Silicon Valley Bank filed for bankruptcy. Apple is popping now all of a sudden. Switch gears. What just happened right there? Apple, big pop to start the morning. And I think this is even after the rollover time, too. So most contracts now you should be forced to. What do we have here? Why is Apple popping like that? AAPL. I see a headset supplied by LG and Sony. Apple 150 off a MacBook. I'm not seeing anything, but Apple is going nuts right now out of nowhere. Those are big pops. That's probably going to lift you up a lot here into the open, but we got about 1 minute. Any pressing questions? If not, it is our time. Yes, FedEx is leading off of earnings. But Chattadonia, you know what it is, man. You know what it is. Here at the Colt, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, we missed this yesterday because I was sleeping. So it's very bittersweet. But Chad, before we do anything, we must pay homage to a very special group of people. All the people have made a sacrifice more than most of us are willing to ever give. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge special shout out. All the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and thank you for your service. Even shout out to the families as well, too. We love and appreciate you. And I hope and I encourage all of you show love and appreciation towards all of your veterans. And shout out to anybody out there giving back to their local community, all the firefighters, police officers, doctors, nurses, teachers, doctors, garbage men, janitors, people volunteering for the nonprofits, people helping the old ladies with their groceries. God bless you and thank you, and I hope you know you're appreciated as well too, baby. But, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah, let's go. Oh, good morning. Good morning, Chattadonia. This is your first full week since a bank run has began. This is the Friday. Who makes it out alive? The Ides of March, the middle of the month. It's almost April. Powell is next week. Oh, Chattadonia, how you feeling? You feeling good? Are you feeling blessed? Ginobili off the bench, baby. So let's get it. I already went over my plays there again. I think really watching the banks here, I don't know. We might be able to make a couple of those flips. Let's go. No ads so far. Wow, you might have jinxed it, dog. You might have, dude, spitting facts. Welcome. Armando sent in the Jets too, baby. Let's go, man. You stressed out, tired? Well, let's make it a good day. You got 7 hours to turn that boat around. You know what I'm saying? Relax a little bit. Put a smile on your face. Absorb it all in there, and you're going to be good, man. You're going to be good. You're going to be good. It's a good day. Even if it's not a good day, you can still make it a good day. You know what I'm saying? That's what you got to think about. It may not be a good day, but don't mean you can't make it a good day. You know what I'm saying? All right, beautiful. We on the same page. Absolutely terrified. Oh, man. Salute to the troops, baby. Amen. Tell them good morning. So, Chad, let's see what happens. The China reserve requirement's really weird. It doesn't mean Powell can't cut, but maybe it could be an early sign of what Powell is going to do. But theoretically, Powell should be doing the opposite. But it's very weird that China is still loosening. Or it just means we're going to keep tightening. That's it. Salute to the Lord, our Savior. EUFN, I think, is just not trading right now to start off the morning. I was looking at it earlier. No activity. No, let's see where it opens. But Chad, you got about 10 seconds. Get ready. Like the video. Call out any place. Let's make it a good one. And good morning. Round 1. Fight. Oh, well, there it is. UFN opened down 3%. 3.2. Damn, that's crazy, though. But Credit Suisse is down 7. Apple just went green and flipped there at open. FRC is opening down 17%. Realistically, I would just keep in mind for FRC, just $21, $20. That's all that matters is if it breaks below yesterday's level with everything else that went on. And then don't forget about FedEx. They have earnings. They were up as much as 12%. They're opening up 9 right now. So if they're going to hold up, then it'll be good. Let the nonsense begin. Let's see. You're only down a quarter. Honestly, it's really not that bad. So this is almost where we closed yesterday. Surprisingly, I think you're holding up. It felt a lot worse earlier. Tesla's on the high. Nvidia is still on the high. FRC not totally washed. Yeah, Tesla's up at 0.6. Wells Fargo, they're down again. Every single bank, even Bank America 1.5. I think JP Morgan's down 2 as well. Nvidia 260. Oh my, that's disgusting. Nvidia is like disgusting. Bro, 260? Oh my gosh. Then we'll see with FedEx. Let's see where AMD is. Quad witching today, indeed. Yeah, so watch even by the first hour or two. A lot will happen. First Republic set 20% at open, heading for record weekly drop. FedEx climbs the most since June 14th. Google's on the high. Google's in the green. Meta is actually down 2%. So that's a mixed match from yesterday. Google's still running up there. Snap is down. Intel, Dow Jones is down 0.5. They're the worst on the day. NASDAQ is break even almost. And then SPY is down a quarter. Amazon is above. Amazon's killing it. I think Meta is the only one not doing good. And then Apple, especially even after that weird movement in the morning. Roll below red candle. And then EFUN down 2.8. Tesla's actually holding up pretty good. And then watch FedEx if that continues. That one could be a good one. AMD's on the high. Again, NVIDIA is at 260, which I think is fascinating. J&J, 2 million share print. Well, let's even see how the value names are doing. J&J looks solid, 154. FISA. XPeng. What was the other one I wanted to see? Dude, NVIDIA keeps going. EBS down 11.5. Yeah, they're getting washed. Their PDUFA's in a week or two. Microsoft's up 0.9. SPY's holding up pretty decent. Again, NASDAQ is barely down. SPY is second worst, and then Dow is the one getting clobbered here. Starbucks, Boeing's down 1.5. Starbucks down 2 almost. Good call on that one. Let's see. FRC's trying to come back up. Wall's only down 5. NVIDIA 261. Coin. No, I'm still holding that one. Getting washed on that, but still I'm gonna ride that one out with more time. JPM downgraded EBS. TLT leaps up 100. I mean, every other day, even the EUFNs and the banks are moving too. Yeah, Meta's not with it. Oh, I want to see MPW. MPW and real estate stocks. They're actually going up. Google's killing it. 1.0 above 101. AMD as well too now. Visa's going up. It's weird Google's running up without Meta, because Meta's still down 2% right now. That's probably one of the worst. And then let's see if Apple slips. They had that earnings move, or that early move here. And then 3981 on the futures. Still above the 200 day. So I don't know. Not too bad. Not too bad. I don't think we got our MPW drip, but I mean, that'd be nice if we did. Tech acting like safety. Enphase getting Omega clapped. Yeah, below 200, down 3%. And then Microsoft's holding. Meta's into the low. SPY's hitting a new low now. SPY's down a third. NASDAQ is going to be approaching 0.25%. I think it is banks around 2. But some of them holding up a little better. XLF is slipping. I mean, financials aren't even the worst on the day. It's actually weird. Actually, no. They are. Financials are down 1.6. Energy's down 0.8. Materials 0.7. Industrials 0.69. Communication down 4. The only thing green right now is tech up at 0.27. So like Microsoft, they're going up. Tesla flipped red to green to red. Nvidia is rocketing 262. FRC halted. Uh-oh. Was it off of momentum? Let me see. Lifecore. Western Alliance is halted too. Hold on. Due to volatility. Okay, just watch out, because if you get a news halt, you have a problem. Sidu earnings, Apple. Let's see. Yeah, no, we don't get MPW, Divi. We don't have him yet. That's Zim on the low. Again, FRC just got halted. I don't know if Fidelity is. Zim is dropping. Zim was actually up nice earlier. Mara's up. Yeah, all of the crypto plays. Again, crypto's doing very good. Mara, Coinbase, some of them are up 8%. They're absolutely killing it. Intel, I forgot about Intel. Last 3 days. I can't believe Intel's recovered their earnings. Ford clapped big, down 1.7. So is GM, and then Tesla's not doing too bad. SPY hit a low of the day, a little mini bounce, but still above the 200-day. So that'd really be where I'd be watching, 39.40 to 39.60. And then if we break out there, we're going to have a ton of time on either direction. So then we'll see what happens. Zim, yeah, they were up and then they sold off. I sold out of Zim yesterday. NVIDIA, again, up 2.9. Let's see. And then Coinbase, now they're running to the high. They hate me. They want my face. Microsoft, 1.2. Again, NVIDIA is looking just insane. I'm trying to fight off the urge to try to short it. Strategy with Bill. Yeah, we're still holding that. Again, even the news today, there was a record amount of cash inflow. And then what people are doing at Schwab is a lot of people are leaving Schwab's money markets and they're putting it into government-backed funds. So like right now, you even have people dipping out of any money market fund just to buy any sort of cash equivalent that is backed by government debt. So that's literally since we made the video, and then even after this week in this banking crisis, that has been the theme. Tesla, SPY's working its way back up there. Again, Microsoft, Tech are absolutely ripping it. LMT's going up. AMD and the chip makers again. Energy just went green, and then Tech is leading by 0.5% right now, which is actually very wild. Tech is doing very good. Again, this is just like the last 4 days, where even if banks are selling off, you're not watching too much movement here, but technology is the safe haven. Microsoft's really good. That's like 3 days. Microsoft 35 just this week. Where's the volume? I think volume's decent. 10 million in 10 minutes. 20 minutes, we'll see crowd, Intel, Coinbase, Google, Adobe. Bro, the high ticker is just running it with tech right now. Every tech you could think of is up there. Every tech, Habibi. Every tech. Then Credit Suisse is about to die at 203. Oh, where's Baidu? Google at 102. Amazon, they're break even. So Amazon and Meta, they were running yesterday. They're not getting the same love. But Apple, Microsoft, they're all doing very good. Tesla, not as much love either. There's some tech names that are like really, really going right now. The rest are clapped. FRC unhalted, down to 26.75. I think WAL, they should get unhalted here too. FRC. Yeah, Wall's unhalted. I don't know. They're probably going to halt it again soon if it drops too much. Let's see. SPY just hit a new high on that wick to the upside. Literally just right above 39.55, right where we open, and below the 39.60. Remember, 39.40, that's where the 200-day moving average is. The NASDAQ is green at 0.06 right now. SPY is down 1/4, and then Dow is still down 0.5%. And then NVIDIA hit 262. Banks making new lows. Yeah, XLF's down almost 2% now. So energy was down, and then energy found a way to come up. Energy's moving like 0.5% at a time right now. So energy's pretty volatile to start off the morning. And then utilities, materials, real estate, industrials are all down. Thessalonian. The VIX is up 23. And let's see if the VIX actually keeps moving. Yang is on the high. So China names are giving up some of the gains. They had rate cut. And then Baidu was able to bounce off of the AI mishap the other day. Fez, Euro indexes. Yeah, even the banks. Europe banks are going down too, which is surprising. This might be lower than where we were at the other day. Yeah, so this is near the low of the first day on the bank. So even watch Credit Suisse. Don't forget, bonds are coming up now. They're getting a bid. They're up 1%. Let's check Young Move. Oh, wow. Move came down a lot from yesterday. Very, very volatile. FRC, institutional, you know why they're helping them. And it's the same client base. Like, that's what you got to realize. In the most awkward way, there is a good chance that a lot of the money that left SVB went to First Republic. Again, a lot of the same clientele, same general area. First Republic has a lot of tech investors. But, like, I don't know if you guys picked up on it, but, like, they really don't want First Republic to go down. That seems to be the prevailing logic here, is that First Republic, it seems like other banks and regulators are very, very keen on making sure that First Republic does not go under. So that's why this weekend, and even by today, we're going to find out. So why not buy FRC? Well, because the risk. That's it. It's just if it doesn't get saved, you run into the problem. If it does get saved, you should be good. But even if it does, quote unquote, get saved, we don't know how that would benefit shareholders. So it's a decent risk to reward. You just have to be willing to take that. But in this case, though, it's like if you are wrong about FRC and something bad happens, you lose everything. If they go under. But then if not, any other scenario, you either lose a little bit more value or you make 100% on your money. Shareholders are not covered. Yeah, they're not. AMD, NVIDIA. NVIDIA came down $1 from the high. Even SPY a little bit lower after hitting that level. Why would you buy FRC under poor management? I think the whole logic, anybody buying FRC right now is trying to, any bank, you're just trying to get the gamble of them getting saved and then everything calms down. I mean, right now there is a mass amount of fear, so I could understand why. Like, I don't think it's too far off to, you don't have to really think too hard about it. The question is, though, are you just willing to take that risk? So same thing even to the downside of shorting them all. So Wall came back up. Wait, where'd it go? Amazon about to lose 99. FRC catching volume right there. Again, same thing with Wall. Yeah, a lot. Even again, every hour, the options expiry is going to kind of have its own little effect. So keep that in mind. Mind blown to see portfolio go from defensive stocks to now growth stocks being up 2 years in the long term. Little by little, man. It's they all take turns. SPY's coming down. A couple of those banks are bouncing there, or at least FRC and Wall. There is economic data here at 10. So actually in 15 minutes, you're going to get consumer sentiment. Consumer sentiment, and then you'll get the leading index. PNC heading down. SOX S is on the high. I mean, chips are still holding. Picked up JP Morgan. They're doing great so far, but they actually finally dropped. As far as the regionals, the big banks are still chill. That's where I think you could go. You could take advantage of the fear, but any of the other like smaller banks going through it, you're just going for the risk on there. Going down. SPY. One more low. More volume coming into the 10-year. 39.43. So this is the 200-day moving average. Again, we're going down, and then the banks are starting to bounce up, the smaller ones. Am I tripping? And it looks like all of XLF is still down. No plays this morning so far. Not yet. And then EBS, they're down 11. First Republic down 16. Those are even headlines coming in now. SPY is approaching the low. You might go down to the 200-day. FRC is rocketing up now. Again, just right where they opened, still down 17%. Wall, they're about to hit another high. Let's see where they go. Damn, that was up to 42 yesterday. Bro, all of these are actually wild. All right, I shorted 100 shares of Wall at 34.53. I'm going to be down to play that for today. I think you could lose $7 a share if it bounces up, and then if they slip, just get to take advantage of any of the fear. And then Yang and China names are going. And now watch out. This is the 200-day. So now you are below the 200-day. A little bit. It could bounce from here. It could bounce actually really hard from here. UVXY starting to move as well. I just shorted Wall, Western Alliance. I'm going to get me in some of the bank activity. Microsoft near high of the day. There goes UVXY. Did, but then it's not like flushing absolutely, which I think is interesting. Where's the dollar too? Dollar's actually still down. Look at that. So that's at least the better sign with today. Amazon is flipping. Google's still holding up. Microsoft is hitting a high. Meta's near the low. Nvidia, they gave up from the high, but they were as high as 263, which seems a little bit disgusting. AMD's going red. Yeah, they're about to. Still, AMD, they had a nice run yesterday. Why we're down? There's just more banking fear. That's it. Just today was just like from last night to today, everybody kind of woke up and we're like, yeah, we don't know if this is going to be enough. And pretty much people are getting skeptical of the FRC plan and the $30 billion. And then there was more news that Credit Suisse, even $50 billion wasn't enough. And now today's the final day of the week. If you can make it till Friday without an issue, you're going to be better than not. But people are just kind of doubting, the severity of the banking crisis. That's it. And just right now, we are still trying to figure out, is this something that we're going to brush off in a week or two, or is this what is actually going to bring everything down? That's where I think a lot of the market is right now when it comes to this situation. Tesla down 0.5%. They're trying to move off the bottom. Microsoft still at the high. FedEx set for biggest post-result gain since 2020. Microsoft, and then bonds hitting a high. Bonds are up 1% on IEF. That's actually crazy. Again, this is a bounce at or around the 200-day. So this is very important. Microsoft keeps running it. So again, tech is its own little safe haven in the midst of all this. And then SPY, little bounce to VWAP. I like Meta, but I think it's going to have to dance around this 200 level for a little bit. We'll see. But yesterday, I mean, it's been impressive. But right now, it's just like if you're buying any big tech, your benefit is them being a safe haven. So if you're not aware what people are calling right now, it's like the stay-at-home trade of COVID. Remember, COVID hit, the economy was shut down, everybody was worried, but why did they start buying tech? Because they said, well, these companies have big profits, they have a lot of cash, a little bit amount of debt. Everybody just started buying them as safety stocks then. So there was an article on this yesterday that's coming back a little bit. So the real thing right now, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Google, Meta, any of these gigantic tech companies, why they're going up right now is because they are seen as a safe haven in the sense that, yes, other things could happen. And it's like, what do you want to do right now? Do you want to hold your cash in banks, dollars, bonds? If you actually want to buy an equity, you're probably better off with tech than anything else. But essentially, any big tech is being used as a safe haven to try to run away from any banking headwinds. So you don't have to deal with any of the banking crisis, this or that. Oh. The LMT, they flipped targets on the low. NVIDIA is part of that. NVIDIA is considered tech. I'm shocked it's at 263, bro. Believe me, I'm glad I actually covered that short for a smaller loss because that would have been wild. Why do you need equity when Treasury pays and safer? Well, people are going there. You know what I'm saying? So it's like people are buying the tech for that reason, but it's not like people are shunning the cash and the high yield. So literally, it's been 2 weeks now of record inflows, or at least a week since I made that first video about cash. We're talking like hundreds of billions of dollars has already flown into, high-yielding cash equivalents like bill, any treasury ETF, anything of that nature. And then they're even pulling money out of money markets to go into government-backed securities that could give you that yield. So people are doing it. Tech is getting a little boost, but eventually, if tech does actually get some of this smoke, I wouldn't be surprised to see everybody go that direction and just go pile even more into the bonds. Yeah, Google's up 1.7. I mean, it's kind of like Meta the other day. I'll hold Bill until I want to buy shares. So it's like we might be able to buy MO this week if it keeps dropping. Maybe we just buy MO before ex-dividend, but I think it will go lower. That's it. I have a really bad update to give you, actually. I kind of don't want to tell you. Should I tell you? I could tell you. Will you like the video? Can we get to 1,000 likes? Can I get 1,000 likes? It's a long-term update. I don't know. You might judge me. If you could like the video, that'd be great. It's reasonable if you can't trust banks or the Fed, you buy tech. Yeah, that's a great way to put it. That's a great way to put it. Easy one. Just give me that 1K like, man. Just let me get it. Let me get it for you, man. I don't know. Is there 200 long terms out there that want it? There you go. Yeah, damn. All right, ready? So like I'm holding my cash, and like I've told you this, I want MO, I want Altria, I want the dividend, and I want to build out with there. I'm just waiting on the price, right? So here's my problem. Yesterday, I was looking at the long term, and then like I opened up the dividend calculator, right? And then I was like, I don't know. Let me see what happens. And then I said, I wonder how my portfolio would look if I took all of that MO money and put it towards MPW. Yeah, I know. Don't hurt me. I'm sorry. But then when I did it, I was like, damn. So if we took that extra 10, 15 grand there, I think it's about $10,000. If I take that $10,000 and put it towards MPW, then we're going to be yielding $5,000 a year in dividends. Very bold to go and put, pretty much we'd have a gigantic 13, 14% yielder. It's not safe. No, anything yielding 14%, that's it. I mean, the only way it's safe is if bonds are tied to, if REITs are tied to bonds, and then the bonds come back up. But yeah, otherwise we wait for Altria, and then we might miss out the dividend or not. But that's what I'm going to be looking for to use Bill, is just either Altria comes down to a price, or maybe we just go and get MPW, and then that could give us enough yield for a long time. Because that's the thing. If we go and just put it all in MPW, then we'll be able to wait. What's it called? I could just start waiting for the next 6 months and then buy cash and growth now. MES. So here's the deal. If you got a MES or NQ and it expires today, if you didn't already close it, you're going to be in the weird purgatory. Don't you think that's a little greedy for the long term? I mean, it is. I mean, it's going after high yield. That's it. And I do think it's definitely risky. The worst case scenario, we balance it out. It'll just take me another 6 to 9 months of deposits and waiting, or hopefully everything else comes up. Only real risk is if they cut their dividend, then we're fucked. But other than that, though, it's not as if MPW was like unstable. It just seems like this year. So I'm kind of open to the idea, or maybe if we did half as amount, it'll get my yield up. There's no purgatory on switching futures contracts. I think it depends on your broker, but pretty much if you don't close over at the rollover date and you make it where your broker has to close for you, it will remain in your portfolio and it's not cleared out yet. And it won't clear out till like the end of the day. And if you didn't roll it over before the cutoff time. You got 1 minute. Consumer sentiment is about to drop right now. White 4. So consumer sentiment expected to come in at 67. 1-year inflation. Whoa. Big drop. Whoa. Consumer sentiment fell to 63.4. Estimate was 67, but 1-year inflation expectations have dropped to 3.8. Expectation was 4.1. And then University of Michigan, 5 to 10 years at 2.9. Estimate was 2.8. And then everything else came in well below. Current conditions, expectations, and then leading index came in line. It's weird. Treasuries are popping off of that, but so is the market. But essentially, 1-year inflation was very low. I think that's a good sign, more or less. Everything might go up on that. I mean, the whole market got a good beat off of that. It seems like no data. That one was kind of like bad news is good news, but then inflation side was good. So overall consumer sentiment dropped, but then inflation, that came down. So people ended up liking that. Coin about to hit new highs. Yeah, I just saw it on the high ticker. Dude, they hate me. Thessalonian, everything's running up right now. Again, crypto names are really leading. Now even Apple's playing along. Google and Microsoft, they were already leading. Didn't even react good to PPI. I know, right? It's been a while since we've reacted to consumer sentiment, but I think it's a pretty big drop. I mean, inflation expectations on consumer sentiment have really calmed down, even the 5 to 10 year. And then in general, it's just not coming in hot, but I would definitely be, I'm surprised that it's actually moving like that. So 2 big candles here. Where does this put us compared to the morning? You're still in the gulag. Low key. So let's see if we could get out of there. Yen liked it as well, but 3 big candles so far on the data. I mean, that data could be supportive, but I'm surprised. I mean, it's been a couple of months since we've moved like that. 8-week bills dropped 4.4. Allotted at high. Bro, it wouldn't let me auction. I wanted those 8-week bills. So 8-week bond auction coming in right now too. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning. Let's let Michael McKee tell you a little bit about consumer
banks.
sentiment.
While SVB Financial files for bankruptcy, it's liquidity versus insolvency versus confidence. First Republic stock still down 17%. So what do you do? Buy the dip, sell the rip? Bank of America says sell any rallies as Bill Ackman warns of contagion risk spiraling out of control. From New York, I'm Alex Steele with my co-host in London, Guy Johnson. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets. Guy, the biggest standout to me is any backstop that's been announced in the last week has not worked. If you looked at credit default swaps from Credit Suisse or the share price or the share price of First Republic.
Confidence has not been restored, and we go into a weekend where there are a lot of unanswered questions. What's going to happen with First Republic? What's going to happen with Credit Suisse this weekend? Are we going to get an announcement on Monday? We're going into a week when we've got the Fed. Who knows what the Fed is going to do in this kind of scenario? This all against a backdrop of economic data that is actually okay at the moment. I'm going to caveat that because we're getting data dropping onto the screen right now, which may show that the consumer is starting once again to have the jitters. We get the University of Michigan data. The University of Michigan headline number, the sentiment index, drops from 67 to 63. These are low numbers. Current conditions drops to 66.4 from 70.1. Expectations drops to 61, and 1-year inflation comes down to 3.8 from 4.1. The 5-year number dips a little bit to 2.8. Mike, 15% of the interviews for this data were done post-SVB, and yet the data drop as much as we are seeing right now. These are gloomy numbers. What should we make of them?
It's a very interesting question, Guy, because, of course, we saw a number of interesting economic releases during the time period, including jobs and the CPI. We've also seen some back and forth on the political front. And it's hard to know exactly how people are reacting. It'll be interesting to see when we get more data from the University of Michigan in their update about how Americans view the banking situation. A lot of people a lot of analysts think that, bank deposits are sticky. It may be something to worry about, but most people don't have more than $250,000.
Man, I'm surprised that consumer sentiment is moving us like this. I feel like we move more off of consumer sentiment than CPI or what was it? Was it non-farms? Wow, YouTube to lift restrictions on Trump's channel on Friday? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Chad, that's a big deal. Oh, they're opening up the YouTube floodgates. YouTube needs the revenue now. Oh, man, maybe we don't get shadow banned anymore, Chad. It's glorious. Oh, like the video. I'm not as excited for Trump as I am for myself. That's a great sign. That's a great sign for YouTube. Yeah, bro, that's why it makes sense with the ads now. They're like, fuck it, you need to run ads every 15, 30 minutes. We need Trump back. We need something on this, man. Yeah, well, that's coming out right now. YouTube to lift Trump channel. Wow, restrictions this week. Banks are bouncing a little bit. XLF's still guttered, though. That's what I was looking at. It's like, didn't it yesterday feel like such a rally? But then it's like, you look at it, bro, the banks were still below Friday, even after yesterday, which was actually like wild to think about. It's QQ. FRC hitting, yeah, I think I'm down on the wall a little bit, maybe like 10, 20 bucks. Yeah. Might fade the pop. I mean, I don't know. Unless everybody wants to get really bullish. I'm surprised consumer sentiment actually brought you up, 20 points almost? You literally had a 20-point run-up off of consumer sentiment. My audio output is low. I don't know why. It shouldn't be. I could turn up the mic a little bit. Does that help? Now I'm going to be really loud. And then what if I scream, bro? But I hope that helps. YouTube still claps Watchlist on Watchlist comments. Yeah, it's very weird. But then they let the scammers through. They're like, hey, contact me on WhatsApp. Bro, it's so weird. I actually had a serious, business person. I was getting in touch with them. And, bro, they actually wanted me to contact them on WhatsApp. I was like, oh, this is weird. This is very, very weird. I was like, are you for real? And he was like, yeah. He was like, I'm in Europe right now. And I was like, no. I was like, man, everybody uses it for the Europe and overseas, but I was shocked. Yeah, I was like, damn, they got me. International business. It is on WhatsApp. U.S. hopes Xi will reach out to Zelensky directly, says Kirby. The NASDAQ? No, I should have it. I have the NASDAQ. I closed the ES. And then that's it. And then we're going to hold that one till pow. And then we still have a shit ton of shares. We took a couple of profits there. The shares have actually not been too bad. I was looking at it now. So, I think between, every play from the beginning of the year, I'm holding, just over, $10,000 in unrealized losses on shares. But then we've already, so far this year, I've realized just under $10,000 in profits. So it's holding there, and then the future's been killing me. But other than that, I think after Powell, we should be good to go. I just want to see the WAL from this morning. So not too bad. I mean, it's just been sucky because it's been 3 months, but we're almost there. I hope Powell unlocks everything. YouTube says Donald Trump is no longer restricted. YouTube says Trump channel can upload new content. FRC, WAL is falling now. They're almost to the lows. It's my birthday, Letty. Or not. See, not too bad. Not too bad. Tesla has no respect. The market has no respect. The market hate. Yeah, Tesla already came down. Microsoft is insane, though. I don't know if that's off of some of the Baidu stuff with AI, but they're killing it. Happy Born Day. All right, so a SPY coming back down. That's more like it. Again, I'm very surprised we moved up 20 points off of damn consumer sentiment. So you're coming right back down there. That did give you a little bit of bouncing. The low ticker's picking up. Dow Jones is the worst on the day, down 0.7. SPY down 0.3, and the Nasdaq is up 0.18. All of your techs, they are holding that. They are holding that defensive stance. Microsoft keeps going up. Boeing even bounced up. They trapped everybody. Yeah, you could tell everybody's trapped because the reason why we're trapped is a damn banking crisis. So it's like this would have been a completely different market if we were just like, have you thought about that? Like, let me ask you this. What do you think this week would have looked like if nothing happened on Thursday? Like, what if SVB was able just to, get their offering, right? SVB puts out their offering, and then they, and everything was fine. What would have this week looked like? It sucks because, it doesn't matter because we'll never know what it looked like, but it's an interesting thought to think about in the sense that, bro, we have taken a completely different direction. You straight up had the market surprised here in the last 7 days. So everybody on every single side now, it's just the tension is real, and you're seeing it every other day. Yesterday, it felt like a bounce on the banks. We watch what happens. They're still lower than Friday. XLF is hitting a new low right now, but it's just like, dude, this is the uncertainty from people feeling good to now today. They're like, well, maybe that's not enough. So it's pretty wild. XLF, Microsoft just keep going up. Credit Suisse trying to work its way up. EUFN, SPY's about to hit a new low. Banks are leading into the low. They had a little bounce. These are on futures, so you have a little bit more room, but on the SPX, you're about 2 points, and now you're back to the 100-day and the 200-day right here. Yeah, Microsoft already broke out. All right, little wick, see what happens with that one. I'd watch some of the Euro banks too, and then obviously keep an eye on any of the U.S. banks here. Again, XLF is already down a pretty penny. 2% is not 2.6 is big. And then still going down. Where's Appel? Microsoft, Nvidia are your tech leaders. EBS flushing. Probably it's coming ahead of their PDUFA. And then they were already selling off prior. And then I think they had money at one of the things too. They might have. Would you average up to get the MO dividend? No, I wouldn't average up for it because after X dividend, it's going to sell off most likely. So that's even MPW is a great example. We bought it before dividend. You suffered the payment right after. So if you want a better price, wait till X dividend. If you want the dividend, you buy it now. So pretty much if the dividend is 8%, right? That means you're going to get 2% if you buy it today. So the question is, do you buy it today to get 2% dividend yield, or do you wait till afterwards hoping you could get it 2% cheaper? Now here's the best part. MO is already down 3-4% in the last couple of days. So that's where you kind of have the caveat where it's like, okay, I've already saved 2-3% today, but that's pretty much what it's going to come down to on XDivvy. So SPY's coming down here, about to hit another new low, 39.39. You hit as low as 39.39 flat today. So you're just above there. SPY's healthcare has been demolished. I have been. They should come back up, though. I think healthcare will find its way. Healthcare, utilities, all of them. But right now, you're like, this isn't just like this is just fear. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. It's like, I think part of the reaction why you're not watching certain things hold up is, even if they should, is this is broader fear right now. People are pulling money and people want to go to cash and people want to go to government-backed securities, maybe buy a little bit of tech. But as of now, it's just like you have straight up fear and worry from this whole banking thing. Morgan Stanley on the low. Watch out for that one. And then SPY's hitting the low. It's trying to bounce from here. Yeah, MS is down 2. Bank of America. Dude, how's Bank of America down 3.9? So they're even hitting a new low. Bill pays out on the second day of the month. So that's the thing. I'm pretty sure now, if you want the dividend on Bill, you have to hold it till it resets, and then you wait until it gets back to your price to sell out. I'm surprised Bill's not going up today. It's holding. How is some tech seen as safe in value when they have insane valuations? It's just kind of safe to what it's going on. I like what somebody said earlier. It's very simple. If you don't trust the Fed or the banks, it makes sense why you would trust tech. Like, that's, I feel you though. It's like, why is Nvidia going up? But it seems like just some people would rather get there. I think in Nvidia's case, you just had their earnings. That's the only thing I could think about. Who's going to bail out MetLife? What? PayPal's on the high. Coinbase 7.5 and running. My goodness. That one's squeezing the shit out of me. The word on bonds, it's the same scenario. That's it. If you're not worried about short-term risk, you buy that shit. And if you think there's going to be more fear here, or if you think Powell is going to pause or something, you're buying the bonds right now. If you really believe in the fear, the bonds are expensive in the short term. They're very cheap in the long run. And it just all depends kind of on policy as of now. So it's like that's all it comes down to. I'm waiting, but I still do have bond exposure. Again, my TYD is still in there. I didn't average on coin. I just started with a big position. I might average again. I went in big to start off, and then even the margin expense on there is very expensive, but it's moved up. I mean, what, fucking almost 20% in 3 days? Like in 4 days? I don't know. Pretty wild. But then again, it makes sense. Crypto has benefited a little bit off of this in terms of people not trusting banks, and then at least crypto somewhat holding up. Microsoft, dude, that's been on the high ticker all day. Someone said it. They've already broken out. I mean, that's it. You're breaking, Pat. Dude, you're even higher than where we were at in October. Remember we shorted that earlier? Like, that's actually crazy. So they're actually entering back into their August highs. And remember, they were a outperformer for all of like 2022 or 2021. No, I have not closed the coin short. No, I'm still in that. Yeah, Bank of America. All the banks are selling off right now still. So I'd watch out. And then new low on the SPY. Just so far, the main story again for today, it is the banks. But the difference about today is that you haven't had news, right? Like, except for the SVB bankruptcy. But we're just waiting now to hear actually what is going to happen. So that's kind of why there's like a looming fear so far, and then thinking that yesterday's measures weren't enough, and then hearing about Credit Suisse. So new low on the SPX now. This is where we were at yesterday into the highs. So like you have a lot of cushion, but again, this is where I showed up yesterday, and then we started running. And remember, it is a Friday, so I'd watch 39.30, 39.28. That'll probably be your next level. And then 3,900 again. And then maybe like 39.07, 39.10. FRC, Wall's kind of holding up. I just wait to see if Microsoft gives up gains. Yeah, FRC and Wall, they both look the same. They look like they're about to start plunging, but then some of your big banks are already running into the bottom. JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America. Well, the legacy banks are getting a hit right now. So the other ones are just already down a decent percentage, but those legacy banks are dropping huge. And then you just had that couple point flush there. The loan the banks made was 7 days. The ones to the other bank, like from JP Morgan to them, I think they're going to keep it at First Republic, but just right now, the discount window, like, do you realize that means collectively all of the banks in the last week or so borrowed $160 billion at 4.5% interest rate? So that's not a good sign. That's part of that's what we got yesterday at close and part of the fear into today. But they have the money, but it doesn't make sense. Like, that's the next part of this whole banking crisis, is that any companies, even if you get money, even if you try to like balance it out on your balance sheet, none of it makes sense because of the costs. So now it costs a lot. Like, any of this money some of these people are getting, even if it's on a loan, they're still getting it at 4.5%. So it's very expensive. And then on top of it, you have these old loans and what it's all backed by. It's just like the valuations don't even make sense. So a lot of things are getting jacked up from it, but that is part of some of the fear here this morning. 3934, you're coming into another one. VKTX is on the high, or VKTK. Yeah, the interest would be like 90% of FRC's revenue. Exactly. It's wild. That's why, even then, even the discount window blows my mind. Like, you realize in 2008, they borrowed $111 billion. We've already borrowed 50% more than that. But now this time it's at, again, 4.5 to 4.7. Coin and Microsoft still working their way up here. FRC and Wall working their way down. Oh, FedEx. Amazon's dumping. And then Apple's starting to dump now, too. Apple is coming into the low. So, man, it's wild today. You're getting a real big cat dog in terms of what's pushing and pulling. So even in the tech space and all of that, more crypto names on the high. Double down on corn. Maybe at like $75. That's why I have it up here. I'm thinking about it. No, I'm still holding my BAC. I'm down like 17%. I think I'm down like $3,000 on Bank of America. But I'm cool holding Bank of America, but that was just shitty timing. That's it. Rates were going higher, and I piled into a bank thinking that higher rates would benefit the banks. Little did I know we would have a bank run right around the corner. Yep, everything's starting to flush here. Not everything, but anything already headed down is going lower. And then anything holding up is still showing very good signs of strength. Good news 1 year. No, dude, that we've faded that fast. I was surprised. I was shocked consumer sentiment. I was like, dude, no way we're about to go up fucking 20 points off of consumer sentiment after this whole last 2 weeks. I would have smashed my monitor. I would have been like, okay, this is all a scam. So I'm glad that at least that didn't hold. At least that did. I would have been mind blown. I would have been like, nobody gives a shit anymore. What are we even responding to? So you're going lower now, a little bit bigger of a flush, 39.30 to 39.28. That's a minor level. And then 39.17 again, and then 3900. So keep those levels in mind, but we are starting to drop here a little bit more. And banks are leading the way. Banks are down 2.9 right now, and they've been hitting the low the whole time. Most tech is up. Technology is up 0.46, but there is a couple names like Apple, Amazon, even Tesla that are drilling here into the lows at 1.3. Yeah, JP, no, they didn't get anything. And then legacy banks are leading down. The big four are just really going down. What's up, Najee? Well, Quadwitch is going good. It's going with a lot of arbitrage, a.k.a. a lot of up and down and big moves. Even data is causing moves that shouldn't happen, Well, we've gotten past that now, but seems big so far, and volume is there. But realistically, I mean, quad witching is big. I think what happens tomorrow or Monday, Tuesday is more important. But now the banks are the big focus right now, and we are starting to watch them come down again. Schwab is on the low. I forgot about Schwab. Schwab is down 5. Wall is about to hit the low. FRC, they're holding up a little better. I don't know. Those big banks going down isn't good. You're getting a little green wick here on the market. Coinbase is in talks with clients about new overseas venture. What does this mean, Habibi? Coinbase has news coming out about overseas venture. JPM November low. The market could stay irrational longer than I could stay solvent. I think that is the lesson of this last couple of weeks here. It's almost undone the CEO jump. Yeah, Schwab is starting to die. SPY now. A lot of things on the low. The VIX is coming back up, 24.55. Yeah, Schwab is giving up all of it's giving up the CEO gains. Again, he bought in where? Didn't he buy in at like 56 or something? But one bank at a time, from big banks to regionals. So that's the worst on the day. I mean, tech right now, you're getting tech safe haven bid, but I think this is banking crisis part 2 starting to play out. Just as long as FRC, that's it. Over the weekend, if FRC gets clapped before Powell, that's the dagger in the coffin. Otherwise, it's going to come down to Pow. Oh, he bought in the 40s? I thought he bought it like 56. So now the crypto plays are starting to come down a little bit. I don't think Schwab brokerage accounts are in danger, but I mean, we're going to find out. I have a cool video. I have an interesting video I'm going to make you guys for the weekend. I have an interesting weekend video. I don't know how you guys are going to feel about it. But pretty much because I'm making these videos, I'm making these updates, and there's a portion of the population of people asking me, they're like, what do I do? So I think I'm going to make you a video this weekend on what to do during a bank run. So I don't know if that sounds interesting to you, then wait, and I got you. You know what I'm saying? That's it. I got you. It's very simple. Do you think we missed the lows to buy? No. But that's where I think we could talk about where do we go from here. But like that's what I'm saying with like Schwab, because there's only so many things you could do. But what it comes down to is just like know your options and know what you could do. But it really comes down to how you could move your money around, making sure you're insured. And there's only so much you could do. There is a limit to it. But besides that, I'm not worried. I'm like, quite frankly, I'm more worried about these individual names. But until Powell confirms this is an issue, I'm not really worried. Tesla, no idea why they're selling off. KBW Bank falls 5%, extending this week's slump to over 14%. Where's FRC? So if Powell confirms, would you be pulling cash? I mean, I would have some cash, but you can't take all of your money and fucking carry it around unless you can. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not, you could only do so much if there is an issue. But then at that point, we know, okay, we should have safe ways to protect our money, have our money in the right spots, and then being able to position with anything with stocks and then actually, making real efforts to say, okay, the financial system is at risk. We should probably start doing things. U.S. drawdown announcement for Ukraine coming very soon. What? What does that mean? We're going to stop giving them money? Market will go 3,500. It depends what happens. But if this is a real banking issue, easily. That's it. That's all. But if this is nothing, if it doesn't stop Powell, then this isn't, I really wouldn't trip. Turkey will ratify Finland's NATO membership. And Apple and Amazon off the bottom. Same thing with the SPY. Banks a little bit too, even some of the regionals. Yeah, I'm up on the EUFN play. I think that's up 300% or 200, give or take. Everything with your house is okay. They catch the guy. Yeah, I think they did catch him. I think we have very good, we got good evidence for my boy. Two of MPW's tenants are in danger of not being able to pay their rent. That's 40% of their income. Please verify the veracity of this statement. I believe it is true. I don't know how close or how real the danger is. So that's what analysts were talking about. But they have two bad tenants that are affecting their company right now. But I don't know if it's imminent collapse type beat. But that is their big effect. That's what they reported on their last earnings. I mean, JP Morgan, I don't know if analyst comments mean anything to you, but they seemed pretty decent. But besides that, there is short-term risk there. JPM, no. We bought it. Last purchase on JP Morgan was 116. So you're almost there, but we got a little bit more. I would buy more JP. Anything 116 and lower, I think would be a steal. If you buy, you'll get the April divvy if you buy Bill now, but your cost basis is going to be higher. So remember, at the beginning of the month, it's going to start over probably around here. So it's going to go from 91.60 to 91.40. So you'll lose $20 depending on the amount that you put in, or 20 cents per share. 3M's also down. Yeah, MPW. And just keep in mind, too, dividend. They just had that there. Let me see. And then SPY at the low, 39.24. Turkey will ratify Finland. New low on the SPY. Qs are higher. Again, watch if any more bank stocks come down. They had a little bit of a relief there. Apple's at the low. It's not flushing yet, but it probably will. Man, even Netflix is down. Again, even Meta. I'd watch to see if Google, Microsoft, and NVIDIA, if they start to go down, then we're going to have a bigger problem. Coin keeps getting bid up. Microsoft's starting to slip now a little bit. So 39.20, if you break below 39, dude, this is ugly. Bro, this is 39.58 to 39.20 in about 33 minutes. So, I don't know, man. You move 30 points. You're moving a point a minute. very, very quickly. If you can't, watch at 39.17, because if it doesn't kind of dancing queen there, that could be a bigger flush, but we're already flushing, which is makes it that much more precarious. All the regional banks, again, the KBW index, what was it, KBX? Where is it? KXE, this thing's down 5% right now, or I guess 3. No, where is it? Don't loan. But I'm pretty sure it's down 5. KRE. Yeah, 4.7. So they're dead. And now Microsoft, 3 big candles there. UWMC, real estate companies should do good if we do get a pivot or there is anything with rates, but then the consumer risk will be the next step. Amazon. We're down 12 of the last 15 days. Beware the odds. I can't even believe it's the middle of March right now. I think that's the crazier part. Apple is coming lower. Still got the wall. Bonds are going up. Where's Boeing? Coin about to, I don't know. Coin is just going to die randomly. Coin is going to die when everything does good. But not everything does bad. They've been getting a bid. The great reshuffle has started. So again, this is a level 39.18, 39.17. We should be bouncing from here. So if this candle turns red, it'll get very ugly. Otherwise, I wouldn't be surprised to bounce from here to like 39.30, maybe a little higher, and then we come back down again. Otherwise, everybody starts contemplating what is going on with life. With the Honda recalls, I've not looked. FedEx is selling off, so no post-earnings. Bonds keep catching a bid right here. So there's your little mini bounce. Again, I think the banks kind of doing their own thing. If you wanted to play a YOLO on paper trading, what would it be? I don't know. I want to YOLO a paper trade. I don't know. That's like going to the driving range and like practicing your Happy Gilmore. So like, I don't know. I just either play like Happy Gilmore, or I don't know. Just go with something serious. I don't know. Is that, or were you trying to trick me into giving you a YOLO? Is that you're like, if I tell Josh it's a paper trade, then maybe he'll tell me it? That's smart. I see where your head's at. That's pretty genius of you, but it didn't work. You know what I'm saying? I would just do your thing, 21. Honestly, I would just give me half of the money on paper. I think the same thing applies. I could throw you a paper Vegas party. You know what I'm saying? I could, like, I'm in the metaverse. Fuck it. You give me half of your paper trade money, I'll throw you a party in the metaverse. I'm just saying, the offer, it's a great offer. It's a great offer if you want it. What time is it? 7:40. Coin is tempting. 75, I'll be $20 down a share. I think I'll average again there. But that shit is wild. Wall is near the low. That was a good short so far. It's just wild because it's already moved so much. And then now they need a break below here. This is Thursday's close. I think they still got like another $2 available. Well, we'll see, but it's moving like it's just right. It's going to bounce at any random moment. And the spread is like 10 cents. Coin is dropping a little bit. FRC. Market just worried. That's it. It seems like the last 2 days doesn't seem like enough. Again, Credit Suisse, $50 billion wasn't enough. That's wild. And then now they're saying 30 billion. Just people are doubting the plan from yesterday. But now the big problem, I think, is FRC. I just think FRC, and it's the same client base. I think if they go under, there's a reason everybody wants them like safe, more or less. And then you're right back to the low again. That bouncing a lot less than I thought. 39.22 to 39.17 again. All right, I closed the wall, 220 profit on that. Out of wall now on that short from the morning. Oh, look at the timing. Look at the timing. You got Bradley Frizzle in the Peach. Peach Nation, get your ass up. I got to send a stream alert. Horna. Oh, good morning. Good morning, Peach Nation. You can't rely on the regional banks, but you know what you can rely on? Bradley Frizzle in the Peach, baby. Bradley Frizzle in the Peach. Wow. That's amazing. That's amazing. Stop the yelling. I'm not even yelling. That was my inside voice. That's crazy. You want me to yell? I can yell, bro. I'm gonna get you on that, bro. I can start yelling. You know what I'm saying? You need me to yell? That was my inside voice. Don't forget, I'm Middle Eastern, man. So, we, you know what I'm saying? We do things a little different. Who is the Peach? It's the legend. Oh, Armin. God bless you. Armin. Y'all showing a lot of love this morning, even pre-market. Let's go, Chattadonia. Armin, Bradley. Take from State Farm, baby. I saw, he was showing some love in the morning. Schwab is dying. I keep calling it Sherwin-Williams, but yeah. They're actually almost below the CO level. It sucks. I thought Wall would drop more, but I think we just squeezed out like 7%. So said I'll walk away with that for now, but I would watch out there. There's a couple of banks, some outperforming or not, but clearly the banking is the issue. Regional banks are down 5% right now. XLF as a whole is down 3%. Treasury yields fall further, 2 to 7 year, more than 20 basis point. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. He did it again, Chad. He did it again. They don't want me to yell. They don't want me to yell, but how can I not yell right now? Edgar did it again. Oh, Edgar with 50 membership badges. Oh, no. Let's go. Oh, my gosh. Edgar. 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 Oh, Edgar. Oh, I'm confused, Edgar. God, ball, thank you, man. Oh, Edgar, what are you doing, man? Oh, Edgar. Oh, you guys see this? Edgar, even Tim's like, Edgar. Oh, man, watch, you're hitting a new low. Oh, God bless you, Edgar. Thank you. Oh, I'm at a loss of words. 39.17 is breaking. You're at 39.14. Edgar's coming in hot. So is a new low on the market. NASDAQ is now down 1%. SPY is down 1.2, and it has caught up to the Dow Jones down 1.3. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh, Edgar. God bless you. Wall, they're flush there. Another 20 points. Schwab still selling off. Again, banking issue and sell-off since consumer sentiment is still in play. Oh, my goodness. Shout out to Josh Edgar in the chat. Amen. Amen. Edgar Musk. Let's see. Edgar the Hedger. Dude, that's crazy. Edgar, I'm quiet now. I lost all communication. I'm speechless. 39.10. I'm not speechless. I keep yelling in here about the market dumping. This is a huge dump, you guys. You remember NASDAQ was green 30, 45 minutes ago. You're at 39.10. So watch. This is the stubborn level, 39.10 to 39.07. And if that breaks, you're going right below 3,900. Ever since selling the 200-day, you have not made a bounce towards it. And that was, 15 or 30 minutes ago. And you're already down another 29 points from then. Gold could be ripping. Even watch the VIX and the bonds. I mean, bonds have been going up all day. I think the only thing that hasn't been has been the dollar, which has been holding. Now, wall is going lower. I cut out of that one a little too early. I think you could have made another $100 off of that. Yeah, the EUFNs, they're still holding that gain, but this thing should be lower. We need EUFN to break below here, and then we're really going to cash out on that. Microsoft's coming down. MO. I like MO, but the problem is if anything keeps selling off in the next couple of days, we'll probably get a good ex-dividend price. So you might be able to save more leading into ex-divvy. We'll find out. The morning is just people are doubting the bank plans. That's it. So nothing really happened. I mean, you had 50 basis points from the ECB last night, and people were kind of confident that that means the banking system isn't a problem for Europe. But then we found out that Credit Suisse still has problems, even after getting $54 billion. Pretty much like even if you work the numbers, they're still in them. They still have a gigantic problem. And then people are doubting now if FRC, if that $30 billion from the banks, if that's actually going to do something. And people are worried about that. And then even then, the logic too is that when you look at now how much the banks have borrowed and even deals like FRC, like none of these deals make any sense. So it's actually like wild. LME finds irregularities in 9 nickel contracts. But the real problem, so like even with FRC, we were just talking about it earlier. One of the big problems is that if you like look at the numbers, like all of these like short-term money, whether they're borrowing from the discount window or even based off of the costs, even if another bank gives you money, the problem is that like the interest is way higher. So even with FRC borrowing money from the Fed for like emergency quick money in the discount window, it's at 4.75. So like I think it's a good majority of FRC's revenue would go towards paying interest than anything else. So it just doesn't work. None of it actually makes any sense at all. I think the SPY could go green any day of the week, man. I mean, today's pretty bad, but I wouldn't doubt it. The difference about today, though, is that you opened up green. Like yesterday, you opened up red, and then you were able to work your way up. But usually on the days we open up green and sell off, I mean, maybe this was a day where you kind of bounce back up. So I think it's possible, but it all depends. But granted, you do have a big expiration today, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of moves on either direction. Still need to raise the debt ceiling. Yeah, that too. But even the bank thing is getting weird. I think FRC, I think Wall has its own little risk. And then FRC, though, just the way everybody's going to defend them, I feel like FRC is systemically important. I think if FRC goes under, we have a very big problem because it's so weird. People are making these deals to keep it alive when none of it makes any sense. I don't know if that volume is real. Probably not. No, it doesn't look like it. But it seems like the banks all got together with FRC for a very specific reason. Again, pretty much what happened yesterday. It was sanctioned by the government, but the money wasn't government. So the Treasury brought all the banks together. They made all the banks sit down and said, hey, you guys should work this out. But the money, so it was pretty much organized by the government, but the money came from the big banks. But it's like, why? And then, I think it just comes down to the demographic. I think the demographic of FRC is the exact same demographic of SVB, Silicon Valley, tech money, and I think that is where there's a big risk because a lot of that is most likely uninsured. Well, the volume on the SPY, it wasn't as high as the last couple of days, but it's ticking up. Now it's at 45 million, and we're not even at the second hour. It's lower, but, I mean, it's lower than the last couple of days, but we'll see. But at this rate, that could get crazy, especially on an options expiration. I wouldn't be surprised. Liberal Fed area buyout. Well, just tech. They just want them. They're being liberal with their buyouts, but I wouldn't even, maybe you could call it political. I think the tinfoil is that Gavin Newsom has money, that he has all his money at First Republic. So maybe, who knows? Who knows? All I care about is how this situation plays out. Do we actually have a banking crisis? Does it actually change Powell? I mean, I think we're clearly have a crisis now. The question is this going to be the domino that sets everything off or not? And that's why we wait for Powell, and then yallah. Yep, coming back down again. NVIDIA. So once NVIDIA and Microsoft, that's it. NVIDIA gave it all up. They're still in the green. Microsoft's next, but they still got 1%. But hold on, you just wicked and then it turned green. You might dance a little bit. Could go anyway from here. 39.11. Again, 39.10 to 39.07. You might slow down there, but then if you break those, you go to 3900. Itching to buy more stocks. Should I wait for Tuesday? I hold my stocks and dividends. I mean, you got some decent prices now. I mean, I went and I bought for the long term already too, but we still got a decent amount of cash. However, it's just knowing that by Wednesday, the whole market will change. And even after today, I mean, the chances of us moving a lot more is a lot higher simply because the expiration in middle of the March, all of that goes out the window. FRC is First Republic Bank. Bill is just the ETF that holds government bonds, and every month they pay you a dividend. and you gain money on the equity as it's designed to just hold its value. So that's it. It's just the ETF that holds 1 to 3 month treasuries. I have a video on it on the main channel, youtube.com/the trading fraternity. I think sadly we actually posted the video right before all of this happened. That's actually the craziest part about all this. So if you go to the main channel, the trading fraternity, so right before we made the first video on SVB, here is the safest investment. We talk about Bill. That's the video. The safest investment you can make in 2023. So I would check it out. Why is Asia? They kind of have their own thing. I mean, Asia's banking. I mean, like Japan was probably more connected to us than anything, but like China, bro, like, do you think China has anything to do with a bank bailout in the United States? Nah, they have their own system, right? Like, and they're very much like separate, and they kind of do their own little communist thing. For now, at least. It doesn't mean they'll be totally insulated, but as of now, they have their own. They're very, very much isolated in terms of finances. Again, they have capital controls. China controls a lot of their money. It's not free-flowing the same way as the dollar and how their banking system works. I mean, again, the last time something happened with China, the government comes in within 2 seconds, and you already know what's going to happen. Stillman sound, yeah. Then coin came down, and now it's moving up. Same thing with Microsoft. All the leaders that sold off and gave up. So he might get a move because now even Meta's going to move with it. Sent some FRC tin about student loans. Interesting. So First Republic, Tim is saying they have a student loan arm. I feel like they'd want it to go bust then. They're like, we forgave your student loans if it was held by FRC. Very interesting. Schwab looks really weak. Schwab is like, even Wall and FRC aren't lower than, like Schwab is now back to its Tuesday level. Like FRC, I guess FRC's below there. Wall isn't. Wall's actually above there. But Schwab does look a little, it's weird though. I don't think Schwab should be in the middle of it. I feel like Schwab is a little bit better, but there's been no love in the heart of the city. Ain't no love. Tesla, Bank of them. Bro, big banks are clapped today. Maybe this was the hangover for them giving $30 billion away. Chinese banks aren't probably discussing climate change as their main topic in board meetings. Yeah, you know why? Because they'll get killed. Do you realize you can't say anything about China's climate? So I know you're trying to make fun of ESG, but I see your ESG comment and I raise you communism. We are not. That's the forbidden topic. You are not allowed. Man, even Greta Thunberg won't even talk about China's carbon output. I don't even like the environment like that. I do like it. I recycle, dog. I got 2 Teslas. Get out of here. But like, nah, man, even Greta won't even say anything about China. Stop playing me, bro. Greta and LeBron, they work together in terms of China. Hormel, yeah, food. I mean, food prices have been going down, and they may have a couple of headwinds from the benefits of the last couple of years, but Hormel is a solid company. So 39.20. I thought we'd go to 39.30 if we bounced. That lasted for a little bit. Wall is still at the low. JPM bonds are catching a bid now, but banks are starting to go down again. And then watch Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia. Keep an eye on Microsoft and Nvidia because those have a lot of gains. I'm surprised the NASDAQ is still down 1% now, or 0.9. We were up for a little bit. You got to add. Oh, is it ad time? My bad. But that's good. While doing abs. I'm glad you're doing abs, bro. I need to do abs. I don't know. I'm good with MPW for now unless I want to go complete batshit crazy and then throw all of the money into MPW at 14% yield and then double up our dividend yield. But then that's really risky. The wise move, which is still risky, would just be going for Altria. But now we're kind of waiting here for ex-dividend. I think I might buy it after ex-dividend, if anything, because then we'll get our discount if it drops. Buy puts with it. Well, I would need to hold for years, so that's not going to be it. Yeah, I get paid for the ads now, but yeah, we talked about it, just YouTube. I mean, they're letting Donald Trump back. It makes sense. But they had some weird policy changes. They were showing ads even if I didn't monetize it. So I monetized it, but now when I monetized it, they throw mid-roll ads now. But I am getting paid off of it. So we appreciate you. But pretty much it's a lose-lose scenario. Ain't no love in the heart of the city. Ain't no love in the heart of town. Wow. MO and MPW are the worst companies you could be buying. Well, listen, man. Just man up and short it and stop talking shit. You know what I'm saying? That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. You go up to it, you right-click it, and you see where it says short, just do it. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. I ain't here to argue with you about it. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? I think it goes down, I short it, I get clapped. I think it goes up, I buy it, it works. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. That's it. Just hit it. Just hit the short then, bro. Hit the short. At least somebody's going to get money. You know what I'm saying? We got to work together here. Nikes? You have to do it like a Nikes. 3912, 3911. So get ready. Low of the day is 390909 or 3909.9. Josh is feisty today. It's Friday, bro. What do you? I'm having fun on Friday. So still going down here. Another new low. Reasonable. It's KB. What's the ticker again? It's like KBX or something like that. I don't know what it is. Or it's KBR. I don't know. I keep blanking on it. And then there's XLF for the big banks. KBE. There it is. KBE. Or no, KRE. KBE is another one, but KRE is the regional banks. Do you have any videos? I mean, trading videos, we have a lot on options, and I have an option video in the tutorial in the description, but I would start with the long-term video, because if you get your long-term set up, I think your trading life is going to be beautiful. And really just set up aside a balance, save 10%, Add to it every month, and you'll be good. We back to QE yet? It's not QE if the banks give it to each other. Huh? Yeah? But almost. We'll find out this Wednesday. Or let's see. I mean, the biggest fear, like legitimately worst case scenario, is by the end of close today, another bank goes bust. So if FRC, Wall, if Schwab, who knows, PAC-W, that is like straight up black swan scenario. Other than that, you wait till Wednesday, and then we go from there. Yield curve and TLT. I mean, we can. Just yield curve right now is it's hideous. Absolutely hideous. And I mean, we're very close to the yield curve uninverting by force through Powell. And then, I mean, everything we've talked about for the last couple of years, I mean, it's about to happen. So it's a very interesting spot. Foot Locker has earnings. Are they Monday? TLT again. IEF, the bonds are moving. Dude, that's crazy. How much these bond plays are moving every day is insane. We were up 1,200 yesterday, down to 200 profit. Now you're back up to 1,000 on that. I think anything energy related is getting clapped. Energy, materials, they're not having it today. Again, I think broader demand worries. Not to mention just everything's risk off unless it's tech. Zucker says Meta verified is rolling out in US on Friday. Is that the whole you pay for the verification badge? They really just were like, damn, Elon did it. We need that. Energy is probably closer to going up than not. I mean, like we're saying, if you get a Fed pause, a Fed pivot, then yeah. What do you think of end phase? I'm not answering your question, sir, because I just answered your first question and then you asked it like 4 other times. So now I feel like it's a setup. You know what I'm saying? And like I'm very paranoid after somebody stole my electricity box. So I hope you could understand. Yeah, Meta verified is rolling out in US Friday. Is that today or is he saying next Friday? Ally is good, but they're definitely risky. I think they have a lot of subprime loans. And then even Santander don't exist anymore, I don't think. Still can't believe people steal electric boxes. Dude, isn't that cool? I learned that. I was excited about it because I learned something new. MPW. I think if they actually have the worst case scenario and they lose those 2 places, those 2 big, property owners that are paying most of their rent, then yeah. But other than that, MPW is like, it's been pretty solid in terms of Wall Street. I mean, they've been around for a decent amount. They don't have the same like brand nameness, but I mean, it's I think 13% really tells you what's going on. I think it's very, very high risk, high reward in the sense that it's like they're not like HBI where their dividend has stayed the same, but it's like they could hold up. But if they do run into a problem, they've been doing a lot of like flips and refinancing shit. It's like they can wind up into a problem. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it for you. I'm trying to find you the risk factors. So again, this is the JP Morgan report. They have neutral price target 12. So they rate the shares neutral, but our bias is more on the cautious side compared to a positive. On the positive side, MPW is experiencing another year of outsized rent escalators and offers high above average yield. On the negative side, the Prospect medical situation is likely to take some time to play out for MPW to recover their investment and earnings run the rate to settle. Additionally, with the current capital market backdrop, MPW could face some notable earnings headwinds from debt refinancing and deleveraging, and acquisition prospects are arguably challenging. This could make it difficult for the stock to outperform. The valuation trades 6 times the 2023 FFO estimate versus the healthcare REIT group at 15 times and 8.8 of our 2023 AFFO estimate versus healthcare REIT group of 18 times 2. With respect to the current income, MPW's yield is 11.1, significantly above the peer average of 5.3. We are revising our December price target from 14 to 12. Following the changes in the model, we apply a 10% discount rate to dividends based on our AFFO and estimate a 95% payout ratio and 2.5% long-term growth rate. In choosing a discount rate, we consider the more defensive nature of the healthcare sector weighed against the company's lower operator diversification. So here's the risk to the rating. At neutral, the risk exists that MPW outperforms or underperforms our coverage. Key items we believe could cause the stock to underperform include positive, negative headlines related to key tenants, Steward, and Prospect. So those are the bad things going on. And then an improved weak equity cost of capital that helps hurt its external growth prospects and debt refinancing. And 3, risk-on, risk-off market backdrop that could impact its relative performance vis-a-vis other REITs. So that, I think that sums up everything with MPW. Pretty much they're trading at a heavy discount to all of the REITs. Healthcare is usually a little bit more safer in healthcare REITs, but then they have 2 people, Prospect and Stewart, that they're having a bunch of issues with, and then they have a couple of headwinds related to refinancing and debt, but more so also the risk-on, risk-off sentiment in terms of how people get bullish or bearish with things moving here in the market. But like it said, I mean, they're trading 50% cheaper than any other medical REIT out there. But then again, you do have a certain level of risk with those tenants. ICC issues arrest warrant for Putin for actions in Ukraine. Damn. They really out here. Let's see. I'm going to show you, but this is the math I did yesterday. So remember, like I said, we have a plan. If I could get it at a good price, my plan would be to increase my Altria position. If we did that from here, we'll be yielding $340 a month, $4,100 on everything else, right? But then I ran this number yesterday, and I was quite surprised. If we took this up to like 1,000, or I think 2,000 shares, and we put that money towards MPW, we'd be at 4,996. So that would greatly adjust our yield there. So That's what I was looking at, but I don't know. I think I might just go with MO instead. We'll find out, or maybe a mix of both. But we'll see. We'll go slow with MPW. Because if we could verify their shit doesn't go bad, or if they have any positive update or even something with rates, I think we'll be good. But I think you could follow that one slower. I think the worst case that happens is they cut the dividend, but they're not going to get rid of it. That's what I was thinking about, because it's a REIT. So you got to realize you can't just stop paying dividends on a REIT. It's different than a company with equity and a company that has, cash flow and is based off of different business operation. So it's there, but then they are trading. I mean, their average yield is double any healthcare REIT, but then their price to earnings is also half any other REIT out there. So if you look at any other REIT that deals with healthcare, they're all trading 15 times earnings where they're at 6.6. Yeah, but right now it's at like 13 to 14%. That's wild. That's the only thing. That's what makes it attractive and scary. NVIDIA, Meta. NVIDIA and Meta look the same now, but Meta's red. I don't like commercial office REITs, no. I like Boston Properties, but as anybody's been talking, especially with a banking lending crisis, that's probably going to be the biggest risk. Nettie's on the high. Okay, a little bounce here. Again, 39.30. That's where I think you chill out. You neutralize at the 200-day for the most. Actually, you could still be in a downtrend, but I think 39.30 will be realistic. TNA, it's like the bond play. That sounds familiar. And then 10 years going down. Oh, no, the TNA is like, this is I was going to say, this is a bull shares. This is like kind of to hedge. It's not a bond ETF. Again, the thing with Bill is that it's just the ETF that holds treasuries. And it's different than a money market. That's even the headline here today, is like people at Schwab pulled their money out of Schwab money markets to throw it into government bills. Again, the amount of inflows on Bill, this has been some of the highest in a very, very long time, actually in years. So recently, the amount of volume Bill is getting, a lot of people are running towards government-backed cash alternatives. That's been one of the best trades and one of the most in demand over the last 2 weeks now. We're not selling Bill. We might, but if you want the dividend, I think since we bought Bill so early, it's going to reset. We could collect the dividend. It might go a little lower, and then you wait like 5-10 days, and then it's there. But it depends on what Powell does. If Powell cuts the rates, I'm more inclined to sell Bill. Or if he pauses. Pausing, you'll be decent, but as long as he raises rates, you're good on Bill. Yeah, usually the dividend amount is the same that it drops. And then you could wait, and then it'll come back up, and then you're good to go. Twitter didn't proceed with music licensing over costs. THMO, thermogenesis. It's only up 0.33, but there it is. Oh, it was negative. That's why. Tesla. Everything's still just hanging out at the low. What time is it? 8:20. Then we still have late euro close. UAL, they're catching some volume. Sizing up the DOJ complaint. That's all I see. That's late. Jets, airliners. And then THMO, that's running now. That went negative to positive 5%. Yellen favors only some banks will be covered in full. Big bank supremacy set to reassert itself. Regional banks in the U.S. have been outperforming their larger counterparts this month, but that's likely to reverse as larger exposure to real estate becomes a hindrance. Perhaps counterintuitive is that larger banks that have been hit the hardest after the collapse of SVB and Signature, reasons cited to include greater exposure to Credit Suisse and expectations of more regulation on the way. Systemic selling has also not helped as investors jettison bank stocks, fearing the crisis could become systemic. But there are several reasons to believe larger banks will soon begin outperforming. Deposits are up there. The LTDR has risen 11 points. How have regionals outperformed? Makes no sense. Fed injected $300 billion in the market in 2 weeks. Well, $160 billion went to banks. And then I don't know what happened to the other 60. And then even we brought this up on the watch list yesterday. The crazy part is in 2008, it was like 25 banks that led to like around 300 billion of assets lost. So far, we're at 2 banks totaling 300 billion almost. So, fun fact. It's either 200 billion or 300 billion. And then THMO, they're still going up here. Wall is flushing through. Damn, I left another $2 on the table there. So that one's going. Where's FRC? FRC's already down 20. SCHW. Schwab kind of bounced. SPY getting a little bit of a cheek lay. My levels right now, I mean, it's 39.17. That's a huge level from the last couple of weeks. Then 39.10, then 39.07, then 3900. Then you break there, then we're just back to the gulag where we were at just yesterday or 2 days ago. Yeah, wall is starting to plummet now. The last banking crisis was due to recklessness. This time it was carefully designed by the Fed, a bit different. I don't believe that. I don't know. I've heard a lot of people hit me with tin, and they've been like, this is all planned. But I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say FTX for 200. Thanks, Alex. That's it. This is all from FTX. That's my opinion. This is all. I don't think anybody wanted this to happen. It was planned. I think there was a gigantic... Like I told you months ago, I said we don't know which banks are involved. You don't know who loaned against dog shit, who did this, who did that. And I think it's just all tied in through there. And it's no coincidence that the banks, the biggest banks at risk are the ones in Silicon Valley where all the tech and crypto is. So that's it. It's just like, I don't think it was planned. I think this is showing you potentially how big FTX was. I really think this is just like the FTX debacle was insane. And like I was telling you, I said, I'm more worried about banks and the big banks and what it's related to. I told you this in October. That's why I even went short on Ethereum. I still got clapped, but this was the idea. So I don't think this was planned by anybody. I think this was FTX and the fraud of FTX and the behavior that it created was so deep and dark that it was enough to bring down billions, hundreds of billions of dollars. And you're hitting a new low. You're about to. I don't think you've hit it. 39.09.90. You're at 39.10.23. A lot of things are on the low now. Low tickers picking back up. VIX is about to hit a high at 25 now. Bonds are working their way up too. $39.06. So first stubborn level has been knocked out. Watch for 39.03 or even right here. If this can't hold up, you're probably going to make a 3,900 flush. Where's the volume? Just watch for 3. That's crazy. We were above the 200 yesterday. Now we're back below it. And now you're making the move to 3,900. So watch here. This is going to be a stubborn level. 39.06 or pretty much 3,900. We're either going to flush or it'll be support. But you might be able to dance around here a little bit. UVXY's on the high. Schwab even got a candle. Boeing's about to flush. Was FedEx not planned, though? FedEx did good. CBOE is changing how the VIX is calculated on March 20th. The VIX has already been dead, though. I mean, the move index has been the real money. That has showed us a lot. FRC, damn, wall. They keep going down. This can trace back to Archegos. It can, actually, huh? And Billy Huang. The shareholders, which is 401k and pension funds, won't be bailed out. Biden says you should have known the risk of saving for retirement with supposedly qualified fund managers. It's capitalism, man, capitalism. You say trace it back to 1913, the creation of, okay, we're going down the rabbit hole. I love it. But you guys realize it, though. If, like, you do take it all the way down the rabbit hole, everything boils down to you need to repent and learn how to grow food. So that's where you got to find the balance. That's all it comes down to, because now it's like we could have a banking crisis. It could be the worst thing ever or not. But, like, I've had talks with people. They're like, well, what if I can't get my – it's like at that point, like, we're talking, you know, next level here. So it's – in the meantime, we'll see. But I think this was FTX, and I stand by that. But it could only run so deep, and literally to this day, we still don't know everything now. We still do not have even what's going to happen. Even today, part of the fear, why the bank stocks are dumping like they are, we do not know what is going to occur. So what we need to get through here is actually going to find out if we get any other bank failure between now and Monday, and that really is a risk. The VIX and move together, and sometimes they don't, because move is bonds. Move is bonds, and VIX is 30-day options. So they both represent very different things. So the VIX represents the put to call ratio on any options, puts or calls with more than 30 days till maturity or 30 days till expiration. So the VIX, so it's like if people buy 2 SPY puts 30 days out and buy 1 SPY call, the ratio is 2 to 1. The VIX would go higher, and vice versa. If they sold their puts and held their calls, the VIX would go down, assuming it's 30 days out. The MOVE index is wild. The MOVE index looks at all of the bond spreads from the 1-year to the 30-year bond, and then it weighs them about like a quarter point at a time, and then the MOVE index uses that to determine how volatile bonds are. So MOVE index has nothing to do with options. The VIX has something to do with options. The MOVE index is about bonds, and the VIX is simply about equities on, options on equities. And then Lending Tips wants me to play this for you on stream. I haven't listened to it. Is this risky if I play something Lending Tips sent me without listening to it? I'm kind of worried. Why is there so many ads lately on YouTube? I mean, Donald Trump is back on YouTube. So I don't know if that makes you view Google earnings a certain way. But yeah. Well, let's see. This is what Lending Tips sent me.
Listen, man.
It's Robin Williams on Bloomberg.
You know what I'm saying? I just ran into some bad subprime, We just had complex formulas. We just didn't factor in greed and panic, I just need $805 billion by Tuesday. Yeah, no, seriously. No, I would not screw you again. It's pretty crazy. I learned my lesson. No, baby, this is not like the other time. Seriously, I just try, throw me a bad here, baby. Help me out. Just give me a little bit. Yeah, just a taste. That's all I need is a taste.
This is from December 2009.
I'll pay you back. Give me through 1 week. Yeah, it's like they're going to print out a new $20 bill. The new Geithner $20 bill will be, instead of "In God We Trust," it'll just say "Trust me." There'll be the little man from Monopoly going like this.
In God We Trust. It'll just say "Trust me." I know, legend. That was Robin Williams from 2009. Oh, good. Every 10 years. Every 10 years, it looks like. Remember when $5 billion was a lot of money? Yeah. I'll give you a fun fact. So, besides Bear Stearns, so yesterday with FRC, with all of the banks coming together to contribute that $30 billion, the only other time that happened was in Bear Stearns, and they were not able to make an agreement. But the other time it happened was in 2001. I believe it was LTCM. There was a investment company called LTCM, and the government brought the banks together, and they got them to agree for other banks to fund this bank that was going out of business. And LTCM was, guess how much that was for? This was in 2001. How much money do you think that one was for? Let's see. Yeah, Wall's at 30. They haven't gone as low. So they can't. I already cut out, though. I cut out way too early. It was for $3 billion. So this was before we did $30 billion. So the only other time this ever happened, it failed with Bear Stearns. And then the only other time before that in like 2001, it was for $3 billion. So this time around, they committed 10 times more. Is it too late to get this in? I think you have time, but I think you have to hold it until payout. So I think ex-dividend. I sold out, though. I just took, it's going to be volatile, and I just took a nice, I think we got like $300 on it. I said, why not? Quad-witch earnings are usually just high volume. I mean, there's opportunities for arbitrage, but that's about it. A lot of people think it's going to be something crazy, but it's like, it's not as crazy as you would think. But it just depends. But we have seen some wild moves on it. Like on Friday, pretty much like we've seen like melt ups and then final 30 minutes, final hour, you do the exact opposite, or you melt down all day and then final 30 minutes by the end of the day, you just end up at break even. The SVB is spreading through the lines of credit. I mean, it is, and nobody has bought them yet, but it's just like, dude, everybody is picking up on the wild part of it. None of it makes sense. I don't think you were like, it's funny because like I was even telling you just like the irony of what you were dealing with yesterday. Like, you don't think it's weird that all this money left these other banks, goes into the big banks, and then the big banks give it back to the other bank? Like, you're telling me that's not like wild? But now what people are starting to realize, and they're actually talking about it, is just none of these amounts make any sense. So if the rates are this high, the funding cost, and then even on your, especially like a bank-to-bank transfer, if they're not recognizing the collateral at par value, it's just like, dude, it's a mess. So not only is the interest cost on the numbers, none of it makes any sense, and none of these companies can afford $180 billion of loans at 4%. Nobody can. Like for 30 days, 90 days, whatever duration you're talking about. And then on top of it, you still have all of this debt that is just weighing down your balance sheet. So it's like, that's the weird part about it. Like, if we're talking about SVB contagion, that's one thing, but now most of these solutions don't even make any financial sense. Like, it just doesn't even make any sense at all towards why it's occurring. Or it's like, yeah, okay, well, like, we're good now. It's like, no, like, even SVB, like, every shareholder is losing all of their money. It's like, yeah, maybe the depositors will get their money back, but everybody's losing money. And then on top of it now, you have just like any sort of bailout, unless the interest rate is going to change. Like, that's it, literally. Unless Powell cuts the rates to zero, trying to perform one of these like pseudo bailouts, it doesn't make any sense. It's just too expensive again. So that's where we're at now. And that's even some of the fear everybody is factoring in here this morning. E and Z. I think both FRC and Wall are next. I'm starting to doubt FRC more, just by how everybody is how everybody's rushing to FRC. Because that's it. I think FRC, I think it's the same money from SVB. And it makes a lot of sense that the easiest way you could have moved money in San Francisco on last Thursday was SVB to FRC. Easiest way to do it. And then now, if they have the same clientele, same client base, and same issue, chances are they're in probably the same exact mess as SVB, if not worse. But then the way everybody's rushing to like save them, it really makes me interested why FRC, like, why do they care so much about First Republic? And I think that's where a lot of risk is hiding. So you're coming back down here again. We didn't even get up to 39.30. So any of the levels I had, we came up shy. This could get a little uglier here. Even JPM selling off. Goldman hasn't fell below 300. Where's EUFN? Come on, European. Yeah, they didn't even care about Silvergate or try to save them. You think there's something we don't know? I think FRC is that's the one that'll break everything right now at this point, if it happens soon. So just like if FRC, if they can't keep this bitch alive for the next couple of days or couple of weeks, that's it. That's the dagger, I would say. But if they keep it up alive, then this little plan or whatever is happening is gonna calm people down. That's it. I'm speculating. So please don't even you know what I'm saying? Take this with a grain of salt. I hope nobody knows anything right now. Anybody on either side. So you could easily counter a lot of these theories and nobody would know. Nobody would know. So I mean, I'm speculating just straight up. It has nothing, I'm basing it off of geography and things that are close there and the recent things that are happening, but there's no way to prove what I'm saying unless it happens. And then you're right at the lows right now. Random thought, the idea of loans for the short term, 30 days being insane. Could that be stalling for something else to happen? I think they're just trying to see if they could get away with it, if it could work. But that's it. If you keep things alive, if you calm down fear, all of this will go away. But then if one thing breaks and then every domino just keeps falling, then that's the problem. That's why these banks are like, it's in our best interest to borrow $180 billion at 4.5%, because that'll probably stop a bigger problem of absolutely failing. Today's sudden risk on. It was kind of overnight. It was just everybody doubting all of the plans. And then you had to update that Credit Suisse, $56 billion wasn't even enough for Credit Suisse. I don't think the bank, I think the Fed discount window, that's a short-term loan for 30 days, I'm pretty sure. But then I don't know the loans from the other banks. I have no idea. It might only be 30 days. Okay, new low now. You're starting to break down. Again, watch some of the other banks here. 3906 has broken. So it's literally the levels I told you here. But now just watch 3900. If that breaks, we're going to have a problem. That could be a big flush, but could also be support. Keep your eyes out for it, my friends. Uh-oh, hot dog. Damn, we're already down 1.5. NASDAQ down 1.2. I know too. Morgan Stanley, dude, I feel like Morgan Stanley has been on the low all day. Yeah, Morgan Stanley is one of the better banks. They have more meat on the bone, but they're low-key been, like, they've been dying. At least today. All right, so watch here. This is 3,900. See if we bounce or not. But, Chad, I love you. God bless you. Don't get mad at me. But I need to go to the bathroom. The restroom is calling. So follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I'll be right back. Good luck at 3,900. Let's see what happens next. It's 2 hours in. 2 hours in.
Keeping you up to date with news from around the world. Here's the first word. I'm Lisa Mateo. The UK government and education unions agreed to begin intensive talks in a bid to end a wave of teacher pay strikes. 4 unions and Department for Education say no school strikes will be announced for 2 weeks while the discussions are happening. The move raises hope of an agreement to end industrial action in schools across England 1 day after the government reached a pay deal with nurses and ambulance workers. Chinese leader Xi Jinping will travel to Russia next week. It's his first trip to Russia since his invasion of Ukraine. Now, during that trip, Xi is expected to discuss China's recently released 12-point blueprint for ending the war in Ukraine, a document dismissed by most Western governments. Xi and Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky also plan to speak by video link soon. And Thailand's Prime Minister Prayut Chan-o-cha has issued a decree to dissolve parliament. Now, that decision paves the way for elections as the former coup leader seeks to extend military-backed rule despite widespread unpopularity. By law, a national vote must be held within 60 days of dissolution of parliament. Global news powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Lisa Mateo. This is Bloomberg. Alex.
Right, Lisa, thanks very much. So shares of First Republic continue to get hammered. We're down another 25% today, despite the fact that they've gotten $30 billion worth of support from the largest banks in the U.S. So this week, shares are down 67%. Joining us now is Bloomberg Schneider Bassick and Herman Chan of Bloomberg Intelligence. Herman, this is such an obvious question. Why are shares down today, despite the backstop, despite the BTFP from the Fed? Like, they have access to money. So what is the problem?
So the issue is that despite the $30 billion in deposits coming from the largest banks in the United States, First Republic disclosed some information after the market closed yesterday that articulated that they had borrowed at the most $109 billion from the Federal Reserve. So you compare those numbers and it's pretty obvious that they've been facing a lot of deposit outflows, which is the crux of the issue.
Sonali, the discount window use has rocketed. Is it all First Republic? Are other banks doing this as well? What can I read into that very large pickup that we are seeing at the moment? I think we've gone from 4.85 to 152.85.
It's a good question here. Who else is tapping? This is not something we know in broad strokes how many people are tapping the discount window. And by the way, billions also tapped through the emergency facilities that were set up over the weekend, Guy. I want to add a little bit to what Herman was saying here, this idea of the banking backstop for these firms, because not only do we think that, we know that First Republic had tapped the Federal Home Loan Bank system. They went back to the Fed for additional liquidity after the SVB collapse. They went to JP Morgan for an additional line as well. And now you have this depositor rescue, if you will. Here's the thing, though. When you have Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen coming out this week and answering questions from lawmakers on how what happened with the rescue over last weekend is not a panacea, this is not necessarily how every bank will be handled, then there are still remaining underlying questions on how the depositor base would be handled at a bank like First Republic. Mm-hmm. This is politicized as well, because if you look at First Republic, it handles wealthier individuals, if you will, as well. There's a big question about what happens to banks across different states across the country that handle different clientele as well, if they were to also get into more trouble, which is why you're seeing such drastic movements into so many of these stocks. We were talking a little earlier, TD Cowen last.
So that's what I was telling you guys earlier. Again, First Republic's clientele, pretty wild. And then what was it? I feel like in a weird way, if they're saying they're not gonna treat all of these bailouts the same, I'm surprised people don't want to fail yet. Like, I feel like if you fail earlier than later, you'll be better off. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. Is today St. Patrick's Day? How come I didn't get like a holiday notification? Is it St. Patty's Day? It's Friday, baby. Mm-hmm. Come on, I'm not wearing green, man. Don't pinch me. Y'all remember that? I remember it was a big deal growing up in school. Like, if you didn't wear pink, you got pinched. And then the teachers would start getting mad. And then they're like, you can't do that. And then, like, it turned into, like, gang wars, pretty much. Biden urges tougher penalties for executives of small failed banks. Biden said it should be easier to claw back CEO pay over mismanagement. Depositors should continue to feel confident about funds. Biden says it should be easier to ban execs from the banking industry. Yeah, Biden asked Congress for more authority to punish banks. You know what? I like that, Biden. I like where your head's at, Biden. I don't think I'm surprised I even said that, but I agree. I like that, Biden. Yeah, of course you like it, Josh. Fuck yeah, what do you think I'm doing, huh? I told you we're going to build back better, and I'm going to bring the baseline and gasoline prices down. Huh? Come on, you worried about a train crash? Fuck that, let's ban them. Don't worry, I'm going to take out your money's fine. Huh? Yeah, come on. No, don't worry. I talk a lot, but it's fine. Watch what the fuck we're going to do. Come on, look at your student loans. We got that figured for finalize it. Fidelity. Fidelity's a bank. Seriously. Come on. Stop playing around. Why the same guy who worked at Lehman? Why is he Lehmaning around at Civ? What do you call it? Silicon Valley Bank. What are they doing, huh? Come on. Yeah, but I don't know. I agree. I say they should do a package deal. They should make a policy where they ban executives from the banking industry, but then they ban what's it called? They just ban congressmen from trading. We still haven't got that one out the way. I didn't forget. Mm-hmm. Bank. That's why. Who was? I think it was Russell Brand. He said it, and I was like, the guy's on to something. Straight up, they should just totally ban lobbying, people from the government taking money, and nobody in any form of government should be able to own stocks. And he said, that's it. That's all you have to do, and you fix all of the problem. And I was like, I'm kind of down with that. I was like, I see it. It really is that simple. It really is a simple idea. Just straight up, no lobbyists, no more paying for money and money dictating laws, and then that's it. If you're in government, you're not allowed to own or trade anything, and that's it. Very, very simple. I get it, but they should be able to own long term. No, they shouldn't. That's it. If you want to work in government, you shouldn't. That's it. You could own real estate. You could go buy. Maybe you could be allowed to buy an ETF. Maybe you could buy the SPY ETF, but that's it. I think it would it would make things a lot more simpler if people were not incentivized in certain ways. I think you could own an ETF, just SP, and call it a day. An outright would disincentivize anyone who's financially adept from taking office. Yeah, because we have the most financially adept already in there, huh? So we're going to lose the talent. It's all good, bro. I'll take that risk. I will take that. At this point, I'll take the risk. I think it's worth it. Making something illegal just gives the criminals the advantage. We're talking about banning Congress from owning stocks. We're not talking about gun control. We're literally talking about your elected officials making millions of dollars off of all of this. Hence why SVB was able to get past every single audit alongside every one of these banks. and why the government is saying we're going to instantly provide $300 billion in assistance to SVB, but we may not treat all the other banks the same. Har? What if I want to be a government worker but also a degenerate gambler? I think you just might have to. I mean, you can do it today, but based on this proposed change, we're saying maybe you'll have to choose one. J&J fat dump. Yeah, J&J is selling there. PG's even dropping. Watch any value plays if they start slipping. Abby Vi, some defensives are going down. Let's see if tech actually picks up. Healthcare is on the low right now. I think tech is going up. TLT pop. TLT's been coming down. It's been chilling here with the market. As the bonds stop going up, we've been calming down. Like the video, saw some love. Hey, man. Why are people saying they receive MPW? I think they were probably owning it before. That's probably the only way. Because I don't know. We did not. There's no way in hell we got the dividend already. That'd be cool, but no, I don't even know where it's at. No divvy. No divvy for me. Yen and banks doing the same thing. The balance sheet yet? We no. I haven't seen the Fed balance sheet, but we talked about the discount window and the Fed borrowing. That's been a discussion because people are worried about it, and just in the sense that, oh, whoa, oh, dude, yo, have you seen this? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Damn. So it did have an effect. Bro, look at the balance sheet. Skyrocketed. Look at this. From March 8th till today. That went up what? That's $300 billion. Oh, my gosh. I thought they were going to find a way where it wouldn't affect the balance sheet. Oh, my goodness. No. Oh, yeah. I don't know. So you might get a bounce. I mean, last time we were here was what? This was November. So I guess I guess you're back to November levels, but that's wild. Yeah, look at you. The balance sheet has been going down since March 2020, the first rate cut or the rate hike. And you haven't had a pop like that in a while. What? Dude, that's crazy. Yeah, they just undid 4 months of QT in 1 week, but almost half of the whole 2022. So you got to realize we were at 8.9. You went down to 8.3. So they cut 600 million or 600 billion, and now half of the work of last year's quantitative tightening has just all been injected right back into the. Oh my gosh, I didn't think it hit. Jamie Dimon said that 300 billion can be leveraged to 2 trillion. You said that earlier. But geez, that's crazy. So I don't know. The market could rally really big. I don't know how that's going to play out, but pretty much the Fed balance sheet That means all of these loans and whatever else they're doing, it actually led to increasing the balance sheet. It wasn't supposed to. A lot of people were talking about how it would have pretty much been the same composition of the balance sheet, and it shouldn't make their assets go up like that. So that's not good. But it is like Europe. Let me see if I can see the ECB balance sheet. I don't know. That looks a lot like quantitative easing. ECB's balance sheet has declined, so they're not even tripping on that. That's crazy. Yeah, it is. It's QE, but it's not QE, but it is QE. That's crazy. Blessed with an ad. God bless you. Pizza ad. You hungry? I just had a protein shake. I don't know if you noticed. I was drinking a protein. You got an advertisement for Amtrak? Yeah, I love Amtrak. I ride the Amtrak. I ride the AM/PM. I get gasoline at the AM/PM Chevron, but the Amtrak is great. I love them. I wake up every morning. I take the Amtrak. I go down. I take the Amtrak down to the big banks. I say, hey, why are you still on Wall Street, buddy boy? And then I slap him. I slap him like a little prick. I'm serious. It's not hyperbole. I mean it. It's all short-term, fully backed. It doesn't hurt the balance sheet. I thought the first half was supposed to. I thought it wasn't going to change anything of the balance sheet, but that's weird that it actually reflects an increase, though. Whether it's short-term or not, that's still very. I don't know how Powell feels about that. That'd be honestly, that's probably one of the worst things that could have happened. I mean, imagine doing a year of all of that pain, all of the quantitative tightening, taking out $600 billion from the system, and then only to increase all of it, half of that in a day. And then odds of a cut have came up today, or odds of a pause. They better. Someone's going to ask about it at the press conference. I wouldn't be surprised if they. I don't think anyone's going to ignore that. That's wild. How do you explain that in the presser? Am I saying it's short term, but it's still, I don't know if it's a good, it doesn't look good. That's it. No matter what, I'm sure they have an answer to it, but the last thing you want to be seeing is that chart moving up. And it's very simple. I mean, if that's the case, I think you're a lot closer to a rate pause or a rate cut than anything now, unless they want to try to do what the ECB did, and they're going to try the UK, and they're going to try to they're going to do quantitative easing while trying to tighten, which we talked about the other day. But on all levels, it's not a good look. Steve Leisman couldn't even explain it, because most people were under the impression the Fed was saying this isn't going to move the balance. They were saying the composition of the balance sheet wouldn't even change. That was the whole idea behind this facility, behind the bank term funding thing that they created. And then now whatever else was used by the discount window, it shouldn't really increase the balance sheet like that. I mean, you haven't seen that. No matter what we've had happen this year, the balance sheet shouldn't be going up. So that's why that does not look like quantitative tightening. That's it. It's a very hard. I am sure they have an explanation, but it's not. It just doesn't look good. And then bonds are calming down here. Let's see, what time is it? 9:05, 25 minutes till power hour, or till power hour, till Euro close. Baidu's on the high. If we cut, it's hyperinflation. If we keep going, hyperdeflation. No, I think it's the reverse. I think if they cut rates, deflation is coming. Deflation is coming. Deflation is coming. So, but I'm genuinely concerned if Powell pauses. That balance sheet does not help assuage my concerns. But it's definitely, that's not good. That, like I'm telling you, the minute, if Powell just unwinds this last year, which brought the market down as much as it did, it was like, what, 18%? And we dropped that much, and we did this whole effort, and you mean to tell me in 1 week, it's been 7 days, 7 full freaking business days, you know what I'm saying? Like, 5 business days. And you mean to tell me he is going to unwind all of that? That just tells you there is genuinely a very, very big problem there. Sucks, but we need deflation. Yeah, to a degree, but it just depends. That's the part about deflation is that it's easy to, just like inflation, it could get out of hand. So we'll see. You got to stop. I'm about to pass out. Why? Are you okay? You should drink water. The problem's liquidity. I wish I could even say what the problem is. I think the bigger problem will just be potential deflation, but that is its own little Frankenstein in and of itself. If he pauses, I mean, I would play the bonds for sure. Because I'm very negative. Am I? I'm not. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm trying to say what could potentially happen here. That's it. You know, I'm just speaking of what I'm concerned about. But like I've been saying on every video, I'm not like worried about. I don't even think this is a real bank run just yet. And what I mean by that is that I need Powell to confirm, and that's why if Powell unwinds all of this and confirms that, then we'll know for sure, you know, what's going on. But I'm not, you know, I'm definitely not on the full-blown, oh, my God, it's like I'm not buying water just yet. Yeah, I already have a lot of water, but you know what I'm saying? Rally started. Coinbase is running into the high. Baidu, Apple starting to tick up. You've held, again, 3900, 3901. That's the low. You have water? No, I order it recurring now. So every time I run out of a pallet, I get a new pallet. So I've been rocking with the pallets, bro. So I got water. I'm ready to go. I do not have a carbo yet. No, not yet. Tether is safer than bonds. Or is that Loopy? That's not the real Loopy. Real Loopy doesn't trust any asset. What did you do to Loopy? That's not Loopy. Somebody got a hold of Loopy. That's definitely not him. He just said Tether is safer than bonds. I'm kind of concerned. You know, Tether is backed by treasury bonds. So, like, technically speaking, even Tether probably has a ton of unrealized bond losses. Why people are scared of deflation. People don't want lower prices. It's good for a little bit, but when you have deflation, the problem is if prices go down and everything stays fixed, one, your debt will kill you. So if all the prices go down and your debt level stays high, it costs you now more money to pay off your debt. Your debt will crush you even more. And then if your wages don't go up or your wages go lower, and then now prices go down, assets go down, pretty much it kills lending, and it makes it where it hurts economic activity, and a lot of people would be underwater on a lot of things really, really quick. There's some instances where it's good, but yeah, exactly. Deflation is not the same as disinflation, even though they're kind of similar, and I feel like that's kind of a modern way where they've confused us with semantics, but for the most part, it's not like deflation is not just inflation coming down. It means a very, very strong dollar and prices getting pushed down all across the board. Webull only gives you one strike if you break the day trader rule. Second strike, you're kicked off the platform. That's not bad. Not bad. They could throw you into a labor camp, I'm sure, but that's good. Yeah, Webull, just be careful. Maybe I'm dumb. I know deflation is bad, but why exactly is it bad? Supply chain issues from stronger dollar and lower prices. I'll give you the easiest example to understand why deflation is bad. And it comes down to loans. That's it. So let's say you borrowed $1 million in United States dollars today, right? And then 2 months from now, there's deflation and the price of everything goes down and the dollar is now a lot stronger. So now, if price of everything goes down, Wade, you can't get the same amount for your stocks, can't get the same amount for your house, can't get the same amount for even wages and working. So now that $1 million loan you took out, you actually owe way more than $1 million because now it's going to be harder to get your hands on dollars. Because if the dollar strengthens tremendously, that usually means less supply. Less supply would mean less liquidity. And then at that point, it's going to be way harder to get your hands on dollars. So now you're going to spend a lot more money to pay back your debt. So anybody who has debt, if you have a lot of debt and then there's deflation, you get clapped. Exactly. It would destroy real estate. Why? Because all of those loans on those houses, the prices would come down. So now it takes you less dollars to get the same house. But if you borrowed $1 million on it and now it's only worth $700,000, well, there you go. You just lost $250,000. And then if there's deflation, chances are your job will pay you less or you'll make less money from selling and doing other things. Yes, destroy real estate. Okay, that's all you guys got out of that. They're like, fuck yeah. Now you're talking. Bring it up. No. Trust me. It's not. It goes beyond real. I'm trying to simplify it. Trust me. Deflation is terrifying. I hate deflation, man. I hate deflation. Trust me. It's not only because of real estate. It means you'll get paid less too. It means a lot of things, man. It means a lot of things. Overstock is running. Deflation is good for poor people who work minimum wage jobs, not for rich people. Unfortunately, no. Like inflation benefits those who have access to money at first, but deflation is a equal destroyer. But if you're already vulnerable, deflation doesn't help. Again, if you have debt, it becomes harder to get out of debt. So if you are lower income and you have credit card debt and that is already unmanageable, deflation is going to make it that much harder. And then it's going to make it much harder for employment. getting a job. Even then, you might get cheaper rent, but will you be able to get paid enough now where that actually makes sense? The happy medium is this: you don't have inflation or deflation. You have economic activity with a decent amount of risk to make sure things don't go too crazy, but then also not enough risk where, you know, there's no point to even investing or producing. Rates will drop with deflation because they'll want to spur the currency and spur demand. So you should see it. I have a video from 2018, and it's called How to Predict the Financial Crisis. And I talk about the yield curve. I talked about this was, 5 years ago? 6 years ago? And I talk about it. My biggest fear is deflation. My theory over the last 5 years is that the word recession is misinterpreted. I think people don't understand what recession really means. Why? Because the word recession wasn't really even used until 2008. Up until 2008, you would barely hear about recession, and then that became a buzzword from 2008 after the great financial crisis. But the way I look at it is that recession is not it's not the sickness, it is the symptom. So people say, what's wrong with the economy? They'll say, oh, we're in a recession. Oh, we're in a recession. That's literally like saying, oh, oh, I'm sick. They're like, okay, well, what do you have? You're like, oh, I have stuffy nose, or I have chills. You're like, no. Why do you have chills? Do you have the flu? Do you have a cold? Is it COVID? Like, you know what I'm saying? So that's where I view recession. I think recession is a symptom, but it's not a cause. And I think the word recession, if you replace the word recession with deflation, you would get the same definition. So if you go and see, go read about 2008, and anytime you hear 2008 and they say, oh, this was caused by recession, if you replace that word with deflation, the same thing would hold true. They say prices went down, commodities did this, housing, all because of a recession. It was all because of deflation. And that's the same thing. 2008 was about deflation. So that's my theory. But for the last couple of years, my biggest fear is actually deflation. Inflation is easy. As you can see, it gets confusing towards the later half of it, but inflation is borderline simple comparatively, whereas deflation actually just kills. So yeah. A recession is euphemism for depression, which is euphemism for panic. How are we going to have deflation when we can't produce enough? We have huge deficits that can't let the money supply shrink. China will take over. We'll see. But just at any level, if we do get deflationary, economy slows down, if the right circumstances arrive for deflation, if it arrives, it's going to arrive for a little bit. And it's very, if you thought inflation was insidious, deflation it's a wrecking ball. It's the dollar wrecking ball, but then it no longer just benefits Americans. It actually starts to hurt Americans, and it starts to just hurt everybody. Yeah, look at Japan, 100%. That's the next step. I'm telling you what I don't think it's even too wild to think of deflation, because that's what happened with Japan. So do you guys realize that's why we made all of the Japanese yen plays this last year? Because look at what happened to Japan. Bro, this is a 50-year chart. So their currency was really weak at one point. They had a lot of money out there. They had economic growth. Like 1970 to like the 80s and 90s of Japan was like, it was fire. It was dope. It was like, again, they were one of the smallest nations, but they had bigger economic output than the United States at one point. Again, this was a hub. And look at this. This chart going down means the currency strengthens. So after it was like mid-80s, the halfway through the lost generation leading into everything, that's when they started to deflate. And then they had deflation, and they never returned from it. That's why I was telling you, again, at the beginning, we made the first yen play. It was like, what, beginning of 2022? Remember, I was telling you it was like above here because I said, wait a minute. If the yen finally weakens, that's wild. That shouldn't happen. But sure enough, it weakened, and now it's still fighting its deflationary pressures. But remember, Japan has been our test subject for a while now. Most likely, we will probably do what Japan does, is what a lot of people assume. And they have been the first test of quantitative easing in monetary policy or monomonetary theory. But they suffered an extreme bout of deflation after an extreme boom-bust cycle from being one of the biggest producers to now, just things changing, and then deflation murdered them. That's the simple story. It allowed the people of Japan to be able to afford the basics of life, like shelter. Kind of. The quality of life in Japan changed. Suicide rates over the last 20, 30 years have been always on the rise. The amount of population has dropped. The amount of marriages, there's a lot of things in Japan that they have cheap property because of deflation, but they don't really have, it's not necessarily, a lot of people want to leave Japan. But it's still a cool place. It's still a cool place, not to knock them, but it's definitely very different. Okay, an American anime. I need to watch some anime. I think I'm going to try to get my girl to watch One Punch Man this weekend. We'll see. Finland to continue supporting Sweden NATO entry. Yeah, European close in 7 minutes. They said the Toyota Hilux and GTR were made during the deflationary 90s for Japan. Maybe better cars will be made in the future. I like the positivity. Never been a fan of anime. Watch One Punch Man. I used to hate anime. I used to think if you watched anime, I had anime arrogance because I was like, dude, I thought if you watched anime, you were the weirdest person ever. You were the weirdest human being alive. I was like, what's wrong? Especially if you were like an adult male and you were watching anime. I was like, dude, you got something wrong with you, dog. It's okay. I'm here for you. And then I watched One Punch Man. And I was like, it was a standing ovation. And I was like, dude, I get it now. I was like, that is a good story. That was a good plot. It was entertaining. I was with it, man. I was with it. Why fear deflation? All they have to do is print out and hand out trillions. So that's, oh shit. Damn it, I closed my other screen. But you don't have to worry. That's not always going to work. Eventually, printing money will stop working because that's what happened in Japan. So that's why, I just showed you that Japan chart there, what you should, do you think they didn't stimulate? So actually, if anybody stimulated as much as the United States, it would be Japan. Maybe, China, obviously, but maybe number 3 would be Japan. So during that whole 25, 50-year period, they were stimulating this whole time. So that's why it necessarily, if deflation gets too deep and entrenched and it changes psychology like it did in Japan, because after the first crash in Japan and after the first bout of deflation, it created a mentality of saving money. From that point on, nobody, for the next 20, 30 years, people started putting money in mattresses. That's why the currency would get stronger and stronger. Even if they pumped and threw billions of dollars, nobody would spend money because they were terrified. And then they would keep the money supply would never go up, even though they would print. And then people were afraid to literally make families. People changed their whole attitude towards life, and that's why they called it a lost generation. So like you could see, this was the process. So they were the only people in the modern era. Like, you got to realize in the, like, where was it? Like from the 90s, pretty much. From the 90s, especially for 2000 till recently, they were the lowest bond rates in the world. Like, they were just like us. They went from 4% to 6 to back down to 4. This is in 89. And then they went up to 7.3, but then they cut rates, and then they finally, that whole time, they were cutting rates. They cut rates from 7% all the way down to 0.75 in 2003. This was before anybody in the world had a fucking idea to lower interest rates and pump money. They were the first ones to do it. So literally, 1994, these guys they've cut to 3%. By 1998, they're at 1.4. And this is a big economy. They definitely changed size, but hopefully you see what I'm saying there. So the whole point was it never worked. So after your first deflation, that's it. And that's where people, like, we could be headed there if you really think about it. Even in 07, they had the 2% interest rates, and then they finally broke. They were one of the first places to go negative alongside Germany on their bond rates. And then now, that's why it's kind of coming back up, but we'll see. But yeah, so that wouldn't necessarily be the solution. But yeah, watch One Punch Man though, like I was saying. If you're an anime hater, that changed my mind about anime. How do you position for deflation? Go long cash and wipe your debts? For the most part, but here's the thing. You don't need to do it now. Like, again, I mean, I feel great that I could accurately tell you that we had a month, you had 1 to 4 months of me warning you about what inflation was going to do after it confirmed. So remember, I made a video in April, and it was titled, Get Rich Off of Inflation, April 2020. And I had a whole stack of money there, and I showed you this. I said, watch what's going to happen here. And even then, I gave you updates throughout. So what I'm telling you, and this is my mentality, that's why I'm not like, do I think what's going on is big? Yes. Am I freaking out? Not at all. I don't give a shit. Why? Because I need to confirm it. But the minute we have it confirmed, then we will begin to prepare. But right now, you should be generally prepared with whatever you're dealing with in the market now. Like, you should already have cash. You should have your savings. You should have a long term as well too. But the idea would be, once we do get it confirmed, then you'll be able to go from there. And what you said would work. Having cash, wiping debts, then you'll be in a very good position. Really just eliminating debt. What happens to TLT in deflation? TLT would skyrocket because they would try to cut rates to spur inflation and stop the deflation. That's why I'm telling you, hopefully you understand what I'm saying now. If Powell pauses or cuts, we have a big problem, because then that means the deflation monster is knocking at the door, and Powell is going to try to get ahead of it. You can't trade NQ. It's because you're The contracts rolled over today. So you probably got stuck in the other one until it settles. You have to be trading NQM23. Saitama the GOAT. Amen. Bro, Coinbase, they just hate me. 10%? Why would you do that to me, Coinbase? That's so hardcore. Well, I guess crypto is up. Why does Buffett keep buying oil? Because commodities will benefit if they do try to cut rates. Bank of America popping. Even the SPY. Wall is starting to go up. Apple's catching a candle. Yeah, I think the big four are popping. We're kind of switching gears here. And bonds have been low-key dying now. Bonds are back up to where we were at. SPY's matched up exactly the same, though. So bonds are at the same place the SPY was at earlier. This is VWAP, and it is Euro close right now on these green candles. 39.30. So this is where I said when we were down here. So watch 39.30 if that could open up the door to the 200-day. Otherwise, if you fail there, it could get ugly again. But you don't neutralize today's downtrend until you get to like 39.40, 39.45. They don't know their screwing ability to make money in the market. It's high volatility right now. I think the plan, everyone's getting punched in the face as long as there's not an update. So when there's no news, they're using that opportunity to swing everything. It's really testing your resolve to go after plays, and then once any news hits, good or bad, it's gonna rocket you up. It's just like the beginning of last year. Beginning of last year, we saw the same thing. It was the same exact setup there, where you had that high volatility based off of everything going on. And then it just like remember last year, you had 60% of the trading days. 60% of the trading days were red last year. However, that 40% of green days were double the size of any of the red. So that's kind of how you got to really factor this market, is that you could go down more days than not, but when you do go up, it's going to be massive. And that's how everything is. So it's like, even then, we're going to have a massive rally. If there is news, it's going to bring you down consistently, not as fast. And then one good update, you're going to go up triple what you went down. And then the next day, bad news, it'll come right back down. So, yeah, that's honestly a little bit of yesterday for you, low key. You see, because you're slowly working your way down, but in one day, you're quickly recovering 4 days of losses. And then another slow down, and then one day up. I'm scaring you. What did you guys wake up and eat for breakfast this morning? Huh? Did you guys eat baby back bitch flakes? What happened? Why is everyone getting so scared today? You guys are not supposed to be scared. You are supposed to be educating yourself and being prepared, and it's the weekend. Nobody should be scared. Why is everybody? What just happened? Everyone's like, you scaring me right now. This is very scary. Why are you being so negative, Josh? Why you say, no, it's relax. I hope none of this is meant to scare you. I hope you know I have zero fear towards any of this. I really genuinely, I hope everybody gets prepared. I hope everybody, and I don't mean that in a sense of go buy gold. I mean, like, for real, just like, listen to what's being said. Hopefully it could expose you to some economic concepts. Understand it a little bit, and don't let it knock you off balance, and use this to make better decisions. That's really all it's going to come down to. Like, even understanding the volatility, I really do help. I hope this could help you position accordingly. Even what I'm learning, even on my Coinbase, it's like position small in these moments, and just understand before you make the judgment on something. there's going to be a lot of back and forth, and it's going to be harder to confirm what's actually hitting or not because every other day it's going to be flip-flopping. So yeah, we good. I hope you guys are good. I think this all started from the balance. It might have. Everybody just started. I've never had that many people tell me, they're like, "You're scaring me today. You're freaking me out. Why are you being so negative?" I'm like, dude, we are just talking about financing right now. Like, all we've talked about is how the government is or how the Fed is somehow financing all of this. What makes sense with it? We talked a little bit about Japan, the difference of inflation and deflation and disinflation. We're fine, man. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. Have faith. When there's no volatility, people pray for volatility. When there's volatility, people pray for no volatility. Which one's better, ChatGPT 4 or Chat? I don't know. Honestly, I haven't used ChatGPT in like a month, ever since the stocks came down. I don't know. I feel like the ChatGPT hype is like, it's still up there, but I don't know. I don't hear about ChatGPT every day now. Display the Dow Jones. He's been getting murdered. Chat GPT reminds me of NFTs. I could see that, but like, hands down, I've used Chat GPT more than an NFT. So sad. NFTs were just NFTs too. I don't know. They took the world by storm. But on that note, I am gonna go to OpenSea right now and check because I have to. I think it's hilarious, bro, that NFTs have done better than like banks. It's kind of mind blowing to me. Yeah, I still got Saki. I should have sold it right when she left. That was the greatest signal ever, and I didn't take it. Yeah, it's still up. It's weird. I like it. I was there once too. Josh helping people learn to fish. Good job. Amen. Amen. You got it. I think so. I think some of y'all, hopefully one day, man, you spend enough time in the chat, this shit won't ever freak you out. And you're going to be excited. You're going to realize that you actually understand some of the things going on, and that knowledge will it'll help you make some good decisions. And even in the future, you don't need to even anticipate if you could even accurately understand what's going on. I mean, you'll be able to protect yourself. So don't even trip. A deal on crude. I think it's just broader economic worries here. I mean, I have another theory with oil, because even on the first day of the banks, oil started going down, and just there's a lot of banks and there's a lot of bad energy loans. So before, in like 2019, 2018, energy was not doing good, and there was a lot of financial risk towards energy loans. So maybe that's why. Otherwise, people could be worried about demand destruction and more recessionary fears that could be affecting energy. But there is really what I'm trying to tell you is don't overlook that there is a big part of energy in banking. So there is a lot of energy loans in banking, and there could be some exposure there. But that I don't know. It could also just be recession fears, demand destruction. Holy shit. Welcome to the Chad. That's his name. Raul. That was a nice rally there for Euro close, but then we came right back down. You literally rallied for 2 minutes, Euro close, and now you're right back to where Euro close began. Overstock still? Why has this thing been up 4.5 today? S&P, Eli Lilly, A+ rating affirmed. What time is it? 9:40 again. 10 minutes ago, a couple sets of options expired, and you already had the 9:30 expiration. We're right against the trend line. If we break, the market will play in the recession. Could. Everything is just... Today is a very important day because, especially after kind of the fear coming back from yesterday, alleviating it, we want to see, even this weekend, does anybody else go bust? But like I'm telling you, Powell is... if everything's at a trend line, everything's at a level, the dollar, the bonds are at a breakout point, everything is right where it needs to be if there's going to be something big or not. And then it could also unwind very quickly, but it just depends on, do we get another bank failure between now and Powell? And then what does Powell do? And then that's it. Because if Powell gives the right set of words, all of that stuff will break out. If not, everything will come back. That's why I'm telling you, Powell has a weird job right now. Because now Powell has a brand new thing to deal with, nothing to do with inflation, all about tightening in a financial situation. And then on top of it, as we've come to find out, the balance sheet of the Fed is going up, which has not been communicated at all by Jerome Powell over the last 12 months. Not that shouldn't have happened. So it's whatever Powell does decide to do from here has a lot of big implications. So that's why it's just like everything's probably going to look like that till Wednesday, or if something gets dramatically good or bad before then. Oh, I got one for you. I got a funny story over last weekend. It's my boy told me about this yesterday. Are you ready? You guys want? It's a real life story. It's a real life story. I'm not going to charge you the likes, but if you have them, you could support an Egyptian boy on YouTube in need. There's Egyptian boys out there who are on YouTube streaming right now, and they could use your like. And your like can go to one of those young Egyptian boys, and you could help out a young Egyptian in need of likes. So I don't know if that's what you're into, but, your like can make a difference today. So by liking the video, you can help support your local young Egyptian on YouTube. Thank you. We appreciate it. Again, you could become eligible for a license plate holder. with your support and continued support. Okay, can we cue the clips of the? Do you have any pictures of the sad Egyptian at the computer? No. Okay, we don't have the clips right now, but still. Okay, it's fine. Instructions unclear. Sponsoring Egyptian boy. Why does this happen? Oh, God bless you, Tim. And no step. God bless you, man. That sounds borderline pedo. That's because you're borderline pedo. You see what I'm saying? Because you're the only one who said that. So I don't know what you're going through. I don't know what you think about. But it's okay. We still love you and accept you. But just like the video, okay? Just like the video next time. It's okay. Maybe I'll just, I don't know. Anyways. So, do any of you guys know about something called Expo West? It's really cool. I've been one year. I went with one of the companies that I had a stake in. It's like a natural foods expo. It's like the most California Whole Foods hippie shit ever. Has anybody ever heard of it? It's in Anaheim. It's called Expo West. It's really cool. I had a lot of fun there. I think last time I went, bro, I got, what's her name? This was like years ago. I got Miss Finland's phone number. Because I was like, yeah, don't tell my girlfriend. She's probably listening. She'd be like, who? Anyways, I went there years ago. It's super cool. They have a bunch of like foods and new like drink products and like this and that. It's wild, right? It's a really big event. It's super expensive. Apparently it's now like $1,000 a ticket to go there, which I don't know. I'm like, damn, that's crazy. But anyways, here's what happened. Last week there was Expo West and my friend was there, and guess what he told me? There was a company at Expo West, and they were backed by SVB. So over the weekend, last weekend, when they went bust, this whole company was out at Expo West, and all of their credit cards stopped working. They couldn't pay for their hotel room. They couldn't even go out to eat. All of their business lines were cut. So I was like, are you serious? He was like, oh yeah. He was like, this was the biggest talk of Expo West. But pretty much one of their little tech food companies got clapped over the weekend last week. Yeah, I was tripping. I was like, damn, that's some like, I feel like that's a way for it to hit Main Street in a different way. I didn't know that. I was like, wow. That was a very, very close story. Or I was one step removed. So there was real life tangible impact from SVB instantly last week. Yeah, Credit Suisse is still pretty low, but it hasn't gone any lower than before. I'd watch EUFN, though. Those other banks are doing good in Europe. Vodafone. I'm a perma bear, but rally those regionals. American Tower, they're good. I think they pay a very small dividend, but American Tower is actually pretty good. How long were they able to access? I think they found out immediately. So I remember Friday morning, the bank was taken over by the FDIC. So pretty much Friday morning, all of their stuff stopped working. Why is Meta down? I think because it ran up so much. It's like half of the names that were green yesterday, except like Google went down. Like even Netflix is down 3% almost, and they were the leader. So they're kind of just taking turns. The market panic that prompted central bankers to hand Credit Suisse a lifeline came as CDSs soared to levels that collapsed Lehman. So pretty much the price of the credit default swaps on Credit Suisse were the same. Is it worth investing in El Cajon property? I mean, anywhere I love San Diego. I think you have one of the best property markets, but it just all depends on what price you're going to pay for it. I mean, now I think a good investment's a good investment, but what makes it good or not at this level is obviously the intrinsic value and traits of said investment, but also the price that you're paying for it. So as long as you're not overpaying for El Cajon, I think you'll be good. Kelly Terry. Oh, what's up? Level up. On the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. As traders processed a $30 billion buyout, they quickly began to question it. No, it's good. It's good. They're all going to get the money. I think it's really good. It's really good. Hi, I'm Bill Ackman. I like to tweet a bunch of weird shit. Just wanted to let you know you should sell everything. They were confused. They were lost. Find out on the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. Featuring Jerome Powell next week on Wednesday. Can you check the bubbles? We can. We can. Let's see. Wait. Young Kramer. I mean, Kramer just said if you short the NASDAQ, something about going to your funeral, which is weird because, like, if I died and Kramer showed up at my funeral, I feel like a lot of people would be confused. Like, you know what I'm saying? So right now you have 390 puts are the biggest, 394s, 400 called. Nothing's going to happen. Look at this. They're all, everything's within 5% out of the money or in. Dude, this is not. This chart is way too up and down. Like, what? Like, dude, this is all like, I don't know. This is actually the most straight line I've seen. I would really look at April. This is what matters because this, look at. Oh, wow. These are your options. These are the options that matter because after this expiration, once all the, actually, people still have a lot of these further out. But right now, today's expiration is just everything's just within 2.5 to 5%. ECB considering 50 in May. Yeah, they don't want to stop. I mean, they did it yesterday. They could have showed panic yesterday, but they didn't. They said raise that shit. You're going back to bed. It's already 10. I mean, you've already made it through most of the day. Honestly, my day's going a little early. I don't want to. I'll tell you guys, just don't get mad at me because usually I share with you. And, like, I let you know. But, like, bro, I already had a seaweed this morning. So, like, I've already had a protein shake. I've had a seaweed. So, it's already 10. So, the good news is, like, you know, if you've already made it through, we're almost done with the day. But, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. You hitting the bench? I have been. I have been. Not as much, though. Like, I only just do, like, 185. Like, 225, just 2 plates be hurting me, bro. It's weird. Like, my wrist, and then, like, that's it. I've been doing 185 for a long time now. But I'm getting, like, weirdly bigger, and then I had that little cut session. I don't know. I feel strong, though. I feel really, like, I don't know. I feel in good shape though. I'm really excited about it. I just feel stronger. I don't know how to describe it. It's like I feel like I've even been doing legs and like I just feel stronger. So that's been the good part, but I haven't been lifting more. It's really wild. I do need to wrap the wrist. That could help. Coin says just no way to register with SEC compliance. Weight vest, push-ups been clutch. Yeah, I like bench though. Nothing does it like bench, man. Bench is like great. Like OG Jack, nah, man, nothing will ever top that. OG Jack 3D, bro. Like, dude, I was like 16 years old hitting that shit. Like, nothing will ever top that. That thing, and I was like, woo, it's good, man. You've been eating better a little bit. I've definitely had way less McDonald's this year than every other year. So that's a good start. I've had some Chick-fil-A though. Can't lie on the Chick-fil-A. You got a six-pack? Kind of. Like, he's there. You could see him depending on the light or the angle. You know, my girlfriend tell me I have a six-pack. That, you know what I'm saying? But I think she's lying. And then I start to doubt her. And then I'm like, why would you lie to me about something so obvious? And I'm like, hold on, you maybe are a spy. You honeypot. This made no sense. But yeah, I don't really do abs, bro. My core is weak. That's the next part. Once I get my legs intact, then we go to core, and then we'll be good. At first she wanted me to stop working out, like, because when you start going out with the girl, like, that all of your gains go out the window. Literally, I hate it. So, like, my gains did go out, and I used that opportunity to cut. But then she even realized it. She was like, if I don't go to the gym, I'm a shitty person to be around. So now she actually tells me to go to the gym. So it's good. It's good. She starts to go to the gym now, too, actually. She's actually came with me a couple of times. That's it. Ever since I told you about the story of the girl in the gym twerking next to me, she's been coming to the gym with me. I don't know why. I'm like, maybe she's just trying to get into it. I said, that's fine with me. Fine with me. Told FDIC bidding for SVB has begun today. He's gone through the weekend. It was supposed to start last Sunday. Is my girl out of my league, or is she out of your league? Well, I'm a complete narcissist, so I think everybody's out of my league, but the reality is she's I'm way out of her league, bro. Are you kidding me? I'm a weirdo. I don't think you realize that. Some of you do if you've listened to me enough, but like I'm blessed. You know what I'm saying? Like, God is good. I don't know how he's allowed me this ability to be able to pull like that, but you know, I'm gonna accept it humbly. And yeah, that's it. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't even know how it happened. That's why I'm saying I think she's a spy, which makes a lot of sense. I like to bet you probably do pretty well. I don't know. I just like, even now, man, you should see. Have you ever seen like a buff, pale lizard? I really want to do a face reveal to you so you could see it. Because that's kind of what I look like. I look like a mutant Ninja Turtle mixed with like Godzilla Jr., but then I'm pale. But I shouldn't be pale. And then I got a weird like half afro, with like an afro on the sides and then like thinning in the middle. And then I wear glasses now too. And then like I just try to like avoid eye contact with people. So like I don't know, man. It's cool though. I've fell into my like I like it. I'm very comfortable with it. Getting old. Nah, man. It's cool, man. Your voice makes sense now. Do I sound like a buff lizard? Have you ever spoken to a buff lizard? Wait a minute. Hold on. Why are you doxing yourself? Dude, I don't care. Somebody just came to my house and ripped out my power fucking supply. At this point, man, it can't get much worse. So I'm chill, bro. And like I said, if that's what you're going to do, I mean, at least pull up and say hello. Like, you know what I'm saying? Super simple. Super simple. You know, you could buy Portuguese citizenship for $200,000. Bro, you could buy American citizenship for $500,000. I forgot. It's called a VB visa or something like that, or VB20 something. I'm just making up letters now that sound like R2D2. But you could do that in almost any country. Almost every country has a program where if you make certain strategic investments with certain EB5, there it is, EB5. No, EB5. But if you make certain investments of a certain amount, you can you qualify for citizenship in that company or the country. It really went for your power, yeah. It wasn't even like a hater. It was like a crackhead. Like it wasn't. That's what I'm saying. I was worried at first. It was like a hater. I was like, but then I got really excited because I'm like, dude, they tracked me down to just to give me an inconvenience with my power. Like that's chill. But then we just found out it was a crackhead. That's it. This guy is literally going around the neighborhood, stealing circuit breakers and selling them. I did not know that was a business. I don't know if he saw a TikTok or whatever, if it's like a new side hustle, but the dude is hitting it. And that's what he was doing. I got a lock on it. Everything's there. Bro, it's wild. I didn't know people do that. It's called a EDP. I didn't know. I never thought anybody would do that. It's like the house version of catalytic converter theft. Yeah. Dude, I was like, who does that though? I'm like, bro, you really must need crack. Because that is like crazy. He had to be familiar with the properties. I'm sure he just fell into it, man. Like, I'm telling you, I swear like he just did it once. I don't know. I've thought about this for a long time. I've been trying to figure this out. But I swear, I was like, maybe he just like, he did it once and was like, I could do this. And then he did the math and he was like, if I get $50, $100 for every one, and then that's it. And then that's, somebody put him on. Yeah, somebody put him on game. Bro, at 7:13 a.m. That's the crazy part. Be careful. That's just like being watched. That's fine. You can watch me. That's great. Like, believe me, it was a relief. Because like even like the thoughts in my head that want to be like paranoid and are like, oh my gosh, somebody went to your house. Somebody's watching you. Yibbity bobbity boo. It's like, no, man, because they should have just killed me. At that point, that was their moment. Like, they had me, bro. They had me that day. That's it. That's why Oh man, I feel grateful. I feel like I have a new lease on life. So it's great. It's great. This man corners the black market circuit breaker in the one simple trick. You seen the bit about crackheads getting tasked with quests? No. It's pretty much what it was. It was a hard day. It was a weird day, man. It messed up my whole schedule. Josh is going to be strapped every minute from here on out. It was a good reminder. It was a good reminder. But, like, I'm just telling you, like, in that moment, I was just so, like, I was in a whole nother world, bro. I was showing you guys a TikTok. Like, I was in a world of my own, man. I was in a world of my own. I thought it was tinfoil. I was like, this has to be a big bank. And then I saw the video of a guy in a Kia pulling up into my driveway, running in and out with a fucking circuit breaker. I'm like, this guy is motivated. I wish he just knocked on my door, though. Sounds like an inside job. The neighbors were collateral. No, my neighbors loved it. All the neighbors got together, bro. They had like an investigation squad. I was like, damn, I was like, I'm the only person in that neighborhood who don't give a shit. But they were, bro, my neighbors got this shit on lock, bro. I have all of their camera feeds, bro. They were writing down license plates too. And like, I was like, damn, son. I was like, all right, y'all really care about this neighborhood, bro. Like, y'all really, I'm sorry. I apologize. I was like, I've not been as involved. Mm-hmm. ICC, yeah, that was earlier. That was like first news in the morning. You experienced the circuit breaker halt firsthand. Having neighbors make you feel safe as fire. Yeah, there's one. I found out the one guy, he's like not my neighbor, but he lives like down the street. But this guy's fully in the FBI. So I was like, okay, that's chill. And he was like, I'm not an agent. He just does stuff in the office. I was like, that's cool. But no, these guys, like, it's the moms. It's the moms in the neighborhood. What's her name? Her name's like Karen or something. I swear her name's Karen, no lie. But she had a whole document for me. She was already documenting everything. Sounds like what a special agent would say. All right, man. I could tell by the level of ranting we've had, we have not moved. So from 7:30 to right here at 10, you've stayed between 39.24 and like 39.06. The extreme is 39.02 and then 39.32. You do great work. Well, thank you, my friend. I hope you're having fun today. Happy Friday. And honestly, we were waiting on it. At this point, we're waiting for any final bank update. But they have been knocked here. Ford, honestly, I kind of like this price. I think a little lower, but they still have a ton of gains. Maybe like, what, $5 on Ford, sadly. Best channel to stream all day at work. Amen, man. And you're getting in the work, bro. That's beautiful. MO, I would like it. I think 42 or 43 would be the ideal price. I kind of want it now. I'm not going to lie. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I'm getting too antsy. But like, I want to buy MO. I want to sell out a bill and just buy and just get my dividends, and then that's it. But then it's like, because if you miss it in the next 2 weeks, we only get 3 dividend payments on the year instead of 4. But then again, I really think we could get it 10% lower. So that'd be like $1,000 difference if I put in big money onto it. Hey, you're stocking beer? Let's go. You believe in efficient market hypothesis? Kind of. I mean, to a degree. I believe in rationality. I believe people are rational, but I mean, over the last couple of years, I've seen behavior that seemed irrational, but then you can make it sound rational, but then overall it is irrational. Mainly buy-side imbalance. I could do half and half. But I don't like half and half for some reason. Because I feel like it just gives you a weird average. I'd rather just wait till it really dumps so I could pick up at 43, or we just buy it now, guarantee the dividend. Josh, the reason I have YouTube Premium. Well, that's good, man. Tell that to Google. Google might start liking me now. I can't believe they unbanned Trump. Bro, I got a channel strike for playing a video of Trump. Dude, I don't think y'all realize that's a big deal. That's a very big deal. Again, I don't know if you remember, last year, I got a strike on this channel for playing a news clip of Donald Trump talking. They banned me. So that's a pretty big deal that they are going to allow Donald Trump to post videos on YouTube once again. Hey, I'm excited. That's a great yeah, that's like a great, I don't really care about Trump like that. I'm just seeing in the name of like censorship and like getting clapped on stupid shit. That is definitely a sigh of relief. So that's cool. So I'm glad I stuck with YouTube if they keep going in that direction. Or AKA just YouTube needs money now. So now they can't act the same way. What changed? I think YouTube just needs money. Like, legitimately, I got a channel strike for misinformation, and I went back and they tagged the clip, and it was just me playing a Donald Trump speech because we were listening. I think it was one of his first speeches after, like, not being president, or he did, like, a rally, and I even appealed it, and I was like, dude, I didn't even say anything. I was playing a clip that was played from Fox News. Like, what are you doing? And then they said, nope. And then they banned my channel for a week and said if it happens again, you're permanently banned. And I was like, what? That's crazy. And now they're like, yeah, Donald Trump could come back to YouTube. That's crazy. You're telling me, bro. I was shocked. I was shocked. You still play that clip and get banned? I mean, I wouldn't try it. Like, that's the thing is, like, sadly, I mean, it's just like I care about this community. Like, you see what it's like yesterday, 2 days ago, it gets shut down, bro. Both of us have no idea what to do. Like, you guys don't get to listen. I don't even know what the hell I'm doing. I'm like sitting there at 9 a.m. I'm like, this is so weird. So it's like, I genuinely try not to, bother people. And like, I try to follow the rules. I mean, I do make a very good effort of it, but at the same time, I mean, it's not like, we talk about a lot of things. I try to give you information. I try to make sure it's there. So it's like, I don't really try to like test the limits. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I wouldn't probably play that video again because it's not worth it. But at the same time, it's like, I hope if there is a positive shift where, like, like if you've been here, you know what it's like, I'm here to give you information. I will literally, we were talking SVB before anybody was even talking about it. It's like, even same thing with inflation, same thing with COVID and all this other stuff. It, like, again, I got demonetized for COVID, telling you to buy TLT and SPY puts in February. But it's like, as long as we could get the information out there and keep our community, that's all I really care about. And like, we have methods, even if it didn't, if I do get clapped on there, but it's like, I think Google has provided us with a lot, and I'd like to work with them on it. And it's just like, as long as we got what we could do and we're able to talk, I don't want it to be all tinfoil. It's just straight up. It's like, there is real information. There's real stuff we could talk about. It just sucked for a little bit when you were getting like, dude, I was walking on eggshells for a long ass time. I don't think you realize it. Like, I'm telling you, I was getting, dude, from 2021 till today now, I hope this makes a change, but like, I got 2 different strikes for like very, very bullshit stuff, I would say, but it's not like, I learned pretty quickly and we don't try to test it, but I'm glad. I hope there's a positive shift because YouTube needs money. But we did it. We made it. I'll never realize how much the stream is part of my routine. Same. Same, bro. That's why I was like, man, well, I don't think we need to go to Rumble now. Bro, that's it. Allowing Trump is a crazy concept. I'm even shocked by it. Like I'm saying, it's like, I've been banned for playing a video of the guy, and now they're allowing him back on. That is a huge shift. I think it makes sense now with all the ads too. That's a huge shift in policy for a company like Google or YouTube. What's wrong with the subject? I love you. You guys are where you got to wean your way off the Chad. Yeah, I guess moderation. Definitely. Too much Chad will definitely, it'll get old. But I've been doing it every day. I could do it every day. I love doing it every day. YouTube.com/the stock market live Monday through Friday. Yeah. The strikes get removed. So like my first strike got removed, and then 2 months later I get in trouble for the Trump thing right when my strike got removed. So I was like, fuck. Oh man. So it was good timing, because if I got the second one or the other one there, then I would have really got clapped. But either way, I think they're going to be more chill now, which is a good sign. Yeah, it's like points on your license. Glad you're running ads, low key, deserve to be paid. It sucks. I liked it with no ads because I don't like you guys seeing all that shit. Like, dude, ads, like, it's crazy, bro. Like, I've sat and watched ads like from like commercials and then I see the ones on, like, I go to my friend's house, I see his videos and I'm like, dude, the ads are awful. But then it's just like, even if I didn't run ads, they would still run the ads. So it was like, all right, there it is. Yeah, stream got you into podcasting. I'd sit, listen to a podcast. I had like 30 minutes a day without someone else's voice in there. I feel you. That's why sometimes too, like, I don't even like, bro, sometimes when I take a shower, like, because I like to listen to stuff, but there's days where I just can't even, like, I need quiet time. It's so weird. It's like, because like I'll either be talking or listening, and then sometimes I just want to just nothing. Twitch still loves. I still love Twitch. Twitch has been pretty chill. They've never banned me for anything. Because of the bubble, you think we'll chill? Nah, I think we'll do nothing, maybe. I think we'll just get one weird pop or drop at the end of the day. Josh helps me stay positive no matter what. Amen, man. That's what it's about. It's a good vibe. And, I mean, we got a pretty solid community. And I think we're used to it now. 'Cause, dude, it was weird. I'm telling you. Tuesday or whatever, the electricity went out. Dude, that was weird. I didn't know how to be a normal human from, like, 9 a.m. to like from like 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. dude. I don't like, life is different. I guess I never realized how long I've been doing this until it like I was abruptly stopped, and then like I had to just like wander around, and like I was just like, and then I barely had any stock quotes or anything. It was just weird. I felt so like I felt different, man, and it wasn't like a good different. It was just like, I don't know how to explain it, man. It was trippy. I was like, this is what it's like? I don't know. It just felt so like, I felt like I had freedom. I felt like I was like, I could go do anything right now. And I was like, maybe I should go do drugs. No, I'm kidding. But no, it was weird. Because I was like, dude, this is not like, I was like, what do people do? Like, it was weird. All right, little pop there. Remember, this is the Euro close. So realistically, we've been at the same spot since Euro closed. Decompressed? Nah. I don't know. I don't know. Well, it's good. Hopefully nobody steals my electric box again. And we'll be good. I've listened to the watch list while showering. That's good. Amen. I usually listen to like preacher sermons, but then sometimes I can't. Some days I just need quiet. I like showering. Showering is very therapeutic. Spies moving up 39.30. So this is a level, I mean, we've called it out from the morning. I think if you get above here, it's just going to be about the test. I need to take more baths. I have taken a couple baths. I think I've taken one this year. Yeah, like, 'cause I got a nice bathtub, but I don't use it. But, like, baths are kind of weird. I don't know. I don't know. I like them if I'm really sore, but I don't know. It's weird. We got some spicy crisp, man. Should we get food on Friday? Baths are chill. Ice bath. I haven't had a bathtub in like 10 years. Yeah, baths are weird. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, shit, can I be honest with you? Don't judge me, but like, yo, I pee in the swimming pool. So like, I'm peeing in that bathtub and then I just start overthinking it sometimes and then I'm out. Do you know what I'm saying? That's why, yeah, I think baths are gross. 100%. 100%. Nah, it's okay. You could judge me. It's okay. At least, you know, I thought we were opening up to each other. I thought you were like, Josh. Oh, Josh, like you were such an important part of my day. Oh, Josh, yeah, like, oh, yeah. I thought we were having a heart to heart here. Oh, now I'm like, yeah, I pee in the pool and in the bathtub, and now y'all act all Hollywood on me, huh? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, nobody pee in the bathtub or the pool, apparently. I'm the only one, huh? Shit. Let's go deeper. I'm going to go one more deeper for you. Are you ready? Oh, man. I can't believe I'm about to tell you this. Are you ready? We have 2,000 likes. That's good. So thank God. I'm not even going to scam you for this one. Very simple. I'll tell you, at one point in my life, I read on the internet. I was very young. And I read on the internet that if you gargle with your piss, it makes your teeth whiter. And yeah, I tried it. I did. I straight gargled piss, my own piss before. It did, because the ammonia, you get whiter. Yeah, Yeah, I did. I tried it. Why not? I said, fuck a Crest White Strip. I got mad pee. What? They said it was scientifically proven. I think it worked. It was a lot of commitment there to like keep doing it. I only did it a couple of times, so you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you could save money. Free whitening. I mean, go look it up. Apparently, piss whitens your teeth. Damn, the chat's blowing up right now. I shouldn't have told you that, huh? Digital footprint? What? I mean, like, Josh is economically savvy and found an effective way to whiten his teeth. I'm not ashamed. There's some things that aren't just worth it. Y'all are spoiled. Yeah, it's the ammonia. It's true. It's not like this is like fake. Does my girlfriend know this? Nah, but she probably listened to that one. Yeah, y'all be like, Josh is weird, man. Josh is weird, and these are the same people y'all just straight. Saki would come up and you'd be like, she's so hot. Some of y'all doing some weird shit right now listening to me, and I'm the weird one. Okay. Well, now it's going to be, it sucks because if I need to go pee now, you are all going to make fun of me, and you're like, I know what Josh is doing. You guys thought I was getting high this whole time. Nah, I was whitening my teeth. Funny plot twist. The tables have turned. Google Trends spike piss mouth whitening. Just here for the info. I'm sorry, we were just having a heart-to-heart. Charles Schwab announces new assets for period. Says they got $16 billion in core assets for the week. Why does that not sound good? How does First Republic have more than Schwab? Schwab's going up on that, though. They're moving. Schwab says they're confident in approach. And then bank turmoil helps $500 billion advance in big tech stocks. Alphabet and Microsoft are set for 12% gains this week. Yeah, somebody look. Yeah, even the Romans did. Look at the Twitch is posting facts now. I knew the Twitch would accept me. The YouTube's like, nah, Josh, way too much information. The Twitch has already given me historical context. They've told me about the Romans. They've told, like, that's it. The Twitch has already gotten deep into it, man. That's beautiful. Yeah, the Twitch is definitely enabling. Dude, this was like years and years ago. Like last year. I don't know what you're talking. No, I'm kidding. This was a long time ago. Yeah, we haven't done anything. No, we moved big in the morning. I mean, we were up 1%. You were barely below the close, and then we moved a lot in that first hour. But remember, it's a big expiration, but we've spent the last 3 hours just straight burning within a 5-point range, if that. Y'all asking way too many questions now. I think y'all should just try it yourself. Shit, stop asking me. Anyways, I need to go whiten my teeth right now. So I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning. Let's close out the rest of Friday. We'll see what happens, but I'll be right back. I will be right back.
Welcome to the B&M Bloomberg and Bloomberg audiences. I'm John Hyland with the First Word News. Vladimir Putin is a wanted man. The International Criminal Court in The Hague has issued an arrest warrant for the Russian president for war crimes related to the alleged abduction of children from Ukraine after his invasion of the country last year. The Kremlin says Russia doesn't recognize the court's jurisdiction and calls the arrest warrant outrageous and unacceptable. Putin is set to meet Chinese President Xi Jinping next week, the highest profile international visitor to Moscow since the start of the war. Turkey and Hungary are both signaling they plan to ratify Finland's entry into NATO. That brings the military alliance a step closer to welcoming its 31st member as the ripples from Russia's invasion spread across the European security landscape. Meanwhile, both countries are delaying decisions on whether they support Sweden on joining NATO. And French President Emmanuel Macron's government is set to face no confidence motions following its decision to push through its pension bill without a vote. AFP reported French opposition parliamentarians filed the motion today. The decision to bypass the lower house of parliament is further angering unions. They're calling for further local action this weekend, followed by another day of nationwide strikes and protest marches next Thursday. Global news, 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Originals. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm John Hyland. This is Bloomberg.
I'm John Olivin. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets.
And I'm Kriti Gupta. Let's dive right into the price action here because, look, there's a lot to digest in the sell-off. It is only accelerating when you look at the equity market here. You are seeing some pretty big moves. Remember, it is quadruple witching day, so liquidity at the market open, at the market close, really creating some massive market moves. The S&P 500 down about 1%, and yields actually down as well. A bid into treasuries ahead of a weekend that is expected to be news headline after news headline. 14 basis point move lower in the 10-year yield, 342 on that note. Also with it taking the dollar. That weakness in the dollar is crucial, down about 0.4%. Really keep an eye on the currency picture Sunday night to see what that bid looks like. And of course, NYMEX crude trading with a 67 handle, John.
All right. Well, just to piece together some of that macro you outlined, we are seeing weakness, obviously, in the oil price. Could be the worst week in nearly a year's time. So energy stocks remain under pressure at this hour. Stocks like Chevron, a Dow component. There is that shift of money towards bullion. Gold has been outperforming, so stocks like Newbond have been on the leaderboard to the tune of 5.5%. We have that rare earnings story that has fueled buying into FedEx, largely because of the cost containments at the shipping giant. But really, many of those issues, to your earlier point, influenced overall by what's happening in the banking subsectors. The S&P Financials Group, the worst performer, and there's a live look at First Republic, Kriti, which is down 25.
First Republic, then Schwab, they're reacting. We're back. The international criminal, Putin. We did label him as a wanted criminal. Yeah, Apple, well, all tech, again, $500 billion of tech has ran up as of late, just in the last week. Again, Microsoft and Netflix are up 12%. Like, what? 38, dude. That's 10 points in 3 minutes. So that was interesting. We were going up into the bathroom break, and then it flipped. And then Schwab even had that update. I've had Altria up here. Apple's not even doing the best today, but Microsoft's insane. NVIDIA. I was going to show you that. Actually, here's like one of the clips from the Yellen thing that people are tripping out. I just was watching it on my phone.
So what is your plan to keep...
Okay, I got to reset it.
So what is your plan to keep large depositors from moving their funds out of community banks into the big banks? We have seen the mergers of banks over the past decade. I'm concerned you're about to accelerate that by encouraging anyone who has a large deposit in a community bank to say, we're not going to make you whole, but if you go to one of our preferred banks, we will make you whole at that point.
Look, I mean, that's certainly not something that we're encouraging.
That is happening right now.
That is happening because depositors are concerned about the bank failures that have happened and whether or not other banks could also
No,
fail.
it's happening
And
because you're fully insured no matter what the amount is. If you're in a big bank, you're not fully insured if you're in a community bank.
Well,
so what is
That was a clip from the Yellen thing. I kind of wish we listened to it, but apparently everybody was not too happy about what she said. She kind of got clapped on that one. Very, very big, but it's so weird. In Congress, they were talking regional banks for a while now, and it's kind of weird how this all definitely played out, but that's where everybody's like, oh, this is where people are like, this is planned, because it seems like they are just hooking up the big banks, and then if you're not a big bank, you're pretty much shit out of luck. So what did you say for the people? She didn't answer. It was just a shitty answer. That answer was that little clip is going around because it's not a good sign of like what it's implying, because it's what the guy said. It's just that currently so far what they've done is that they're protecting the big ones but not the small ones. Even yesterday, even FRC, they're making the other banks do it. But now the problem is, like, because what the messaging that's been sent, even the Treasury and Yellen and the rest of them, they're saying they're not going to handle all of them like this. And that's a problem. That's why I even said it earlier. In a weird way, I feel like if you're a bank, you have an incentive to fail now than later, just because there's a good chance that if there's more that end up failing, they may not do what they did with SVB or, try to get the banks together like FRC. You mean the government is protecting the lobbying big banks to slowly take over community banks? That's suspicious. But yeah, that's what people are worried about. I mean, and even the congressmen, you could understand why these representatives of these states, why they're concerned, because they're like, yo, man, like these are our community banks. At least 4 banks have trade curbs with Credit Suisse. So 4 banks are not trading with Credit Suisse at all anymore. Yeah, like you want to get laid off now because the severance package later will be smaller. Pretty much, that's what I'm starting to think. But we'll find out. But there's a good chance, like I've been telling you, there's gonna be one solution, then it's gonna fail, then they're gonna do another solution. But in this whole process, they're probably not gonna be as accommodative to somebody. So like that's the next, like, again, and I'm thinking way too far ahead. Like we're just assuming this does actually, does progress, but it's like if it does, I'm feeling eventually somebody's going to get the short end of the stick because they're already talking like that. There's no way, even right now, if one week of this has already shot up the Fed balance sheet, broken a record on the discount borrowing rate from the Fed, it's like you can't do this with everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like even now, like it took us 24 hours, 48 hours for us to just sit back and be like, yeah, man, none of these numbers make any sense, dog. No, how you even go pay the interest on that many billion at 4.5? Oh, no, man. So I'm assuming somebody is going to get clobbered in terms of they're going to have a problem, and the government and the Fed and Treasury, they're probably not going to be as willing to step in and help. I believe the whole thing is scripted. A lot of people do. I've been kind of astounded by how many people have told me that. Like, you know, I've talked to this with a lot of people from a lot of different backgrounds and skill levels and financial backgrounds, but it's actually ridiculous how much I've heard that they're like, it's scripted. I don't believe that because in my mind, if it's scripted, they would do it better. That's just how I believe it. I think this is all still stemming from FTX, and I just think this is just stupidity. That's all it is. It's not like I think it's more psychology, and then now I think how they assist people. That's where you could start to show your favorites more or less. But I don't think it was. I just don't believe in like this whole like, oh, this was like a deeper plot. No, I think we'll find out how they shape things with, like, again, who they decide to bail out and not, and what they make favorable or not. But for the most part, I just think this was still the hangover from FTX, plus just overall just relative greed, bad decisions, and then finally an effect of tightening policy. The Fed did move quick. They had to. That's it. I think the fact the Fed moved quick just highlights what we were on the cusp of. But I agree, they moved quick, but I think they did it to slow down psychology. Because that's it. If they didn't, in Signature Bank and SVB, like I'm telling you, I just gave you a story where people were at a trade convention and they couldn't even use their credit cards. So imagine if $300 billion of wealth in Silicon Valley could not move. Yeah, that would have been wild. Gold wouldn't be going up if it wasn't a big deal. Same could be with bonds. It's like, I think this is a big deal, and there's a lot of features that tell us it is, but we could still unwind it pretty quickly. That's why I'm waiting for Powell, because if Powell really changes that policy, we are going to know without a doubt that this thing is huge and that we shouldn't, like, you can't ignore it at that point. But I agree. Gold, bonds, everything. Yeah, 26% of a pause, 73% of a quarter. How do you find stocks like FRC? Regional banks, I mean, really FRC, how it relates to SVB is demographics, like the types of clients and location that they service. But regional, held till maturity securities, who has the most amount of that. And then you could even look and scan for any banks that have had the customer deposits on the decline over the last couple of quarters. Why you believe the world would change if Powell does something shifts? Because if Powell changes this plan, I mean, like we just showed the balance sheet, that's already moving up while they were trying to bring it down for the last year and a half. It's been almost 2 years of Powell trying to fight against inflation. So if Powell comes out on Wednesday and announces, hey, we're actually pausing rates, something we haven't signaled after increasing our balance sheet, something we have not communicated, and we believe it's prudent to slow down the rate hikes now and pause because of this situation, that would be the tell that this is a very big deal. And now the Fed is going from fighting against inflation to fighting against the opposite, which would be financial conditions and deflation. So that's why I think if Powell does pause on Wednesday, we have a very big problem. But if he doesn't, then it kind of highlights, okay, things are bad, things are worrisome, but it's not bad enough to change the initial plan. But if Powell changes his initial plan, which has cost a lot of money to tell people that this plan is going through and to actually go about it, if he changes that because of all of this, I think it's a clear signal that there's something way, way bigger going on. It's already got changed to 25, but remember, we were already talking 25 at the beginning of the year, the month, everything. 25 was okay, but then it went up to 50. Like, do you guys want to walk through how we got here? Because I'm telling you, this has been mind-blowing. If you really think about the last, it was like February 15th, February 14th is where it started. I think maybe around February 9th, it was like PPI data, and then we had like hot economic data, and then we sold off, and then we bounced, and then we started like getting more and more data. There was like the CPI, the jobs report around here. But remember, when we were coming down here, you guys remember the bonds were going down. The market wasn't catching up to it. Then we had the data and Powell. Then everything bounced up with it. But then all the data was coming in hot. Remember, this was Bostic. So we were dropping as economic data was coming in hotter. Then Bostic saved it. Then jobs and CPI, we started kind of coming back down here again. And then this was all, we went from 25 basis points here to now coming down. And then around here, we went to 50. And then all of a sudden, we went to rate cuts and rate pause. And now we're back to 25. So it just, the last month has been absolutely insane. Last 2 months. But we were talking 25 naturally. And then we got worried about 50, which wasn't supposed to happen. And then we were freaking out about 50 basis point hikes. And then banks start crashing. And now we're talking about rate cuts or rate pause. So that's the earthquake, man. That is literally equivalent to an earthquake in the bonds in the last month and a half. The whole ground shook and everything. The Fed futures, the dot plot, everything's wild. Yeah, Wall is working its way up right now. Credit Suisse ADRs fall to session low after Reuters report. Why have we been holding up? I think this is just digestion of the fear. That's why every day there's no news or decent news, you go up. The minute one set of fear comes in, we're down 1.5%, and then vice versa. So I just think this is the fear playing out in real time and creating this volatility with bond volatility at these levels. But like I'm saying, this dot plot, I have old screenshots. So this is today, right? Let's see. Let me just find the latest dot plot screenshot I have. This was from 3/13. So that was already this week. Let me go back into the archives. I'll find you one. Yeah, look at this was Valentine's Day. So this is a great example. So look at 214 right here. Right? This was Valentine's Day. This is what the bond market was pricing in. The Fed says they're going to go to 5.25 by Valentine's Day. Everybody's saying, yeah, rates are going to go up maybe 50%, leaning towards 50. It was still at 25 at that moment, but pretty much the bond market was saying that by the end of the year, the Fed wasn't going to cut rates and the rates would end at 5%. Today, this is that curve. Bro, this is in 30 days, and most of this happened all last week. Now the bond market is saying the Fed is going to cut rates by at least 75 basis points. That's it. Bank of America to buy SBNY. Too bad you can't even trade SBNY anymore. BAC is getting some volume. SVB Financial notified by NASDAQ that stock will be delisted. The firm does not plan to appeal decision. And then Justice Department probes TikTok after tracking journalists. That was in the morning. But yeah, so this is your bond market today. This is what was priced in a couple of weeks ago. But this is a huge shift, I'm telling you. So, like, that's where it's just like, that's why I'm saying it's weird that the bond market was so confident and now it's not. And then if Powell confirms that by pausing, then we are changing. We're definitely downshifting gears in terms of Fed policy. Let's say there's a problem with deflation, but Powell avoids pausing and keeps raising. What's going on? What could happen? If anything, we just start to see everything clap, and then Powell responds next month. But pretty much I won't respond to deflation until Powell does, because that's it. Once Powell does respond to deflation, you know. There is a chance he could miss it, but what would usually happen is that he'll miss it, keep raising, and then things get clapped again, and then you'll either get an emergency meeting or he waits till the next meeting to say, okay, now that it's got even worse, then there you go. So it's either Powell's going to confirm it or the situation deteriorates so rapidly that Powell is forced to address it. This is all in my mind. All right, hold on. Lending Tips called me. I wonder why. Please hold. Nope. He's not answering. I'm in here. Lending to, I called him. I tried to call. I don't know why he called me. He usually doesn't call me at 7 in the morning. Is it 7? Hi. Then SVB is going to get delisted. YouTube reinstates Trump account after suspension over Capitol attack. It's 1 p.m. It's 10:50. I don't know when the call came through. I just saw a missed call. Amazon did very good yesterday, but we'll see. Because if anything, what's looking like tech, you got to realize if we do take another leg down, all tech did was get cushion for next week. So then banks go lower, everything else goes lower, then tech just goes back to where it was. But eventually they'll all get hit, or they are going to have their massive rally. But that's it. We make it through today. We only got 2 more hours left. Nobody has died, but you guys, like, do you guys not feel it? It feels like one of those days. It feels like one of those after hours news days. So we're going to see what happens. But if you make it till close, you're good in a weird way. If we could make it till the end of the day, including after hours with no bad news, that is a great sign. So let's see. Ready for Ramp Capital. Green days at 2 p.m. We'll see. It's still that expiration date. Again, the contracts are all over the place, though. MRK's dumping. So financials are still down 3%. Regionals down more. Real estate down 1.6. Industrials 1.6. Energy 1.4. Only thing green right now is tech by 0.08. Excuse me. Meta about to break down. Wall had that little run and drop. Yeah, Meta is about to sell. They're down 3 right now. And then good old NVIDIA. This has been the most uneventful quad witching. It is, but it just sucks that it's still turning down. So in the weird, it's slow, and we spent 4 hours here, but in a weird way, you're still pointing down, which, I mean, we could get one of those random flushes, or we get one of our run-ups there towards the end of the day. Tim on CNBC. Timmerhouse?
Wanted to find.
Oh, yeah.
But it's where they are right now.
And real quickly, well, there's saying amount of time. All right, in 2 words, when we saw the 2-year, 3-month get the most inverted it's been since 2000, we had an emergency or sort of out of the blue rate cut after that. Any chatter you're picking up about anything like that being on the table?
I haven't heard. I mean, have you? No, I don't see anybody talking about that right now. But we'll see. I mean, things are moving fast.
Yeah, well said. Nick, great to see you again. Thanks for your time today. Really appreciate it. Nick Timmeros.
She said, did you hear anybody talking about an emergency rate cut, Tim? He said, have you? He said, I know they come to me to leak stuff, but why are you asking me that? He said, have you heard something? I don't know. The situation is moving fast, though, indeed. So that's not a good answer from Timmerhouse. I think that highlights exactly what I'm telling you, too. It's just that's exactly how I feel. Is like it's moving fast enough where anything can happen, and you can probably get a random emergency anything, but at the same time, as of now, nobody is talking about what's it called? Nobody is talking about it yet. As of now, the consensus for now is 50 basis points. Yeah, Clean Spark is up 8% at the high, CLSK. And then Meta is near the lows. Bill Ackman said, I'm hearing Bank of America is going to buy Signature on Monday. Osked. Overstock's up 7% today. Jeez. I mean, I think anything crypto related is just still just melting up right now. Amazon lifting up. Lyft pop. Oh, you guys said Uber pop earlier, kind of from the bottom. SPY's catching volume there again. Like I was saying, it's starting to turn down. Sadly, this is still, if you can't get above these highs, I mean, you haven't broken the high since Euro close. And even then, Euro close didn't even get you to any other level. Amazon is working. They're only down 0.82. They're getting some volume right now. Coinbase is already at 75. No, I had to close the ESs this morning because expiration. I didn't roll over. NVIDIA, Amazon. 1 hour till sour hour. Yeah, Lyft, big volume on Lyft. The Lyft through the top. It's done this 2 days in a row. Lyft has been catching fat candles while, what's it called, was down. Uber. Oh, you guys got to add? It's okay. It's okay. You'll make it back. So like I said, just see if we could get above like 39.32. That's the previous mini high here on the day. Nightco on the high. NTCO. Oh, big pop. Natura. 3% on one candle. FRC canceled their dividend yesterday. Yeah. NTCO, I don't see anything. There's a JP Morgan report this morning. Yeah, you roll, just sell out and buy the next contract. There's a way you could automatically roll it. They have a button, but I just sell out and buy the next contract. NVIDIA 260 is wild. You're telling me, bro. You're telling me. Bill finally moved. Ultra at the low. Overstock on the high again. Buying wall. This is where I closed out at. 39.40. That would be the hope. I mean, again, that'll be the 200-day. But just like that other day 2 days ago, if we get up here and there's not enough force, it'll be ugly. But I think there will be if you have it, just because it's Friday expiration. But we'll find out. You are moving up here a little bit. Is AI pulling NVIDIA in its wake, or NVIDIA doing something we're not seeing? I think the AI and the fact they just had their earnings was good. And remember yesterday, two of the big banks and the analysts, they were calling out the bottom of the chip market and said that chips are going to be good. But then also, too, I think they just got out of earnings. That's it. Like, I think the fact that they just had earnings, it calms down any fear. It'll be 3 months until you get any more news on them. And then add that to the whole cherry on top of people getting worried and running to buy tech. I want to shorten a video, but I'm too scared. I feel you, bro. I feel you. You're not the only one. I don't know. I think the balance sheet, the Fed balance sheet's the biggest news today. That's like one of the biggest increases on the Fed balance sheet since March 2020. So I'm like, man, they got to do something, but usually that's bullish. That's the weird part. So we'll find out. Am I going to dump 10K on MPW? I might, but I'm probably not going to. It's an idea I had. I think it depends, but I'm most likely going to wait, if anything, and I still want. I'd rather buy 10K of Altria. But we're waiting for now. Schwab customers added 16 billion during a tumultuous week. Retesting low. We might just, Dan, let's see if we just get out of this range. That's what needs to happen. Again, until we get out of 330 or even below 39.02. But realistically, you haven't gone below 315 or higher than 330 now for what? A solid hour, 2 hours? 2 hours you've stayed within 330 to 315. MMM below 100 I like too. FRC Wall is even coming up there too. Why does Uber look like a regional bank? JP Morgan analysts keep First Republic as top pick after rout. Analysts at Wedbush and Atlantic downgrade. First Republic, though, is seen as one of the top pick by JP Morgan analyst Steven Alexopoulos, who's maintaining a buy equivalent on the stock and says they're trading well below their tangible book value. This means First Republic, a higher risk but potentially very high reward, he wrote on a note to clients. He slashed his price target to 62 from 150. Still represents more than 80% upside from Thursday's close. The move comes after the collapse of 3 regional banks. The stock has weathered significant selling pressure as concerns over outflows and uninsured deposits hit the bank center following SVB. Meanwhile, Alexopoulos has dropped coverage on Signature and SVB after they entered receivership. His final recommendation on those firms were overweight. He also terminated coverage of Silvergate the week before at underweight recommendation. Everywhere else, though, 2 analysts downgraded recommendations on First Republic to neutral. Wedbush David Shavari cut his price target to a street low of $5 from $140, far below the average analyst target of $114. Atlantic Equities analyst John Haggerty pointed to the lack of clarity and unprecedented uncertainty surrounding the bank. Wall Street analysts have 8 buy ratings, more than a dozen hold equivalent recommendations, and 2 sell calls on the stock, according to data compiled by Bloomberg. So that's for FRC. That just came out. So JP Morgan loves FRC. One guy downgraded them to $5. An average price target is like $80 or $100. A decent dump there. I mean, that was your pump. You even went lower than all these other ones. Now you're going lower, back down below 39.17. See if we could break below 39.15, but that could pick up here. We got 2 hours. The dollar move, I think the dollar, we're reacting to a domestic problem, but I think once it hits everybody, the dollar will pick up. Jay Money, you did it again. Thanks for the Rita come up. Now living that bill life, that MPW cop out. Artist. Oh, God bless you, my friend. Horna, let's go. Oh, man. God bless you. Hey, man. Did it again. Did it again. Did it again. Hey, man, that bill, man. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. I sold cash support secured put on it on FRC. That's not bad, because even if you sell a cash secured put and the stock gets delisted, I don't even think they'll make you pay for it. Not bad. I kind of like that idea. I wish FRC paid the dividend, but you don't even get a dividend now anymore. Down 82% in 12 months. Would you do a drunk stream? I mean, I don't really drink too often, so I don't know if I would drink on a trading day. I only drink at weddings and celebrations, Maybe if I gamble in Vegas, it depends on the vibe. But other than that, I don't think I usually on like Monday through Friday, I kind of prefer protein instead of alcohol. I do a drunk stream, sounds annoying. I'm funny though. Like that's cool because like I'm not like a what's it called? Like I'm not like an angry person when I drink. I'm like really happy. Like it's actually so it's great. It's actually really great. That's like like some people like get like really mad when they like drink and like you have like angry drunks. Like I just become really nice. So that's it. I could clap back a little too, but like I just become kind of like annoyingly happy. Stop drinking because of one episode I had. Scares you for life. I just feel like shit every time I drink. That's it, no matter what. Even if I have one small drink or if I drink a lot, like I never feel good afterwards. That's why I like protein. Protein is really good for me. Banks have no money, but NQ is up. Yeah, because people are running to tech. I love it. Someone said it earlier. If you can't trust the Fed and you can't trust the banks, people at least trust tech. They trust Apple. They trust Amazon and companies that have just good balance sheets with somewhat of protection no matter what happens. You just need more practice. No, I've drank a lot in my life. I mean, I was in a frat. I lived a pretty crazy life at some point. I used to drink a lot, but I just don't. I just feel awful. That's it. Maybe I got too old. I don't know what it is, but like I die, bro. Like I'm telling you. And then I feel like sad the next morning. And then I wake up, I'll just feel like just so weird and like blah. And like it's weird, man. It's weird. What frat was I in? I was in Phi Beta long term. Yeah, are you familiar? No? That's weird. Huh. You must have been cool. Yeah, Phi Beta long term. No? Oh, you were in the same one? Word. Got an email from Robinhood, cash insured up to 1.5 million. That's not a good sign. When Robinhood starts emailing you to let you know, hey man, your cash is insured, and we insured it up to 1.5 million, I'm like, why are you lying, bro? The limit's 2,500, 250K. What are you saying? Hold on. Where's the other 1.25 million coming from? Yeah, Robinhood just like send the email out. Tell them we'll do double. We will do 5 times insurance. You have nothing to worry about. Yeah, there's a rumor going around that Bank of America will buy out Signature. I think it was Bill Ackman. So 39.14. You're dropping a little bit below. So watch out. We haven't been below here since 9 o'clock, 2 hours ago. And then the real low when we broke it was about 39.10. So that is the stubborn level once again. And dollar is down. Meta is starting to give up. FRC is giving up. I think Wall might even come down. Should I hold my FRC shares over the weekend? High risk, high reward. I mean, I wish I could give you an answer like we knew what was going to happen, but we don't. I think it's just very, very simple. You either just high risk, high reward. If you want to go for it, you take it. If not, you chill. Very uncertain. I mean, at this rate, you're either going to wake up or down 30%. Like, that's just what's happened every other day. He said Ackman may be mentally ill. It's sad to hear it on Twitter. Really? I mean, I think the dude he's been very different, and I don't like him. But I haven't heard anybody say that. Would you get Ackman on the stream? I would, but I wouldn't go easy on him. I don't think he would come on the stream. One, I don't think we're big enough, but two, I just don't. I mean, if he'd be, I wouldn't go easy on my guy. Like, that's it. I would ask him I would ask him about what he's tweeting all the damn time. Let's see. Maybe I'll email him. Is he on Bloomberg right now? Josh bought out. No, I did not. I played Wall today. Flipped that $2 a share. That's it. Okay, I emailed Bill Ackman. I got you. We'll see. I said, the audience has requested you. I will not go easy on you. Would you like to do an interview? Apparently, everybody's looking at him. He has 159 views today on Bloomberg. Why are you short on Coinbase? Because I'm kind of into, like, pain, I guess. That'd be the only logical response. But I thought they were going to get clapped with everything else. But no, I guess everybody buys Silicon Valley crypto, even though that's probably the reason why we're in this mess. But hey, it's okay. I honestly like Bill. I used to look up to Bill Ackman. I used to love him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I used to love the guy, but he's been very weird lately. I don't know. Look at the gold 20-year breakout soon. If they cut interest rates, I think gold will be, like I said, gold and bonds. If you want to go and buy that, then there you go. Like, it's just, this is the moment, because you're just going to run the risk if they buy time for 3 months. That's it. Just define weird. He's been making, like, he makes comments towards, like, a lot of things for, like, retail investors, and, like, he gets, like, caught up in all of this stuff, but, like, his advice, one, isn't good with some of it, and then two, it's like, this guy has not helped out retail ever. And then some of the stuff, the advice he gives, like, towards retail and defending it is just very contradictory. Like, what was it recently? Like, he said something about, like, he was defending, like, what's his name? FBX or SB, whatever the fucking weird vegan kid's name is. but Sam Bankman, he was defending him and like being weird with it, but it's just like he was like, oh, retail investors, but then ignoring the fact that this guy has been a part of retail getting drained through Philidor and other scams in the past, and then again crying over 2020, and then come to find out he profited immensely off of all of it and being dramatic and being weird with all of it. Even then, I think people forgot about Netflix. So, like, he went in and then he started pumping Netflix after the first Netflix drop, bought like a couple $1 billion or something on this drop, bought it, and then 30 days later sells out after bad earnings, and then only for it to rocket up 40%. And then, like, he's just been weird. And then you read his tweets, and then he, like, talks about, like, he's trying to play the whole retail card, but, like, he's clearly not retail. And then, like, it's very, like, it's weird. I don't know how to describe it. It's just, like, he definitely has an agenda, but it's just not the same, like, Bill Ackman. I don't know. Bill Ackman used to be very well respected. You know, he would make a play. It would be money. Everybody, you know, he wouldn't really get into – he was an activist investor, but he would kind of keep quiet. But it's just weird. I don't know. There's just a lot of stuff, just little by little. He's just like, I don't know. I don't like the dude anymore. No, he lost money on Netflix. I think he lost like 700 million or something. He lost a couple $100 million. Wait 10 seconds, lose $1 million in markets rocked by volatility. Big bond moves in a flash can make or break a year for traders. Waking up at 3 a.m., trading nonstop, nerves are on edge. Holed up in a Hyatt room in the Caribbean, John McClane whipped out his laptop on Sunday and started trading bonds. This was supposed to be a family vacation, but with the bank fails piling up, he needed to overhaul the $2.4 billion portfolio he managed. Wait, this is just the story on it. Yeah, so they're saying bond traders are just getting clobbered left and right now with all this volatility. You forgot Herbalife. Bill, he has a big history. That's why I'm like, if you know his history, it's just weird that he's made this like subtle shift. But hey, who knows? He's a billionaire. He's probably up to something. I don't know, but we'll see. I would love to talk to him, but I doubt he would come and talk to us. That's it. I feel like a lot of people, press is an interesting game. U.S. Treasury yield falls 30 basis points to 3.85. All right, SPY's working its way down. Sadly, I need to use the restroom again, Chad. So I'll be right back. I love you. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. And I will be right back. What time is it? 11:24. Nice.
And as we continue to map the fallout of SVB and what that means for the banking system, we've seen a lot of volatility in markets, even in the credit market. You saw high yield spreads break above 500 basis points this week. Of course, they're lower than that now. And if you look back to past recessions, you can see usually a recession gets us over 1,000 basis points. There is a lot of daylight between that mark and where we are right now on high yield spreads. And Jeffrey Sherman is still with us. He is Deputy CIO over at DoubleLine. And Jeff, when you look at the high yield market, you think about where spreads are. What's priced in? Is it a recession? Because again, looking at the historical chart, it doesn't quite look like that.
No, it doesn't quite look like that at all. And, we got very tight, if you recall, back in January, where we experienced the kind of everything rally versus the everything being for sale last year. And during that period, we got high yield spreads to almost, depends if you like the cash bonds or the synthetics, it was close to 400 basis points. And so a 100 basis point reversal is not the sign and manifestation of a recession. And kind of on average, this is kind of where spreads hang out a little bit, at least in a historical context. And so from that perspective, I think spreads are too tight if we are going into recession. And, one thing about this banking system issue that we've been dealing with the last 6 or 7 trading days is that effectively what this is going to require is higher deposit rates, a higher cost of credit, and therefore that should put pressure on spreads across all markets as well. And so even though we've seen some repricing, I think what a lot of investors have been doing this week is just really looking at yield. And we saw how much yields have really rallied at the beginning over the past week. And I think in some of that way, some of that treasury yield rally has offset some of that cushion there. But ultimately, I don't think that you should look at spreads and say that the market is thinking that we're through the woods yet. I think ultimately it's still fairly tight for where we are in this part of the cycle.
Very, very tight. Well, there was Raul on the bathroom break. That worked out. That's a big drop, man. Ever since that little rally failed to get above 39.28, that was another level. Now 39.06. Should sound familiar. Just watch for 3,900, and then if we break 3,900, there's enough time for it to go crazy. Hour and a half left. I know, always at the bathroom breaks. It's weird at this point. I mean, it is what it is. And then someone said, look at gold. Gold does look interesting. Just check in basic gold price. I think silver, silver is actually going nuts here too. They got to play along, but we'll see. I mean, this is all in preparation. Again, any sort of protecting safe haven commodity people are going towards. And then if we do get a pause or a cut, I mean, gold, it's on for gold, I'm telling you. But gold is really expensive, yeah. So this is what I was telling you. I bought it here in 2015-ish. 2015, 2016 was when I got in. And then, but it's still been a wild ride. But it can go crazy. I mean, it's above 08. You do not buy your silver on this site. No. This is just the OG way to check gold. Goldprice.org. I feel like this is like OG. This is like triple OG, quadruple OG. Bonds are coming up here too. So watch out there. Happy 31 months, baby. Hey man, I just heard nuts. You did. That's yeah, you just heard it. Welcome, my friend. Meta. Yeah, the bond plays are still working for now. Great clapping in. This is just the bank run of 2023. Yeah, I will be here after hours. We don't have it unless somebody wants to steal my new circuit breaker. That's about it. Meta's down 4 because they went up 7% yesterday, right? So they're still up 3. I mean, I'm even still positive on my Meta position, but remember they were up 6-7% yesterday. Bill Ackman dinner is $10K. You can interview him. That's cool, but can I just buy a cameo? That's what I'm saying. He's like a cameo ass type beat. That's what why can you buy a dinner with him for $10,000? And why does he just pump so much and then say he loves retail when he don't love retail? I don't get it. So 39.06. Rumor out of the bank CEOs landing Omaha. What? So coming down a little bit. Where's volume at today? Pretty light so far just compared to the last couple days, but it'll still be a big one. 2 hours, 90 million. This will probably be a lot of volume. Hi, Josh. Hello. How are you? Good morning. Is it still the morning? JPM selling down. All the banks just went down again. XLF is going towards the low. Bro, what's the regional bank ticker? Why do I keep forgetting it? KBR, KBE, KBX. KRE. Yes, KRE. That just hit a new low. He has got some bidders. I think just volume is starting to come in now. So just watch out. 3906 to 07. That's another stubborn level. But last time we broke, we went near 3900 and bounced right before. So let's see. K regional. All right, I got it. That's a good one. KRE. But yeah, banks are going lower. 3.3 on financials as a whole. Real estate's down 2.1. Industrials 1.8. Energy 1.6. Now tech is down 0.37. NASDAQ 1%. SPY 1.3. And then 1.4 on the Dow. Manu announcement circulations. Bro, I think I have my fruit flies back. I've killed like 3 today. 2:30. Yeah. No, Manchester versus Fulham. I don't see anything coming across the wire, but they are moving. Oh, there's a new season of Ted Lasso. Fun fact. That's what I'm going to be watching. New Ted Lasso. New Ted Lasso. Fun fact, if you're into that. Last time Fruit Files was 2020. It was. I don't know. I don't even have fruit around. I don't even have any food. I have like seaweed boxes and water bottles. I don't know why. I've seen like 3 fruit flies today. Mm. $39. I think 3,900 or another test of the 200-day. But that's it. I think today I wouldn't mind closing around 3,900 would be fair. Because then that's just going to stick you smack dab in the middle. So, like, literally, this will be what? Where we were at on Monday? So, you're about to, yeah. So, if we close at 3,900, this will be where we opened up from last Friday. So, that means we spent a week doing nothing after all of these shutdowns of banks, lending facilities, going back and forth, and updates and all of that. Literally, that's Monday. Or that's last Friday. Right here. So that'd be 39. I think that'd be borderline fair. I haven't had fruit flies in here. I just saw like 3 of them, though. I had to clap them. Quad, which it's been fairly stable, but again, volume is increasing. And I'm sure by the end of the day, we'll start to get more moves. Katera declines after identifying material weakness in filing. Cutter, C-U-T-R. Oh, they've been down all day. Biden calls for tougher penalties on banks. We already got that. Meta's getting clobbered. Still up. I mean, still up good, but just comparing it to yesterday, you're still up a decent amount, but now most of that end of the day rally has just been given up. Coin is just hideous. Coin cannot be stopped. Small caps are 2.6. I think it's because a lot of regional banks and smaller banks are included in the Russell. And hanging out at the hour and a half. Not too bad. Yeah, Meta now you're gonna win. SQM is on the high, and then ENVX. What is this? More bank destruction next week. I just hope everybody realizes this is like, we don't know. So personally, I believe it's more than possible that we could have more bank destruction. But at this level, people are only going to respond to another failure or another potential solution. Why is the VIX going up now? VIX or UVXY is going up, but before hitting a new low, VIX might hit. But really, it comes down to either do we get another intervention, do we get another failure, and then what happens till Wednesday. But to really determine how bad this banking crisis is going to be, I will be focusing on Jerome Powell as a real big indicator. Yeah, Manu's dumping now off of that. Again, there was that rumor. I didn't see it, but you just started flipping. The VIX is not hitting a high, but the UVXY and VXX are. So, yeah, I hope you feel me on that. But it's like, I think it is. Nobody knows. Yeah, exactly. 2008, it did take a year. Well, pretty much it was like March was Bear Stearns. And then, I think they were already cutting rates around then, March 2008. And then it wasn't until September, October that everything really, really collapsed. So, we got to watch Powell for that answer. But, quite frankly, everybody and their mother is speculating on banks right now. So nobody really knows. I'm still in the Bank of America trade. I'm down 19% on it. I'm clapped completely, but I plan on holding it. I don't think it's a legacy bank. If it does get bad, it'll get bad. But at this point, I think we've taken a lot of it, but who knows? But nobody knows what's going to happen with the banks. And everybody now is just speculating, and that's why it's watch for intervention, watch for failure, and then watch for Powell to signal whether or not this is a real crisis that will be prolonged, or if this will just be a short-term shock, buy time, and then 6 months from now we get clapped. Yeah, Lehman got money in 08, and then they collapsed shortly after. Yeah, remember I was showing you guys those articles. Lehman Brothers was up 50% the month before they collapsed. Because I remember I was going over the old articles a couple of weeks ago, and I was showing you guys that. and we were going through just the old articles, and you got this, everybody was getting excited. Investors were doubling down. It was like the month of September, like right before, they went up, I think 39 or 49% in a month right before they got clapped. I think this is though. Lehman is like a good indicator, but this is very different. Yeah, this is on the bank run and bonds as opposed to mortgage-backed securities. And even then, just the size. So I don't know if it means anything because the amounts represent something. Wall is popping. Western Alliance provides end-of-week update. Western Alliance provides end-of-week update. Strong capital base. They say CET1 ratio is 9.3. Diversified base serves as highly diverse regional customer base. We have a long history of financial stability and responsible, cautious risk. And we appreciate the clear message in the banking industries. Volume coming in for it for a little bit. All right, I did 100 shares of Wall. Let's see. I just think people will get hyped on the news, and then it'll fade. I did 100 shares at 32.60. I think this is where I closed out of. But the update kind of sucks. Again, they said insured deposits represent more than 55% of total, including eligible for pass-through deposit insurance, 9%. The CET1 ratio would be 7.9, meaning even in an unlikely event the bank was required to recognize the charge, its capital levels would remain above those required to be considered well capitalized. This compares favorably to many of the largest banks in the country. They're just giving an update. They're providing an end-of-the-week update on their amount. They say outflows have fallen sharply. KBW inflows? No, I'm sure some people want to get the dip. Maybe ETF would be better. Carry, no. Only I just still, as far as puts on the banks, I think it's kind of difficult, but I still just have the EUFNs, and those have actually held up pretty good over the last couple of days. End of the week sounds troublesome. Yeah, all these banks are giving out weekly reports now. Remember, you had the update from FRC yesterday. They say significant inflows in new openings. That's WAL. Oh, this one's interesting. Thousands of options on failed banks in limbo as expiration hits. SVB signature banks causes settlement confusion. Put contracts on the bank may be worth more than $292 million. So stock options worth hundreds of millions of dollars tied to failed lender SVB and Signature are reaching expiration Friday with no certainty whether or not they could be cashed in. Shares of both institutions are no longer trading following their collapse this week, throwing into doubt the ability of the in-the-money options to exercise those contracts. In other words, traders who bet on stock declines correctly, since shares of both lenders plunged before their collapse, may struggle to collect profits. There's about 7,000 options on SVB worth a notional $114 million that are due to expire on Friday, and another 22,000 contracts worth $178 million on signature, according to Bloomberg, for each stock. Assuming the bank shares are now worthless, they all represent winning bets. The Options Clearing Corp, which provides clearing and settlement for derivatives, announced Tuesday that the usual process of automatically exercising would not happen for contracts tied to signature and SVB. That's because when shares aren't trading, there's technically no way to value them or determine which options are in the money. An underlying security price will be shown, but members should not view this price as a reliable estimate of underlying value, which is sufficient to determine exercise decisions, the OCC said in a member. It all means that first hurdle, option holders will have to specifically instruct their brokerages they want to exercise contracts. Given the valuation issue and trading halt, it's unclear how many holders will opt to do so, and if they do, how easily the contracts can settle. I've been fielding a lot of questions lately. Alan Rosen of Oppenheimer said, everyone who's involved, institutional players, everyone who's been long these puts has been coming to me, and they're nervous saying, what do I do? The fate of most options will be tied to where the shares are valued, he said, but it's marked, and whether they'll be monetized, nobody knows. And then Robinhood is allowing some customers holding profitable trades to hold them beyond. Interesting. And then there's margin risk. So even if you sold a put, you still need to put up all of the money. Oh, shit. And then you may find yourself in a margin deficit as the short position is immediately marked to the last trade price, and that position will persist until the depository trust and option clearing corps make a determination on the final value, and that could take time. Yeah, that's a mess. But $290 million of profits may not be able to be tapped. FRC's dumping. So FRC's dumping. Wall is running up now on this trade deposit thing, or on their trader update. What's going on with FRC right now? The latest news was Texas court overturns power price rulings from 2021 deep freeze. Interesting. Again, FRC is dumping into a new low, but it's weird because Wall is running up there on that latest update. But now Wall is kind of just all over the place. Meta's starting to dump. So watch out if we go into a low here. What's the other one? You said, is it K Regional? Yeah, KRE. They're not moving as much, but Meta's on the low. All right, I sold out a Wall. I got like 120, 130. Not bad. Made like $300 on it today. The day was a cuck. That day really was. And then we're like hanging out at the lows. Has FRC tried saying they have AI? I feel you, bro. Low key, though. I don't know why they have it. Yo, they should have been like, honestly, bro, we have AI calculating everything right now. We got a new AI system. Everything looking solid. You'll be good. You'll be good. FRC. Western Alliance says outflows have fallen, has $20 billion in liquidity. That was the first update we had. $3.2 open interest, December 100 call strike on FRC. I mean, people want to take the risk. Again, FRC was just at $80. The average price target is $80 on FRC, which is wild. U.S. regulators open to sharing losses to smooth sale of SVB and Signature. Oh, good deal for big banks. So SPY coming a little lower. We've been dancing around. FRC keeps plummeting right now. That's not a good sign into power hour, Chad. So, like, look at this thing's holding. Wall gave their update, but then FRC is just dying out of nowhere. That's another, like, 4 or 5%. So watch out for that, but that's not a great sign into Friday on the lows. And, yeah, U.S. is open to sharing losses to smooth sale of Signature and SVB. It's not good for Friday, Habibi. Not good for Friday. Bro, down 31% after getting $30 billion. How do you do that? Again, they're coming into the levels of yesterday now. Global banks shed $500 billion in market as Goldman Sachs loses on rate swing. Tech gets $500 billion in gains. SPY hitting a new low, 39.01 with FRC on the low now. Trading volume doubles, and then they're hitting a record low, or the most in 2 years. The bonds are chill, but they're up. I mean, the bonds are holding a 1.45% gain. The bonds are ready. That's it. If we wake up to any bad news, that's it. They break out of the support level. I think even if my ZN, remember I had that line on ZN? That was the greedy line I was going for when I had my other position. That's it. So if they could hold up from here, the next line is going to be right around here. So they are ready to go, actually. But that's why, like, bonds even holding this is quite impressive. The dollar will flush until Europe starts showing problems, or even Japan. But right now, this is a domestic issue. That's partly why the dollar is doing that. Exact low, yeah. Little bit lower, but no, almost exactly the same as the low from 840. FRC. Gold almost breaking 2K. A lot of gold comments in the chat. It's interesting what the banks are doing right now. I'm going to get up KRE. Bonds are just going to... If bonds keep breaking out, though, that won't be good. It's global. They're not telling the truth. Well, we'll find out. I mean, just the story is going one day at a time. But as of now, it's more so a domestic issue than not. But doesn't mean you won't see this spread. So SPY, that's kind of a vertical bounce there. SPY's going to go green. That's one of your Friday expirations moves, but maybe. You never know. That FRC move is wild. I mean, you got a good update out of Wall, but I don't know how long that's going to last. We already flipped out of that. But then let's just see. That right there is a pretty sizable bounce considering we were slowly dying into that. And then it's 5 minutes till power hour right now. What time is it? 11:56. TLT. I mean, bonds are just slowly climbing. And then FRC, pop and drop again. Same thing with Wall. Oh, bonds just dropped. That's good. Trust me, that's very good for now. Because if the bonds kept running up here, I mean, that's word to the fear. I haven't seen Schwab. Oh, Schwab is doing great, actually. They're only down 2. What was the other one? There's one more. Short on Apple. Wall Street loves them. I think they have meat on the bone. I mean, they have been outperforming, but pretty much they just haven't moved. Even though a lot of tech has gotten it, I feel like a short up here is better than not. I mean, yeah, you can't squeeze and get clapped like NVIDIA or anything like that, but for the most part, if anything spreads broadly, I think we'll get good exposure there. Okay, it's kind of holding, and again, bonds are dropping. We got a little bit more fear, or pretty much optimism from yesterday faded. Hate to bring it up. If you're at your friend's house doing the pool party, you legit be pissing in there. Are you talking about peeing in other people's pools? Hey, man, that's a personal decision. You just gotta. I don't want to. Y'all. Last time I told you anything, y'all just started judging me. I thought we were having a heart to heart, and then it went. And then you're like, "Nah, Josh, you're weird for gargling piss." And I'm like, "What? Like, why would that be weird?" And then now it's just like, I don't know, man. I know this again. I thought we moved past this. FRC is tanking. It's gonna have a crazy pop eventually by the end of the day, but I'm kind of tempted to trade it. But then I don't want to get stuck holding that by the end of the day, because then the weekend for that will be the scary part. FRCs, it really is. Honestly, I think that's what we're waiting for. Dollar falls 0.5. Japanese yen reaches 1 month high. Schiff queries regulators on Goldman Sachs role in SVB collapse. Shy running. There's even the bonds now. They had that drop and pop. So watch out, because if that fuels them up, it won't be pretty. Won't be pretty at all. Wall is working its way up, and then Schwab was too. Where's the other one? Microsoft, NVIDIA. We'll see how they play out. BAC really, not just the rumor right now. Not FRC, BAC. The rumor is Bank of America will buy a Signature Bank. Nobody's in talks for FRC right now. I don't even think they can. Again, FRC just took $30 billion of deposits from all these banks. I doubt the next setup is buyout. So Signature's already under. So we'll see how that plays. Right now, FRC is not in any of those discussions. It is Power Hour. Power Hour on the dot. And you get an ad. That's a great way to start off your Power Hour. A reminder, you only have an hour left. So that's great. Dude, even the one-day chart just makes it look so far. What are these moves, man? If B of A buys SVB, is that a good thing or bad? It just depends. In terms of the deal, what do they have to absorb? We're hearing that the government may even be willing to absorb some losses so people could buy things. So we'll find out, but it really just depends. Usually it'll be good, assuming these banks won't take a deal that will benefit them tremendously. It should be good if you could go buy a distressed bank in their assets and everything else. I mean, that could have a lot of positive implications. It is Power Hour 39.11. You couldn't get to 39.17 at Allstate? Oh, why is Bro, why is insurance getting clapped? Is that the next part? I didn't even think about that. What about like Chubb? Yo, hold on. How come nobody? I think insurance may be a area of risk we haven't looked at. Oh my gosh, yeah. What the fuck? No, because duh. Dude. Think about it. Aflac. That seems very logical because insurance companies own bonds. These guys own the most bonds. Yeah, AIG almost went bust already a couple years ago. But I wonder how deposits would affect them though, because like I don't know how their capital is. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, how do you deposit exit from insurance? Only thing that would happen is a massive amount of claims came up, which could make some sense, but still. Yeah, they have money from premium. There's nothing with Bank of America. Everybody is just FRC flushing. People are saying there's a rumor, Bill Ackman is saying it, that Bank of America is going to buy Signature, the one that went bust on Monday. I think insurance companies might be a very interesting part, the next part of this whole saga. If it was going to get bad, I think that's where you'll see a little bit more of the risk. After hours, can we read unban requests on Twitch? I didn't even know that exists, but I don't really care about unban requests. I think you just make a new account and try to be nicer or operate in the community that we have set forth. If not, no one is going to babysit you. I think it's quite simple, but no one's going to hold it against you either. So that's about it. I think it's quite simple. FRC. I'm watching FRC. Bigger banks buying out smaller firms and their concerns of conglomeration. Yes, definitely. And a lot of people are just talking about how it's kind of wiping out everybody else in all these small banks and kind of incentivizes it too for people to take money out of small banks because it seems like the government is only offering support to the bigger ones. Let's see. If we get above 39.17, that'll be good. But it's been, 6 minutes? So I'll give it like 10 more minutes, and I'm sure we'll figure out the trend. Everything is, well, yeah, we miss you, Eagle Eye. Don't worry, man. I hope you do a good, too, getting that law term, and hopefully prepared for whatever happens by Wednesday. It'll be terrifying. Terrifying. But not really. Maybe happy. Roblox AI-powered code completion is now available as a beta. Let's go, Roblo. See? Learn from that, FRC. Come on, Roblo. You got AI news. What are you doing? MSTR is ripping. There's Roblo with the pop on that. MSTR is hideous. Coinbase as well. They just hate everybody. And FRC still going down. SPY is just holding right below this level. Cockroach ain't dead, man, baby. Amen. Amen. Now you're talking. Amen. Cockroach mentality. Just stay alive. Be hard to kill. Am I going to take a FRC trade? I might. But I feel like it's a stupid idea. But then again, I think like if we can really get the timing right, it could be a quick $1 or $2 per share. But and then again, the risk on 100 isn't bad. But like what I just don't want to get trapped on it. And then because I'm not holding that one overnight. Fuck that. I paper traded it. It was fun and scary. Even just looking at it looks scary, man. All right, why not? All right, I did it. I did 100 shares of FRC at 22.88. So let's see here. I think it's either going to go to 22 flat or 20 flat, or you're going to bounce up here to 24, and then hopefully we get out of this by the end of the day. I've provided liquidity. Let's see what they do with it. I bought it. I didn't short it. I bought it. And then there's Coin. That's the one I shorted. And then he's like, what's up, Josh? So I keep getting shanked by Coinbase in anything crypto related, even though my theory is that crypto caused all of this. Risky. It's fun. I feel like it moves around a lot. Let's see. We did good on the wall shares today. 2 for 2 on that, but now we'll see. I'm down $20. Meta smalls, pop. As long as I watch you could take some slices for sure. Yeah, I don't really get fucked up by it, but it does get annoying at times. However, it's part of the game. I mean, 15 years of this shit, you'll get used to it. And then you see it come back with enough time. And you're like, you fuck mother. And then, so it's cool. I'm very vocal about my stuff sometimes, but other than that, it's fun. I mean, I don't know. People get mad when I say I have fun. I'm like, my bad, bro. My bad. My bad. I'll try not to have fun doing what I do. That's my fault. I didn't mean to bother you with my excitement. My bad. If we end up green, I don't know, man. We'll see. Well, you're moving up. I mean, we're not like, no, you're far from green, but like to get a move from here, but just like things could happen very, very quickly. Shout out my Uncle Tino and Alex. Let's go. Shout out Uncle Tino. Pins volume. Wall's getting volume. Pins is a little bit. Roblo's kind of moving off of the news, but not much. Yeah, that Robinhood force break. Yeah, the 3:30 force brokerage closes. That'll be interesting. I remember last witching, we actually saw a lot around then. People pushing tech. I think they're just trying to get tech up for a little bit. Because like I said, if this turns into full risk off, everybody is going to sell tech. But what's going to happen? It's just going to come back to the levels it was just at. So like if let's say next week is the worst thing possible with Powell and we start dumping while the market starts going. So pretty much as the S&P breaks below and gets to October levels, what's going to happen is like Microsoft is going to be at like 240. You see what I'm saying? Apple, Amazon, they're just going to come back to where they were at like the beginning of February. So I do believe in the logic, though. It makes a lot of sense. If you can't trust the Fed, you can't trust the banks, you could at least trust big tech to a degree of putting your money in a place, especially if the dollar just keeps dropping too. So I understand it, but it's not going to last forever. And that's like what you got to realize. So that's why I'm still holding some of my tech, my Amazon, my Facebook that I have, even some of the Tesla. But it's just like, it's just going to give him a more cushion for what we got going on there. But it's like if you get full risk on, we saw it last week, even the Dow will get hit. But as of now, everyone likes this idea of, oh, yeah, let's just do this. It's good. Buy it. It's safe. Tech is the new gold. I don't think there has been any other instances where the Fed's balance sheet has increased while raising. I could check though, but off top of memory, I don't believe so. Ho ho, Yunan baby. Oh, why y'all showing so much love today? Horn. Let's go. God bless yo. Hey man, Yunan been showing love for years, bro, years. Yunan the man, because their margins are safe. All the normal staples had huge returns. Yeah, that's why. That's what people are saying. They're calling it the COVID trade. So just like, remember they called it the stay-at-home trade, and everybody went and like all the money in the bank stopped moving, and everybody was worried. But guess what they all did? They all bought tech. And people come to find out that, wow, during uncertainty, a stable margin, a solid cash balance, and everything else, they were like, okay, run it. And then that's pretty much what people are going back to now. They're saying, oh my gosh, massive uncertainty. They're ripping a page out of the COVID playbook. So last rate hike of the decade next week. Potentially. I'm trying to see here. Yeah, 2009. No, they were cutting rates by 2009. The only time the balance sheet went up was COVID, but then they eventually cut rates. No, man, I think the balance sheet is preceding a rate cut. There's no way. I can't believe the balance sheet is up. That's it. Low key though, I think we're getting very close to a pause or a cut. Especially, we'll find out. Let's see next week what that shit does. Because if that keeps going, but I'm looking at the history The only other like time in the last 10 years where you've came remotely close to the balance sheet going up while raising rates, it was in 2020. That's it. But then again, balance sheet was declining, and then the balance sheet started running up just right before COVID, and then the balance sheet was up, and then by the time the balance sheet came back up, we started cutting again. So the move in the balance sheet preceded the rate cut, and then 2009 balance sheet was increasing just naturally. But this was after, not naturally, this was the first stimulus, and this was after they started cutting rates. So no, I don't think, again, this is even from 1994. You don't really have a instance of that occurring. Love you, but it's a trap. Tech is priced in 10 to 15. With low rates, tech will do terrible. With higher rates, I don't think rates are going to go higher, but I think this little buy tech as safety, it's only going to add you. It's going to give you cushion, but it's not going to save you. He can't save you, but it just depends on what happens. Again, with whatever happens with Powell, and if we actually confirm that we have a much bigger problem on our hands. The bonds are back up. I don't like that, but the market's trying to work up here too. So let's see. Well, usually when the balance sheet goes up, stocks go up, but that means government easing. That means the Fed is literally injecting money to the market. And so in the last week, like mother effer, you could argue $300 billion of the Fed is just barely holding you up right now. So usually when the balance sheet goes up, the rest of the market runs with it. But if in this case it's preceding a very big shift, that's a big pop there on the SPY, around 2 minutes after 15. So 15 minutes in, see where that trend could lead you. Why not inject money but continue to keep rates elevated? So that's literally what we've been talking about. That's like going in your car right now and then flooring the gas pedal and then taking your other foot and then making sure you're just riding on the brake. So you're just going to burn out or God knows what other else things happen. Balance sheet went up in 08. Well, it went up in 09. And then 09, it still went down for a little bit. Then it came up. But that's what I'm saying. If it precedes something like this, like in March 2020, we usually go down. I mean, this does not look this don't look good. That's it. I mean, we're going to find out by Wednesday. But I think we're going to need to see the bonds. Yeah, bro. 10-year keeps pumping. You had that candle on the 10-year pump, and now the SPY's giving it up. It's called spinning wheels. Indeed. So Wall's coming back. FRC, I'm up a little bit. 50 cents a share. Well, wait till 10 more minutes. We'll see 12:30. Let these options close out. I don't know, bonds. Dude, just don't let me look at the damn balance sheet. That's the worst news of the day. I hate it. Because, dude, I'm telling you, man, Powell is going to be – I'm excited, though. Powell is going to be – whew. Oh, man. Should I hold these SPY puts? Were they the ones that you were worried about earlier? I mean, you should be back up on them. I don't know. It's like – because, again, remember – You were crying about them earlier. So if you got good profits on them, like I told you, I would just lower the risk so that you don't have to, like, because they made you sad initially. So just control the risk, ghetto spread it, trim some of it, ghetto spread it, and, you know, make the decision. But it's like maybe now you are sad about it. Now you're happy about it. So now you know how both feelings feel. Just make your decision and then live with it is what I would give you on that, because we don't know. I mean, if the market crashes, you're going to be in a great position. If anything bad happens with Powell, you're good to go. But if things take longer than expected and then it doesn't go down as fast and then they scam you on the premium, well, then there you go. So in my mind, I would just reduce position. I would ghetto spread it, try to get my money back, lower the total positioning, and then I think I would feel a little bit better. Yeah, lock in some of the gains, give yourself some upside, and then just make it where it's easier to think about. And then if it's big enough, or even if you trim it down and the move is big enough, it'll do its work for you. You didn't cover it. Yeah, because last night I was under the impression that the balance sheet wasn't going to go up. So the way they like structured the term facilities and the way they did everything, it wasn't supposed to change the composition of the balance sheet. They were supposed to use accounting tricks to make it not show up as an increase. I thought, and I didn't know, I don't think they wanted it to go up. That's the last thing you'd want to have happen. So I was more focused on the discount rate last night, but I'm pretty shocked that the balance sheet did go up. The 210, I haven't looked, but the inversion don't even matter anymore. This is the closest we've been to the yield curve uninverting in a long time. You see what I'm saying? So remember this whole, oh my gosh, look. Oh, Chad. Yeah, what is this? It's only at 0.44 right now. Look at this. You went from one. Yeah, this is what I'm saying, bro. This is the closest. That's it, bro. What I told you is like, this is what I've been telling you for years, man. This is wild, actually. This is absolutely wild. So it's uninverting now. This is all of the year. I mean, we were here at one point at the beginning of the year, but this is what we've been saying is like, once this uninverts, you're going to have a fucked up problem. And now look around, right? But it's starting to get there. So it's not about the curve inverting anymore. It's about it coming back to normal. And that right there, this is already a violent move, and that will be pretty worrisome. So SPY's trying to work its way up. I know, I remember when we first hit 0.4, we're like, even half a basis point, and then it went to 1.1, and then just came back. No, it means, I don't know, is this surreal for anybody who's like listened for a long time? Because it's very surreal for me. Because like, if you've watched enough of my videos and like you've heard me talk about the yield curve, I've told you this for a very long time. So that's why I'm like, this is like, come on. You don't think it's weird that now you're watching it uninvert in the middle of this fucking crisis now? And dude, it's creepy. It's very surreal. Very, very surreal. So I don't know, but this is what we said would happen, but now it's actually happening, and it feels a little different in the moment because you're like, oh, fuck. I can't get why this is so bad. It seemed inevitable. Well, hopefully you could learn from this, because it's like I was, again, in the beginning, a lot of people didn't understand when we talk about it, but It's like, why is it uninverting? Because everybody's rushing to bonds now, and there's a crisis, right? So it's like now you see it where in the process of collapsing, the curve starts to uninvert. So it's like this is where hopefully the last couple of weeks show you, because it's showing that as people are panicking and changing their minds in the money now, and now the Fed is about to respond, that will uninvert the curve. So it wasn't about the curve being inverted. That tells you to be on watch. But the minute there is an unnatural, violent uninversion, then you're going to watch what the market starts doing. But usually that means, like I told you, I'm not afraid of the inversion. I'm afraid of the uninversion, because that means we are probably entering into a bigger problem, which is sadly what we have occurring right now. Preparing so long, now it's here. We don't know what to do. No, I know what to do. I'm waiting. That's all I'm just saying. Give me what I want and give it to you. Let it happen. I'm gonna be open to any other differences, but nah, we know what to do. I'm telling you, there's a several set of assets we could go for, and I think we will at least have a couple of months on everybody, and then we're going to be we're going to buy the shit out of it, and then we're going to fucking throw all of that fuel to the downside, like I've told you a couple months ago. And then if depending on how it plays out, whether it's instant or not, we need confirmation from Powell, and then that will greenlight any bond plays. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy it because people will get hyped, and then that means after that will be the final rally. If we uninvert and rally, that will be your final rally. And then get ready to play that. And then the bonds and the dollar, even the yen, all of those could be potential plays. But we need confirmation, because like I'm telling you, if this is just a freak out and we go back to normal, you're fucked up. That's it. We're going to lose double. You're going to lose 3 times playing the bonds in 90 days, which is not good. But if it confirms, like I told you on the watch list, there's a lot of upside that we could hit. So I don't need this. I want this. You see what I'm saying? So we just got to wait a little bit. But with the right confirmation, I think we'll be good. Let's get down to business to defeat deflation. I'll let the shares ride. I don't know, though. Depending on the severity, I think it's way too early. I don't want to scare you. But if the yield curve uninverts due to a rate cut, I would hold off on the long term. I wouldn't buy anything else, to be honest with you. But that's not there yet. In the meantime, I still like Altria, and I like my dividends. But if you mean like I've been telling you for years, if this uninverts and we get what we're taught, I would wait on the long term. I would not be excited to do anything. I would dump it. Well, I don't think I would dump it. It depends the severity, but maybe buy puts if you could get the right deal. Otherwise, your cash will be great. I would cut till cash. Yeah, if they cut rates, there's no point to buying government treasuries anymore. You see what I'm saying? Your government treasuries would be like, that's it. They're going to bring the rates back to 2%, 0. There's no fucking gain in that. I would sell a lot of covered calls, which we already got to take advantage of, which was great. They will rally off of it in the beginning. That's what I'm saying. We're going to be a part of that. Don't put that past me, bro. I'm going to get in the middle of that too. It's going to be a fucked up game of musical chairs. But I love musical chairs. It's one of my favorite games. All right, I got out of FRC $1.60 a share. That's good enough. I like these. See these little bank flips, bro. You're just getting 2, 3, 4% moves. Market crash. We just need Powell. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's like all that matters is what Powell confirms there. Interesting. So I had a insurance Chad hit me up. He says, Josh, I work at a small regional insurance company. We write about $140 million in premium. Bonds only pose a risk for insurance companies if there's an influx in claims. We don't write our bonds up or down with market fluctuations since they are fixed income. Equities we do. He said there's still risk, though, with inflation. Higher inflation makes it difficult for the insurance companies to make an underwriting profit. At the large prop cap insurance companies like American Family or Acuity, they lost money last year due to inflation outpacing their rates. They have large amount of reserves, though. We actually had to sell a few bonds at a loss last year because of large storms, so they needed cash flow for those claims. So it's a very rare situation, and I wouldn't pose a risk for the big dogs unless there was an unprecedented weather event in the U.S. If you ever want to discuss, let me know. I will reach out. Yo, Wall is dumping now. So, yeah, Wall's dumping into the close here. Again, it's 12:30 now, so forced option closes. Let's see where they go from here. My goodness. And M was a MUA on the high, MJA. Again, Tesla, big drops here at 12:30 now. There's Wall. We said Walmart was moving up earlier. Yeah, everything's starting to go now. Doesn't matter what it is. Even Microsoft, Nvidia, and then Bitcoin's hitting a new high. And then, bro, you've already dropped, what, 2 points almost? Dude, that's actually big. Bro, 39.23 to 39.12. 10 points on the SPX, 2 points on the SPY. Yeah, First Republic slide into the close amps up worry. So low watermark bank, First Republic was down 30 within less than half an hour to go before close. Regional banks, including U.S. Bancorp, Comerica, and Truist, occupied many of the slots on S&P's top decliners. Financials were the worst performing stocks. A handful of financial gainers included companies benefiting from trading volume like CBOE and MarketAxess, and lawmakers are calling for a probe into Goldman's role in SVB's collapse. That shows the banking crisis is here to stay a little while longer and will continue to weigh on markets. So, yeah, they're pretty, again, like I told you earlier, I said this sell-off into the close is not good, and that's the word around the street right now. Everyone's saying if we're not holding up on Friday, you're going into the low. It's not looking good, man. That means you're going to get a little more banking pressure. I don't think Wall is halted, no. B of A is not interested in acquiring Signature Bank. So rumor has been killed. On CATX, no. Was that Perspective Therapeutics? They had an 8K and they had a combination the other day. I'm not seeing that. What's his name posted it? J Alt. No, I see it. It's on Reuters. Yeah, Bank of America not interested in acquiring Signature Bank. Bill Ackman said on Twitter that BSC is going to acquire them, though a source familiar told Reuters that Bank of America is not interested in acquiring the lender. Signature did not respond to Reuters for a comment, while Bank of America declined to comment. And that's according to Reuters, Akriti Sharma and Greg Rumaliotis. Good job, Ackman. Even Bank of America is crazy. All of the banks, Habibi. Bro, this was it. We were supposed to have rates higher for longer. Banks were supposed to make massive amounts of money. But no, Silicon Valley. Yeah, XLF. Well, premium, there's a lot of volatility with anything bank related, so the world's biggest ETF at $7 billion in a day on bank rescues. Jeez. SPY lures in $7 billion of inflows. VIX just spiked. VIX at 25 is not too bad, but we're still pretty low with only, 23 minutes, and we haven't had like a 18-point move in a minute, dude. I don't know. So I feel like a lot is either boiling up or we're about to get the most uneventful close and then wait till whatever news they had in the morning that they're not going to drop until after the bell. That seems to be where we're at right now. They're going to rip this at the end. We just got to watch out. There's a lot to watch out for. You have $300 billion increase on the Fed balance sheet. You have Powell next week and potential pivot. And then now you still have the banks lower than last week with no resolution to what happens to SVB assets, let alone who else is at risk, and then banks selling off after $30 to $50 billion injections. So, yeah. It's going to be wild next week. It's going to be wild. AMD is ripping into the close. Watch for NVIDIA too. What news is dropped? We don't know, but I'm being on the lookout for it. Every one of these days we have had that news after the bell. No saving FRC. We'll find out. Again, Wall gave an update. FRC gave their update yesterday, and they got that infusion, but people are just, again, none of it makes sense. Like, literally just even the cost to fund any of these mini fake bailouts just doesn't, none of it makes any sense. Yeah, FRC and Wall. Wall just started selling off miserably after holding up from this was the update. We flipped that, and now it's already back down lower, and then I just got out of FRC too, but these are the ones to be watching. And then KRE, any of the regionals. They're down 6% again. Early market on close, 345 to the sell side. Oh, I still got time, though. 10 more minutes till the 10-minute rigged. This power hour is like crawling. I feel like we got the power hour not too long ago, but we're like right there. Waiting. No news with AMD, just chips in general have been on fire. UVXY is going up. Mm. $18 Sell side, I think, is at, what, 400 million? And then just watch the banks. I mean, again, watch KRE, FRC, Wall. But if the banks sell off into this close, it's not going to be good. People are not, this is already, right now, there's not that much time left. And people are already interpreting this little bank slide. This is not looking, it's just not a good area to end the weekend on and go into the weekend, especially with this much uncertainty. People are not feeling good about that. If it weren't for the options, we'd be down 3%. No. If it wasn't for $300 billion from the Fed. I'm telling you, that's the weird part now, is that the Fed is responding with the balance sheet. That's an early sign they will respond with monetary policy. But now you have to battle bad news and then $300 billion of inflows from the Fed. The VIX, the actual VIX isn't going up, but it's close. How much getting paid out? It seems like the best case scenario is the bank goes bust. Again, 300 million of profits linked to in the money options on SVB are potentially not going to get paid out. I think it does explain why the volume could be so high. I'm telling you, it's wild. And then watch FRC. Watch if Wall gives this up. That'll be ugly. I can't believe Wall even just sold off $4 off of that. That's a 10% move within the hour. But you are moving up. I don't know, bro. I don't know what's going on. I think I drank too much protein, but I got to go pee again. So kind of bad timing here. I don't want to stop any rally, but I do need to go to the restroom. So please just like the video and follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. We love you. Amen. Amen. CFTC says weekly commitment of traders has been delayed. Great. Even more uncertainty towards the bond market.
Well, one of many things that continues to stand out about this week, beyond all the volatility, all the turmoil, are the divergences. You've seen bank indexes down more than 10%, but tech is up more than 5%. Let's find out why with Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle. And Abigail, when it comes to what we're seeing in tech, is this about yields? Is this about a safety play? What's going on?
I think it's probably a combination of all of those factors. I mean, I have to tell you, I was out of the office for a couple of days, and yesterday when I was looking at these indexes and seeing that they're up 5-6% on the week, I almost fell out of my chair. I mean, it's just not what you're expecting amid this banking crisis. But yeah, you have yields down, so that makes valuation look more attractive, that old trade of last year. You also have these companies, lots of free cash flow, strong balance sheets, and something else I was thinking about, management teams, because in terms of this banking crisis, some of these bank management teams possibly dodgy decisions in terms of risk management and other questionable actions. So in terms of big tech companies, Tim Cook, so on and so forth, I think that's less of an issue.
Is there a sort of risk appetite, though, out there? I think a little bit earlier on the television program here, we were talking about kind of the resiliency in Bitcoin, if you will, and more importantly, in a lot of the stocks tied to Bitcoin. And I was just looking at Coinbase, which is having a phenomenal day, and most of these stocks are actually up pretty strongly on the week.
It's even more stunning to me than big tech. I mean, because some are saying that the big tech trade this week, that it's also the haven trade, and the same thing, Dan Curtis, our markets producer, earlier this week put out a chart saying that crypto, the new safe haven. I'm like, what? Like, how do I get my head around that? I just don't think of it that way. But yeah, I mean, some of these stocks are up 40, 50% on the week. Bitcoin is having its best week since April of 2021. You know, something else that comes to mind, there's this rotation going on. So you have money coming out of the banks and some of the value sectors going into tech. Something that I think it does tell us, the fact that folks aren't just stuffing. I know that some of the flows.
Bloomberg is loud. I didn't even change the audio. My bad. But pop and drop. Man, that bathroom break, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do. I really thought it was going to hold up. I really thought I could go to the bathroom without that having a problem. Mm-hmm. F off, bro. My bad. My bad. I didn't mean to. I saw it. I saw another meme thing on it. Apparently, YouTubers got sued for $1 billion for promoting FTX. That's it. Then everyone's tripping about banks. KRE coming into the close. Wall is going to hit a new low. Bro, are you kidding me? Yeah, bro. This isn't good into the final. Bro, 10-minute rigged here. All of these banks are getting clobbered. Yeah, USB's bad. Credit Suisse even below $2. My goodness. It is. It's moving very fast. I think people are just more worried. I don't know. I think Fed Powell is around the corner. Let's see. Let's take a look. Where does it feel like? No, it's much more volatile than even 2020, dude. It's not, I'm telling you, how the bonds are moving is just too crazy. Because that would be a good area. Dude, we don't know what's going to happen. We still have till Wednesday, but now the risk is if everybody's dumping on Friday, this does not look good for, but Monday was positive, no? Monday was red. So another down Friday, down Monday on that too. Fed won't quit. Well, the thing is, dude, there's $300 billion of Fed money now. That is the biggest shock to all of this. Yeah, 10-minute rigged. FRC flushing now. So watch out. This is the line in the sand, 39.40. Looks like 10-minute rig saved it, but it might come back down here. I don't think you're out of the woods just yet. But bonds are dropping. March you had it. People want to hold. I don't think so. And then banks, that's it, dude. Another 15% down week on the banks is hideous. I mean, that gives you an idea. People still holding bonds. A couple of things selling off. Now Nvidia is taking a dump. The big regionals have already flipped. They're already going into the low. Again, CFTC is not putting out the commitment of trades. They said data needs to be verified. You're at 39.14 on the SPX. Not too bad. Could definitely be worse. Terminal rate is still the same on the Fed. We'll get an update, but now, I mean, the futures are pricing in like 4%. So that means almost 3 rate cuts by the end of this year, is what the bonds are saying. GameStop, Safe Haven. I don't know. I think I would just stick to the traditional bonds. And if you really want a Safe Haven right now, sir, I think you'd be better off with a bond than a GameStop. But, I don't know. I don't know how deep the GameStop Safe Haven trade goes. So we'll see. Para pop, wall at the bottom. Ooh, Para, big pop. What's that? And then PepGen halted. Why does it put me? It doesn't give me Paramount. I don't see any news on Paramount right now. Okay, bonds are going down here. You might get a little bit of upside. We will see. What strike is that? Yeah, Para's ripping. Yeah, Coinbase is hideous. Kathy Wood says the Fed needs to cut rates drastically. Thank you, Kathy. Hasbro's on the high. Weren't they, Clap? So Paramount just went up 30 cents in 3 minutes. You're getting a pop on TPC and Hasbro. Ex-dividend, MPW clapped. Altria even down another 2% today. TLT dying. That's good for now. But we're going to find out where this leads into. Oh my gosh. Damn. So TYD, they raised even the prices on the bond ETF. Damn, you got to pay dollar for dollar for it. So even the cost to hold TYD and options ETFs have increased. This can affect Bill if they actually cut rates. Okay, high tickers gassing right now, though. Again, final 5 is coming in, 10-minute rigged. You were very close to the level 39.09. It looked like there was a big support. But you're starting to move up here. Get you some end-of-the-day run. Let's see if it could last for 5 minutes. CVX, Meta. Yo, Chevron's dumping. Yo, check news on that. I don't know if this is an end-of-day Friday thing. I'm not seeing anything. Chevron and Meta are both into the lows now pretty rapidly. Gassy means like gasoline. They pressing the gas. You know, gasolina. Sadly, ARK is a rate cut play. Again, they had more inflows in the last couple of days than even 2021 as people anticipate rate hikes. PM Big Green. Altria is down. Yeah, PM. Altria's not going up. Maybe Altria plays along. Abivi dumping. Philip Moore. I think this is your expiration move. There's way too many names moving without news like that. I think this is your Friday fuckery for the triple witching. Oh, wait, we gotta land this. We gotta land it, Chad. It's that time. Yeah, right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover. Got a 2-day layover. Then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 60 degrees and sunny, looking like a good day unless you thought about $80 billion to the banks and $300 billion from the Fed would change things, but it didn't. We are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thanks for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Where are we at? I don't know how I feel about this one. The Friday expiration. All right, I did it. I bought 250 more TYD. I added to the bond play, but again, with a lot less leverage. But I added to TYD 250 shares. That's going to be my closing play. All righty. 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you're living through a wild moment 1 week after SVB. You've made it to Friday, and believe it or not, you are almost at the exact place that you started or ended on Friday. We're actually near the highs. You got to wrap it up. You have Jerome Powell next week. We may get news after hours, or a lot of things are going. Crypto's holding. The bonds are going. The stocks are dropping, and regional stocks are getting clapped. But you have 5 seconds to finalize your plays, Chad. Bring it home. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go, baby. Oh, we did it, we made it, we did it, we made it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go, 1 week after the bank run. I need that GG, especially if you made it here. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody who contributed held it down. That's what I'm talking about. All the members, all the non-members, all the stream alerts. God bless you, and let's go. Good game, baby. baby. All the laggers, all the lurkers, all the lovers. Why you being so shy? Why you being so shy, man? Oh, man, good game. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Wow, 1 week later. Are you kidding me? Bro, you're living through a bank run. You living through all of it. The bonds and Powell next week. Good game. You ready? I know you're ready. Let's go. I see you too, Twitch. Let's go. Hold it down. Let's go. Where the Bulls at? Where the Bears? It don't matter. We gotta play till next week. The bonds are moving. The balance sheet is moving. Oh man, I'm getting too nice. Good game, baby.
Everyone got like opinions and thoughts, but they don't mean a lot. And my money on stats, I can show you the top. Every bottom I bought, both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Let's go, baby. Chattadonia. Chattadonia. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, man? What a day. What a week, bro. So, honestly, before you get going, I want to tell you how grateful I am for this moment. Not only to have the GGs at the end of the day, but for real, if you've given us a second of your time throughout the week, for real, I hope it's been informative. I hope we've kept you up to date, and I hope we've been able to simplify whatever else is going on. But for real, thank you for your time. I hope we made the most of it, and thank you for the opportunity, my friend. But Chattadonia, God bless all of you, and thank you. But let's just take a look. So remember, Thursday morning, we woke up to SVB. You had a little bounce to around 400, and then throughout the day, everybody digested it, SVB, and it was like middle of the day on Thursday, we sold off, and then Friday, we had a little gap, and then we sold off heavy. No love as day 2, and then SVB went under and was taken over by the feds. Monday morning, again, pre-market up, selling off. We hit a new low, then everyone calms down. Then Tuesday, we had a little bit of good news. I forgot what Tuesday was, just no bad news. Then it came right back, and then yesterday was FRC, and then here is today, pretty much right where we closed on Thursday. That's where you are 1 week later, Chattadonia. 1 week later. How do you feel? So there it is. No news yet, but I wouldn't be surprised in the next 15 to 30 minutes if we do get news. So let's see what kind of vibe we're going to get into on the weekend. But Chattadonia, that is the day. Thank you for being here. I hope we made the most of your time, and I appreciate all of you who have showed love, sent in donations, liked the video, and just been a pure joy to be around. You know that? That's what I said the other day. Like, sometimes, like, people just aren't pleasant, but for real, if you came in here today and made it where you were a joy to be around, you had fun with us, you contributed to the conversation, you kept it educated, you didn't freak out, you know what I'm saying? We love it, baby. Microsoft closes with biggest weekly gain since 2015, up 12%. Oh, my goodness. Woo-hoo! That's crazy. That's crazy, but God bless you, man. For real, shout out to Chads, man. Whether you are new or old here, I mean, there's a spot for everybody, and we've been doing it for a long time. So it's just great to be around some awesome people and people who've held it down, man. It's amazing. I appreciate you, Edgar. I see you, baby. Honestly, and there's so many names and so many people out there who just make this a fun time, man. And thank you just for being pleasant to be around and having some good discussions with me. And I really hope over the years you guys have learned stuff. And real shout out, man, if you've been here for a while, I'm grateful that we're actually getting to watch some of this together and watching how it's going to play out. So that being said, like the video, check out the links. What I'm going to tell you is just go to the second link, okay?
All right, Chaz. So
this is the main channel. I hope we see you on there, but I will be posting a video this weekend that I think will be very useful. And there's a lot of stuff. I want to talk about the balance sheet and all of that, but I'm going to give you a step-by-step this weekend on what to do during a bank run. Yes, now that we're 1 week in, and give you some actionable steps. So make sure you're subscribed here. And honestly, it would be fun if you want to go back and see this because, again, we were talking about this since Thursday. That's crazy. That was 7 days ago. But check it out if you have the time. Feel free. Go through everything else. You could check out the merch, the membership, the first link, all of that. But it's Friday. I'm not going to bore you. I'll just tell you to fill out the prayer request wall and get a long term. Sound good? Sound good. God bless you, baby. God bless you. But Chattadonia, that is the day. That's all we got. Look at the uninversion. Who would have thought? Who would have thought, man? Who would have thought? But Chad, that's all I got for you. Oh, shit. What? Oh, shit. Bill Ackman emailed me back. Yo. Bill Ackman emailed me back. He emailed me his PR person, and he said, I can't do it now, but possibly in the future. Oh, what do I do? What do I do? I'm all right. I'm down, honestly. Let's see. I'm very open. I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that, but we will see. We will see. Interesting. What is that? What is that? I don't how do I process this right now? Answer with super nasty words. Well, that's funny because all I said is I just said, hey man, you know, like I told him what I said to you. I said, if we could do an interview, let me know. I said the audience has requested you. So let's see. But I wasn't expecting that. And he got back to me in the day. That's especially on a day like today. Very interesting. Let's go, Bill. Don't join the dark side. Well, I mean, it's not like I was aggressive or like it's not like I was nice. But let's see. Let's see what happens. I think we can make it real interesting, but that one is that's a very, very interesting one. I just will know. I mean, I have hard-hitting questions for Bill. Honestly, I would want to ask him a lot of stuff. Like, there's just so many things. Goldman faces probe. That's coming out now. That's the only news. But, wow, we will see. That is, we'll get to it. But, Chad, that is the day. Fill out that prayer request wall. I love you all, and God bless you. I hope you're enjoying the day. But now it's, damn it, man. My playlist is all messed up with, like, Lil Wayne songs. Yeah, bro, my playlist is, like, messed up, bro. Oh, I like this. This is an interesting setup of Uncle songs. All right, should we start with these? I think we could start with these. Let's start with these. You know what I'm saying? Let's start with these. So, Chad, it's Bible study time. If you want to stick around, feel free to stick around if that's what you need to do. If you got to go, please enjoy your weekend. And I hope you know we love you. And that's it. That's all it is, man. That's all it is. So I'll be back here in a little. I'm going to go get me a seaweed, maybe take a poop, maybe get a drink, you know, and let's have some fun. You know what I'm saying? Let's have some fun here. So I love you. God bless you. And if you have to leave, I'll see you on Monday. If not, I hope you go get your cloaks, rebuke any heathens, and let's get to it. You know what I'm saying? Let's get to it. We're going to start here. We're going to start with viral. We're going to let it go through. I like this. I like the setup here.
Allow me to show you something.
Check me, man.
Go, baby.
It's a cop. 2020, baby. Straight up, man. I just hope you in the game. Yeah. I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Seeing like this a little different. No meaning to the word on viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it. Or maybe we started the virus. Maybe they want you divided. Maybe they profit off fighting. I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Seeing like this a little different. No meaning to the word on viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it. Or maybe we started the virus. Maybe they want you divided. Maybe they profit off fighting. Yeah, this one different. You should listen. Take a minute. Cause in seconds, people tripping. Fed decisions. Reminiscing of the time we saw this last. Not in a crash, but in collapse. Not contained across the map. First the strain and then the grab. Damn. This is the system deflating. But this coming off as inflation. That's why the dollar's still strengthened. The money ain't moving at all. But you made your mind up real quick. Cause when the 3 month on the fall, that's when you don't buy the dip. Ay, so what I'm gonna do? break it in two. Feast in the famine, the cycle ain't no. That's just a view. It could be your way, yeah, it could be your two. It could be a plan, it could be a coup. Either way, I know I'm gonna get through. I got some armor and I got the tools. I'm playing patience, then I make a move. I ain't been a bear in a minute. I ain't been a bull in a while. I ain't feel them in a minute. All of these bitches got bias. Your attitude or your prices. Chill when you what, but I feel when you negative. Millions of dollars won't make you a better man. Should be a way that the way that I'm breaking. I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Seem like this a little different. No minutes to work on viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it. Or maybe we started the virus. Maybe they want you divided. Maybe they profit off fighting. I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Seem like this a little different. No minutes to work on viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it. Or maybe we started the virus. Maybe they want you divided. Maybe they profit off fighting.
I said it's fucking payday, motherfucker!
Up in a foreign, rapping about, that should get boring. Looking around, things more important, before it go down. I'm gonna sort it, mama ain't proud, I ain't a lawyer, but to tell her, I got a coat, need me a castle, I want a moat, financials are fragile, watch it real close, the technicals lagging, that shit a joke, this shit a fact, I'm not trying to boast, I got me a straddle, play it on both, I always watch candles, come get the smoke, yeah. Hey, it's the realest shit, reminiscent, PHILO 607 switching, then we dip, they said the Fed ahead of this, investor sentiment with shit, but they only just seen a blip, they thought it'd be reliever quick, you smart, you buy with fear resist. I'm breaking it down and I'm kicking the facts. I love when they laugh when I say it'll crash. Just give me a minute, I'll take you to class. Like 2014 saw oil's first dip. Cheap energy made China and emerging markets rip. But oil had to dip cause Russia's really on some shit. They paved the way to take Ukraine and said they gonna annex it. Like whoa, that was the first sanction. $100 barrels down to 80 started tanking. But as it got cheaper, more producers started cranking. Output kept raising, lower futures kept on trading. Same time, China bubble raising. We should've known it's trailing. But nobody was caring. How could that affect us? Buy the dips effective. If money was the medicine and healing wrote prescriptions. But let's go back to Shanghai. Let's talk them central bank guys. The market's down 60, so they had to move swiftly. Devalued in a day more than they have in a whole quarter century. But nobody thought that's fishy. Okay, 3 years, currency even weaker. EM growth even bleaker. Where it goes, they don't know, but need a leader. LTR, not talking leaders. Long-term rates is what I mean. Or invert the curve and set the leader. Once it turns, they'll be believers. They see near. I saw from meters, now it's here. So now they hear it, and I don't need it. Y'all don't feel me. It's a code, baby. Treat this like my first, treat this like my last. Anything could work, it happens slow or fast. Smoking on that hope, I'ma need an ounce of that. Our back was on the ropes, but we kept on bouncing back. Treat this like my first, treat this like my last. Anything could work, can happen slow or fast. Smoking on that hope, I'ma need an ounce of that. Our back was on the ropes, but we kept on bouncing back. Treat this like my first, treat this like my last. Anything could work, it happen slow or fast. Smoking on that hope, I'ma need an ounce of that. Our back was on the ropes, but we kept on bouncing back. Shout out to my rhymes, it helped me do this right. The Lord control the fire, but you can roll the dice. I care more about the ownership, I don't care about the price. You think I was a loner, I just don't really waste time. Nah. Comment, I commit. Take some notes and grab a pen. Money don't make you a man. Lose some friends, think you the man. People love to play pretend, love to play the middleman, love to say that they your friend, but where they at when it's the end? I know everything I do would never be enough, but that ain't stopped me from developing and always showing up. They always love to say what's up before they ask me for some stuff, but I built this shit on love and I ain't never expected none. There's a lot of things I should be showing off. All in God, this a war. You should see my battle scars. Trying to be the richest man of Babylon. Tag along. Hope you say that 10% and bought a home. Gone.
If that was you on the phone and you on the bus, then who was flickering the light?
Hey, yo, Chad. Yo, bro. You want me to kill this one? I got you, alright. Yeah, just keep about the grind and we get it in. I know they hear the words, but they ain't listening. I'm talking word, bitch. Heard murmurs that we bird shirt shit. More verse, no words, sound perfect. Play the game every day, then rehearse it. Hey, what's the next move? Hit chat for side news. Don't care about next door. I'm in my own lane. They said there's no way. I no comprende. But do your thing, man. So say I'm sensei. So let me teach this shit. It's easy, lost if easy. Get you sow it, you gon' reap it, bitch. There's no such thing as rich and quick. You want it, you can take this shit, but you can't be no lazy shit. You know you on the right path when they think you want some crazy shit. But all advice, take it in. Careful of your shady friends, cause if you down and they go down with bruh, I guess you going with what I know. I'm older shit, but I was young and fucking rich. So have fun being dope as shit. I got another crit to get. Hit me if you need a rent, and if you fail, you try again. The definition of repent. Write this down, grab a pen. If you flip it every day, that's not investing, that's a bet. You need a sound framework, your intellect to go invest. That's that Ben Graham. They talking Ben Franks. They checking Instagrams. I'm checking interest rates. Don't tell me live my life, cause you took a break. No, I don't love the money. We just love the mate. I'm a fucking great. Watch me cut the cheese. You could make a fucking million standing next to me. That's the fucking YOLO demon coming out of me. Got cribs across the globe, got million people in my family. Haters getting tired, asking am I done, but I ain't even try. I stretch before I run. Ask me about my life, I just play it dumb. How the hell you do it? That's why I praise the sun. And I got some guns, I can't be too safe. Yeah, I see a trade, I'm making bank because I wait. So tell me why you hate. I don't wanna listen. I'm just saying, be positive and that shit gon' glisten. Ugh. That last part was a freestyle. Chad. Hey man, it's a cop. Bitch, I'm popping every quarter, bitch, it's earnest season. Like I'm chewing on the mic, I know you heard we eating. I don't do the pretty lines, I trade a different reason. You don't like what's on my mind, you can mute your TV. They buying THC, we buying TLT. I could go and change your life before, not third date. You should go and change your mind to buy ACB. You should do the right steps, it's the ABC. Talking AKs and 22s, what? I'm talking AKs and 10 Qs, hey. For the best play, the slow move, hey. Want my whole life for damn school. So sit your ass down while your ass quit the speed. You gon' get your ass clapped cause you confuse what want with need. When they think I bad down is when I'm rising to my feet. You saw me do this shit for free and still make 100 G's. I'ma pull up in a Jeep, one that's made by Mercedes. I'ma buy it when it's cheap and sell it for a preem. Know that water kinda D, so I'm so mad while I think. You gon' probably need a team if you gon' run it up on me. Don't bring a crew to a coat fight, better buy some more time. Hold it till there's no time, meet me at the goal line. Dropping this like oh nah, the devil on my phone line, but haters kiss the decline. Living through recession, bro, kinda feel depressing, huh? You should watch the estimates, company consensuses. Earnings season, set it up, I'm about to hit consecutive. Bitch, I'm popping every quarter, bitch, it's earnings season. Like I'm chewing on the mic, I know you heard we eating. I don't do the pretty lines, I trade a different reason. You don't
video, I said it's happening. I remember it was weird to think about. Now it's even weirder that it's happening again, and this now on the other side. Oh man, Chad, but happy Friday, man. Happy Friday. What's going on, Chadadonia? Oh, happy St. Patrick's Day. Happy St. Chad Day. It's St. Chad's Day. Is there a St. Chad? And then Lance Reddick died? I don't know who that is. Let me Google it. Oh, I've seen him. But I don't know. Yeah, I thought he worked for CNN or something. I swear he was like a news anchor. I've seen this guy my whole life, actually. Oh, that's sad. He was 60 years old? Fuck out of here. Wow. No way. He looked young as hell, man. I guess he got his hair. He didn't have the hairline, but that's it. That's too young. 60? That's pretty good. I mean, that's crazy. He looked good, though. He looked good for 60. That's wild. Yeah, he was the John Wick. Wasn't he the guy who ran the hotel? Oh, man. That's young. 60 is too young. Yeah, all right, well, there it is. That's sad. That's very sad. Going at 60, I'm living forever. Okay, that's I like that outlook. Hey, man, shout out to Hercules, my wife, boss, and all the cult family, especially with them hairlines, baby. Amen. They go. Did you get the vitamins, though? I'm telling you, ever since vitamins. Actually, I need to take a vitamin today. I don't think I've taken a vitamin. Bro, these hair vitamins, just anything. Get anything with biotin and iron. Iron, biotin, and zinc, I think. But biotin and iron, dog. Yeah, that's it. Trust me, you gonna start looking 7. It'll take you to a 7 from an 8. It might get you there. I don't think we even talked about hairlines today. Usually we have like a daily hairline discussion. So that's actually, I'm glad we got that in there. I think collagen too, but I'm trying to open up this child-proof vitamin because I can't do it. What brand? I didn't know last time, but I found the box. It's Nioxin. Nioxin vitamin. That's it. Biotin, zinc, and iron. That's the one. See, but I don't want to sell it to you. I feel like don't let me influence you, okay? Because that's some fuck shit. I'm just telling you. I saw at the because I told you right afterwards. I was like, this shit feels like an ad, and I'm not trying to even advertise it. But I'm like, come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, just like fine. Just use the ingredients. Just find the active ingredient. I can't open this child lock vitamin right now, bro. I have scissors. So next 40 to 50 years, they extend life another 20. There's additional 20 or another 20 and so forth. Before you know it, we could live forever. Did I tell you that's like what my I had one, he was a friend of mine back in the day. And this was this motherfucker's logic to do nothing. I'm telling you, this guy, I knew this guy. He was a mess. No. It could be out, but his whole logic, he would do the most unhealthy shit. He would not want to work and do anything. And his logic was that technology was going to make it so that he could make all these bad health decisions. And he says it doesn't matter. And then he says, even then, I don't need to even start my life now because I'll live forever and I can start it later. Yeah, but it was all based on technology. So this was probably in 2010 he was telling me this. So it's been about 13 years since then. So, I mean, I guess we've gotten close to it, but now I'm like, you old now, dog. Okay, finally got this vitamin open. Speechless. That's a real story, man. It's sad. It's very sad. Jeb. His name is Jeb. Jeb Bush. Where is he now? Give or take the same spot. I don't know. I haven't talked to him in a couple of years or several years. No, I wish he played 0-day options. I remember it was even 2014, 2015. I was even trying to get him in the options, and this is when Netflix options were a quarter, 10% out the money for 1 year. I'm telling you, it was a very weird time frame then. But he refused. He just said nah. And then he proceeded to wait until technology was there. So, it's good. Ad got you? Oh, it's 1:30. Ad. Please hold for the ad. Damn, after hours ads? That's fucked up. I'm sorry. What Chattadonia? Oh, Trump made his first Facebook post? Oh, dude, I can't. No, we won't. I'm not going to risk it, but they allowed Trump back. But that's cool. That's cool. I'm just happy that these social media companies are stopping fucking the Gestapo and that we're actually allowed to wow, maybe one day maybe I'll be able to tell you that China is enslaving a bunch of people and that there's a labor camp. Maybe one day I'll be able to tell you that. One day. But until then, we'll wait. We will wait. But Chad, on that note, what's up, baby? What you got for the weekend? What you got for the weekend? What you got for the weekend, Chad? What's your plans? What is your plans? What do you got for me? You going to rest? Why are you going to rest? Actually, that's a good idea to rest. I'm going to rest, too, even though I slept in this week. Oh, my God. That's wild. Wow. Brother's birthday party. Enjoy it. There you go. Rest and relax. It's been a long month, right, bro? For real, though, I feel you, man. I got to tell you, listening every day changed the life for the better. Knowledge regarding finance tremendously, all for the better. Let's go, man. I hope you've gotten a couple of PHILOs here and there, too, you know. But amen, bro. That's glad to hear. Let's keep going. Let's make it through this year, bro. We made it through 2022. We make it through this one, bro. That's it. You got six-year-old having a sleepover for the daughter's birthday. Oh, my gosh. I don't know if that's either going to be really fun or really, really just crazy. I don't know how. Again, I still have yet to have any children myself. So I don't know. I don't know yet. You're going to pick up another Doberman? I would love a Doberman, but I can't take care of it. I developed dog allergies at the later half of my life, and it just messed my life up. But I would like a dog. That'd be cool. Or a mini pig. Or a baby goat. I'm interested in a baby goat. But then again, I wish I could take care of one. Picking up my son. He's on spring break. It's spring break? You're going to watch Scream 6 with your girl. It's out? They have Scream 6? My lady picked up my puppy. It's so much. I was telling you. And you got another lady? Is this the same one that was on and off? Or like, what's... Damn, Troy just running through them, baby. I hope she's not listening. She's going to ask you a lot of questions. I hope it's the same one. Dobermans are nice. They're not scary. But I love pit bulls, Rottweilers, Dobermans, and wolves. I'm a big fan of all of those. You had a baby goat as a pet? Oh, come on. Oh, man. I need that. This week, you improving business. You were selling coffee, now cappuccino. You got a coffee shop? Ooh, I see. Send me some coffee. You do make like cool coffee cups or not? This is a new one. Med school trending to be the one. How it's going? I don't know. That's what I always think. But then again, you never know. But that's good. I'm glad. There you go. First Republic plans cash raise by selling shares private. Oh, that's your after hours news. They're fucked. That's crazy. Why do they need more cash? So First Republic might get clapped a little bit more. Can we short it? Should we short it? After 30 billion? Yeah. Will they let me short it after hours? Is not available to borrow. Can't do it. That scared the shit out of me. Can't even short it. Gone. That's your after hours news. First Republic plans cash raise by selling shares privately. Bro, that's insane. Chad, that's insane. Bro, that means after $30 billion, they still need to sell shares. Remember what I was telling you. It's either you sell assets or you sell shares. If you can't get out of this situation, if you have to do that, you're done. FRC is done. Yeah, low key. That might be SVB part 2 now. After $30 billion just got tied into it. Damn it, bro. They won't even let KRE's coming down a little bit. I'd want to short KRE, but it's just like, I guess you'd make a little bit. Yeah, KRE starting to get clapped. Damn. Well, there it is. I'm telling you, LIBOR ending, derivatives expiring, or that's the transition. A lot of people have been talking about that for just months. I think this is I think LIBOR and the transition is a big deal, but this is its own animal right now. This is a mix of bonds, psychology, and then high rates, and then now even throwing a little bit of FTX. I want to short KRE, but it's just, dude, it's already down 7%. I already missed out literally 50 cents right there. Dude, FRC's done. That's it. Bro, that's it. They waited fucking 30 minutes till 40 minutes after the bell. I'm thinking 50 shares with it, but then it's like you either make a little or not. But we got EUFN. We'll take that for now. But that's crazy. After the first fix fails. But this is too fast, man. I'm telling you. This is now 1 week later, and this is already going on. Damn. That's it. Dude, what's the fuck is going to happen to FRC now? Bro, now you have, they're doing an offering. Like, do you guys feel me on this? This is insane. This is what we were talking about all week. Again, it was on the Wednesday video. Just we said, if you have to sell assets or raise shares, sell shares, you're done. And now they're selling more shares, and they're doing this after getting $30 billion. Yeah, bro, they waited 40 minutes after. Dude, it's 1:38 right now. Bro, 1:38. I thought it would come out 10, 15 minutes. Not, bro, they waited almost an hour. So then that way, any options you can't exercise, you can't even call, everybody's gone. Everything shuts down 4:30. 4:30 is all the offices, they're out. So even if you wanted to call in to any broker, any bank, nobody could do anything for you right now. Very interesting. They're announcing the offering on the weekend. So now it's like you have more time to digest it. So there won't be a panic reaction, but that's probably going to be your news over the weekend. I tried to short it right when the news came out. You can't short it, hard to borrow after hours. It was hard to borrow. It's easy to short during the day, but after hours you can't. You have to call them to short it. I couldn't even call. Again, TD's probably home. Everybody went home. No, that's bad. Dude, that's it. I don't know. That's potentially this. Who knows? Maybe they find a way to stay alive, but as of now, that's looking like SVB number 2. San Francisco real estate has already been clapped. San Francisco real estate already dropped the most year over year. But now this is fucking up San Francisco real estate. Yeah, First Republic in talks to issue new shares from other banks or PE firms. Bro, that's wild. Yeah, they pretty much, and then they got paid $30 billion before, but now they're doing this on the weekend so that now it's just like you can't have a panic reaction or everyone's just going to have to sit on this for 2 days, and now they have 2 days without their share price moving, and then they're going to be able to like walk around and see, because like that's the thing. If they come by Monday, you got to realize if by Monday they're like, we sold shares at a higher price, that could inspire some confidence. But everything else, that's, well, we got to wait till Monday now. But that was what I was talking about. Like we were saying, just wait till all of this plays out. But we were expecting news after hours, and that is it. That is definitely it. That's great. Well, everybody had a chance to sell theirs. Everybody had a lot of chances. Bro, look at all this volume. I mean, we added to the liquidity today, too. Like, you were moving a lot there. FRC, they announced 40 minutes after the bell that they are doing a secondary offering to try to raise money from private investors. So they will be selling shares to try to raise money from private equity funds and private investors who want to buy in. My pops banks with FRC. Should I recommend him to pull his money? That's a hard question, but out of abundance of caution, as long as it's easy, feasible, and easy to return the money back, I would. I would personally, if it doesn't cost you too much. So it's like if you have another, or if it's under the insured limit, you're good. But so if it's under $250,000, or you could do it without selling or doing anything with high fees, that would be that's what I would be. That's the only reason I would do it. But obviously, That's not a recommendation. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm a little Egyptian boy. Well, I'm going to have a video this weekend. I have a video this weekend, and I'm going to talk about what to do during a bank run, because that's the number one question. It's like I've seen people so far with like the updates. It's like people have been following along and like really following the situation, understanding what's going on. People are loving the updates. It's great. But then another half of the people who are like beyond the stock market and in there, and everyone's just, they're saying, what the fuck do I do then? Like, like just tell me, like, what do we do if there is actually a bank run? It's one thing about stocks, but then it's like, it's a pretty weird rabbit hole if you think about it, because it's like, well, what do you do? So there's some little steps. I mean, I think so. I thought it'd be nice to outline, kind of just simple steps you can do. But, like there in that situation with even your dad, it's like you got to just like, you should have another bank account, and like you should be able to do things without, it should be easy, and it's never like, I would never leave a bank for good. But it's just like making sure and then following alongside the news as well too. But pretty much that news is just not good. I personally, nothing is good about a company getting $30 billion and then the next day going to raise capital after a week ago selling bonds and trying to sell shares to raise capital caused a fucking meltdown. Yes, this is exactly what FRC is doing. This is what SVB did. Yeah. This is not good. I'm still making my deposits for the long term, yeah. FRC's dance, we're going to find out. But like I'm saying, they have time over the weekend. You got to realize this, it's kind of smart. It's actually kind of really smart, because now the stock isn't going to be moving while they're doing the sale. You see what I'm saying? So they're going to have today, tomorrow, and Sunday to go around the whole world and find somebody willing to just throw up some money at X amount of price. And then if the offering goes good, people are going to like that. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, you can't immediately get clapped. It's a very strategic move to do this Friday, 40 minutes after the bell. So do you say within the short limit, is it like a stock buyout where it will be withheld, or does the FDIC pay immediately? That's the weird part. So if it's below the limit, you should have access to your funds. But here's the problem, is that you just watched SVB go down, and immediately within 48 hours, everybody had access to their money, even if it wasn't insured, right? The thing about that is that that's not how it might go every other time. So that's the problem, is that if this really does get real, there is a chance, I would speculate, that if you are even with the insured limit, if this escalates and we have a full-blown banking financial crisis, then the problem would be is that you might actually have time. But that would cost, I mean, again, the economic ramifications of that are awful. There's a reason why the Fed wanted to make sure everybody got their money, simply because, like I told you with that story, people can't use their credit cards, right? Or some people will literally be just tapped out of economic activity. So, but as of now, they are trying to, what they're trying to do right now is more or less instill confidence, and that's why they made it really fast last time. But you should have your money immediately unless this recent pattern of how they've done it changes. Yeah. But we're going to find out. Oh, that's crazy. I'm in shock. But Chad, what else we got for the weekend? Don't let me get it. We got our news. I mean, I was waiting all day. I had to wait 7 hours for after-hour news, and they made me wait an additional 40 minutes. So what do we got? What else we got for the weekend, man? FRC has a chance to get clapped over the weekend. Well, it just depends on if this sale goes through good or not. So if he's under the FDIC limit, he'll be okay. If he's over, he should be thinking of pulling out. But either way, multiple banks, yes, that's what I would say. Again, not a recommendation. You got to consult with people about that. And I mean, again, right now, I do believe most banks are safe. However, it's just like it's all about risk to reward. And what I mean by that is that, like I'm saying, is if it costs you nothing, if it's easy, it's accessible, it's quick, and you can move to another bank account. I mean, with just given the nature of all of the headlines on First Republic, it just the risk to reward seems a lot better to just move that money rather than keep it there. SF restaurant recommendations. Where was it? There's a place. It's in the Embarcadero. It's Cuban food. It's in the Embarcadero in San Fran, and it's like a Cuban sandwich shop, and it's in like this little like farmer's market on the little port thing. I don't know what it's called. I think it's called Rita's. It's something or like Mama's. Dude, it's so good. It's fire. It's absolutely fire. That is what I would go in San Fran. Cuban sandwich, top 3 sandwich for sure. It's a good one. It's a good one. That one was a really good one. Studying for life insurance exam, 10 days. Series 7 next. Let's go. Let's go. Clam chowder on the pier. Nice and sunny at the beach. Chill wind. Super nice. Should we go surf? Cooling on the weekend. Fam till Monday. I think everybody could get clapped for the banks. You guys have, so we're, again, this isn't good. That's it. This does change the Fed stuff. We just got to find out. I did miss a super chat. New baby coming in tonight. We in the delivery room. 10%. Alex. Or no. Oh, let's go. Let's go, baby. Dude, delivery room Chad. Wow. You be like, you were born in the middle of a bank run. I'm going to name you 10% bank run. You were born while the banks are going crazy. On the day you were born, First Republic offered more options and more contracts for sale after getting $30 billion. Wow. That's it. Bank run baby. We got bank run baby. Name him SVB. I'm going to name you First Republic. Wow. Yeah, buy him some bank stocks, actually, low key. Do you know, is it going to be a girl or a boy? Are you excited? Do you care if it's a girl or a boy? Mm-hmm. And St. Patty's, baby. St. Patty, baby. Oh, that's how you know I'm too much into stocks. I'm like, it's a bank run, baby. I think St. Patrick's Day is more broadly accessible. Baby girl, first baby. Baby girl. Yeah, you got to get her some bank stocks. Get her some bank stocks for day one. That's hype, bro. Congratulations. Enjoy it. You are now a father. Say welcome. Welcome to the era of being a father. I personally am not a father. I've had a dog once. That's about it. And that's it. And then I have the Chad. But that's all. That's as far as I go. Bank run, baby. S&P may move more sideways. John Kolovos of Macro Risk Advisors. The dollar will go up the more this spreads, but I don't know. FRC, man. It's wild. I feel like FRC could just Ponzi scheme it, though. Because, like, what if they're just being like, we're going to go sell shares. We're going to go around now all of our investors in San Francisco who have money with us, and we'll let them pledge their deposits as an investment. Do you get what I'm saying? Because now, like, imagine some billionaire with money in there, and he's like, okay, I either lose my money or I don't put up any new capital, all my money in the bank. Okay, just apply 10%, and I'll buy your shares at whatever to keep this shit running. I don't know. That's just some tinfoil. I'm thinking this is wild, bro. This is wild. Anything else? We just got to enjoy the weekend, though. We've been talking bank runs for 7 days now. By this time last weekend, I was on the plane. I was making my way downtown. Banks falling fast, and I'm going. SVBs clap, 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 clap. Da, 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 I will go 1,000 miles if they would just cut rates. Maybe. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. What's the incentives? I think the only incentive is that you don't lose your money if you're already invested in them. Or 30 billion of capital and apparently 30 billion of more commitments. I believe they're below their tangible book value too. So right now they're trading at a severe discount to what they own. But that would be it. That's crazy, bro. Very wild. Man. I've not looked at the Fed futures. Not yet. I've looked at SR3. That's it. A new LT has been born. Always with a new child. A new LT is born. 10%, baby. Amen. I'm going to be reading Dante's Inferno over the weekend. That's a good one. Satan Gospel. Oh, do I have it? I don't know. I have another book I need to read. My mom gave me another book. Satan's Gospel. I don't know where. It's not on my desk right now. I did have a mini PHILO. Dude, it's already 2 o'clock, though. Where did all of this time go? I just didn't even realize it. It's already 2. It's already 2. Is there another field trip? Should I just go to First Republic this week and call it a day? I would like to go to a new field trip, but I don't have a field trip plan. What the feds have been loading up. I think somebody sent me the balance sheet. I think it's unsecured commitments. Or I think it's like the settlement ratio that's going on. Sunny at the beach. What happens if we limit down? I don't think we would limit down ahead of Powell, but I mean, we'll find out. Whatever Powell does tomorrow. I think Powell is going to give us the answer, bro. That's it. Like, we are going to, that's why I need to get good sleep this weekend. So do you. You need to relax. Because this is going to be all about the Powell whisper on Wednesday. That's it. I just need to hone in on my Powell senses. I got to pray a lot. Got to meditate. Got to take a step back. And I got to really take it all in, man. Because it's all about Powell. He is going to tell us the answer. So I don't think we will limit down ahead of that. But I really do think, I think Powell is going to have the answer. That's it. It's just going to be I think he will let you know through his words and the language and mainly his actions. That will, I think, give us the most. Got the whole world. Is this you? You're the one who tagged me on this? But this is what it was. So it's like discounts and repurchase agreements that went up by a lot through everything else. But this is calculating everything. But I want to see. I don't think it makes sense. There's a bunch of settlement account differences. But dude, 300 billion is massive, and it wasn't supposed to show up. It was not supposed to show up. I'm telling you, I was 90 I was maybe 80% confident they were going to hustle it and find a way to not make it show up on the balance sheet. But the fact that it did is actually wild. Mm-hmm. He will secure himself, making it higher 50 basis points. You crazy. San Francisco real estate dropped because of tech slowing down, the first layoffs, but then also all this shit going on here too. Again, the biggest people with money, they're not getting any loans right now. Too sudden. They're correlated? Yeah. I mean, again, the San Francisco banks is all the rich people. So, like, you got to think about it with buying property, anything, that's where they're going to get their loans and everything else. So, it's very, very wild. Very, very wild. You know, they go crazy. What's good, young one? Keto, what's up, man? Thank you for calling me young. I needed that. Mm-hmm. Always good, man. I went into a place. It was like a restaurant, but you had to be above 21 years old. And the lady carded me, bro, and I thanked her. I was so happy. I was so happy, bro. You have no idea. I was like, "You mean it?" I was like, "You mean it?" I was like, "Dude, that's crazy." So she thought I was young. I was really excited about that. That was about it. So thank you. Thank you. We already played some of the music. We were just talking FRC news, trying to see what the vibe is for the weekend, seeing what the Chads are up to, and waiting for Wednesday and Powell. We going to get ready, baby. We going to get ready. Getting carded, seeing Cocaine Bear. Oh, okay, dude, are you ready for this, bro? Are you ready for this? I saw my girlfriend's mom the other day, right? And we are talking, I forget what we're talking about. And you know what this lady says? You know what she says? She says, "Have you seen Cocaine Bear?" And my girlfriend's mom is telling me how Cocaine Bear is such a good movie. And then her mom's friend is like, "Oh my gosh, Cocaine Bear?" And these ladies are just telling me about Cocaine Bear and how great of a movie it is. And apparently they're telling me it's a true story. Right? And guess what? Bro, my mom knows what Cocaine Bear is. My mom, bro. My mom asked me, she's like, "Oh, you know Cocaine Bear?" And I was like, "What?" Oh, ad? Damn. I gotta wait. Hold on. Hold on. I'll wait for y'all. Ad. Perfect timing. I'm sorry. You're probably gonna get a Cocaine Bear ad. My song, I post my songs on LimeWire because I haven't made music in a long time. But Uncle, you could get it on Spotify and YouTube. But like, you need like BearShare or LimeWire to get my tracks. But Uncle's tracks are available everywhere. Just search Uncle Answers. Yeah, but apparently my mom heard about this movie, and even my mom said it's based off a true story. And I don't know what's happening, but Cocaine Bear, the advertising towards like the 50+ community seems like it worked. Because I feel like more 50-year-olds know about it than anything. And I got these old people telling me this. I'm sorry, I'm not calling you old, Mom. Anyway, yeah. I didn't get an ad. It's because you're chosen, bro. It's because you're chosen. A drug runner parachuted duffels, bear ate cocaine, died near bag. So it is a true story? No way. So very loosely based off a true story. There was a bear that did eat a ton of cocaine. Wow. UFN pop after hours, probably because it's a scam ETF. So it's probably not a real pop. It's just kind of the settlement price to balance things out. I mean, getting ads on bonds, well, you're a sophisticated investor. That's very rare to get an ad for bonds, because that means they skipped over trying to sell you gold. So good for you, bro. That means you are sophisticated. Based on your cookies and browsing history, the advertisers were like, fuck out of here. He's not going to fall for the gold shit. Offer him a 2-year treasury bond. Fuck, this guy knows. That's it. That's pretty cool, man. I'm proud of you. Shout out to my wrecked Windows 95. Hey, man, I am here. It is Friday. Well, yeah, I had to travel last time. Otherwise, usually Fridays are a great moment here for the cult. It's already 2. I can't believe we've already been here for an hour. I did have a PHILO. I had a mini PHILO I was going to hit y'all with. I didn't think we'd spend an hour talking, so I don't know how we're going to do this. How should we do this? I get all kinds of ads. I don't know what ads I get. I do have YouTube Premium. But then my other ads, like, let's see. Usually if I go to, like, Zero Hedge. But then Zero Hedge be giving me, like, some out-of-pocket ads sometimes. Like, Zero Hedge, I click on an article sometimes, bro. And then it'll be like, you want to meet Ukrainian women? I'm like, nah, I don't, actually. What in the fucking war type of advertisement is this? Has anybody gotten the Ukrainian women advertisement? Because I'm like, there's no way this is targeted towards me. This has to be very general for an audience who goes on Zero Hedge. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Nah, they're not showing up today. Yeah, they probably, yeah, maybe it's mine. See, mine, all I'm getting here is, yeah, they sell me cars because they know I'll buy that shit. I got, like, Santa Monica, LA, BMW, and Porsche. That's it. Usually if I go to Zero Hedge, that'll, like, show my sponsor content. The wellness spike support. Yeah, see, vitamins and shit. Or no, that's the thing. Download uBlock Origin. What's that? I don't know, on YouTube and not have premium. It's cool. Yeah, there was a Pornhub article. Oh, wait, you can't say that shit. Don't you get in trouble for saying that? Even though they make Netflix documentaries and they have normalized all of that in society and it's actually encouraged instead of frowned upon. So I think I can say it. I just think you just get, like, censored. You drive the 992 yet? No, I have not. I kind of want a Porsche, but, you know, with this whole deflation thing, I don't think I'm going to buy a car anytime soon. I did want that 7 Series for the first month of the year. That was cool for a little bit. They got me. Now I have a Ukrainian women ad. That's cool. I do, but that one is like a general one because I was like, how is this showing up on my shit? Otherwise, they only should sell me cars and, like, hair loss supplements. Like, that's it. I told you the other time I got an ad, it was like, increase your testosterone. And I clicked on it. I looked into what they were offering. I said, this looks interesting. Waiting on that cyber. I feel you, bro. Me too. Yeah, I still got the Teslas. Teslas are just beating the shit. I like it. The Tesla's been a very reliable car, to be honest with you. I've actually been, you know, blown away. I have a hate-love relationship with Elon, but, you know, it's that car's been very reliable. That car has been very, very reliable, but I only drive it when I'm, like, in the city. If I have to drive a lot, I don't, like, drive it. Contemplating an e-bike. Wow. If you're in La Jolla cruising to Pescador, I got you on dinner. What's that? What's Pescador? What? I looked it up and a surfboard came up. Over 100K on my Tessie. Held up perfect. Knock on wood. Amen. Amen. El Pescador Fish Market. Ah. Oh, I do know what this is. I didn't know what it was called, but I've seen this. Bro, why not just go to taco stand? I'm down for taco stand, bro. But that looks good, actually. That looks good. El Pescador. CSFRC, SVB screwed. Yeah, Vaxart files for 200 million mixed security shelf. I bought a taco stand hat and my wife hates it. I need to start wearing a hat though, bro. I realized it, man. I was at the gym the other day and I saw like 15 mother with the hat. And I realized, and then one of them took it off, and guess what? Mother had a worse hairline than I did. And I said, that's what they doing. Bro, have you noticed it? FRC is getting clapped after hours still now. Bro, that's like another 10% almost. Bro. Do you know how many people wearing hats at the gym? Have you noticed it lately? Wear a hat all day. Got a solid hairline. You don't like doing your hair? Well, that's lucky for you, man. Look, I used to wear a hat all the time, but then now I'm paranoid. I've been on cap since 2009. Gotta sport the hat after hairline 3. But then it got worse by wearing the hat. It did. But then somebody told me that's a myth. But I still believe in the experiential experience. I don't even know if I said that correctly. Make good hair pieces. I should just go full Donald Trump and just like get a toupee. That thing's just wild, bro. Like, honestly, a hat is as far as I go. Because that's just like if you want to cover it. But at that point, I don't know if I could put a wig in my hair every day without feeling like a bitch. I'm not going to lie to you. That's it. I don't know how Trump seems like a very cool dude in some areas, but the fact that he putting in a toupee, that's fucked up, bro. Just like let it hang, man. Just let it hang. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't put in a toupee. Why would anybody put in a toupee? It's okay. Just give up. I'm fine. I'm a positive individual. I believe in effort, trying hard, discipline, consistency. But at that point, you should just give up on that point if you have to clip on a toupee. I lost my hairline this week. You could see the difference. Oh, no. Be careful. Fuck. I'm sorry. That might be my fault. Because now, once you start looking at it, and then you notice it, you start thinking about it. And then when you think about it more, your stress level goes up. And then when you have more stress, you lose more hair. So just stop thinking about it and just don't look. Okay? That's my bad. I should have told you that from the get-go. I forgot to warn you about that. No, we have no details on the sale. All we know is they're going to go to private equity and private investors. Nothing. That's why they did it on the weekend, so we could hear about the sale price and everything, and then maybe it'll calm everybody down. I think people who have big deposits at the bank, they will be incentivized to buy into the offering. Because, again, imagine you had a $20 million, $100 million stuck there. So now it's like you could either help us or you get clapped. Wait, Credit Suisse is popping now. And then UBS, hold on. Is something going on with Credit Suisse? What the hell is this? UBS in talks to acquire Credit Suisse. Oh, UBS is going down, but yeah, UBS is in talks to acquire Credit Suisse. What's it up now? That's already recovered 6%. To buy all or part of Credit Suisse. Shit. All right, I bought 1,000 shares at the absolute high. So if it goes back down, you lose $200. I'll hold that over the weekend. That's good after hours news. I'll take it. You adding? Yeah, fuck yeah. That's it. FRC gets dumped on. If this news goes good, we'll be golden. Just let them do their thing, man. Let them do their thing. 21. We should probably go home now. Too much after hours news. Top tick Josh in effect. Already lost 20 cents on that one. So they already got me. Okay. Okay. Damn. Okay. All right. I'm going to go to bed. Okay. That's what we're doing here. That's so nothing will hold up, huh? Nothing will hold up there. Nothing will. Okay. That's what we're doing here. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. I guess everybody really want to sell this out. Okay. That was fun while it lasted. Let's see. Just robbed instantly. It's okay. I'll hold it for the weekend. Could have been worse, baby. Could have been worse. Honestly, you want your PHILO? I could give you a mini PHILO. It's just like, I'll just tell you, bro. Something, even like last night, too. I've been doing this. Like, it's happened a couple of times randomly, bro. But can I just give you a reminder? I don't know. Some of you might not like it. But, like, this got me hyped. Like, for real, bro. Like, praise God, okay? That's it, bro. Like, I don't care if you feeling good, praise God. If you feeling bad, praise God. Like, for real, just don't underestimate. You be thinking a lot of negative things at times. You thinking this, you thinking that. You know what I'm saying? But, like, don't underestimate, bro. Just, like, a quick, like, praise God. Like, saying it out loud and, like, saying it in your head, bro. Oh, man. So, like, that's the thing I was thinking about. It really did a lot. It really, really did a lot. But then here's the other part. Are you ready, Chad? Can I give you something? Like, if you've been struggling with anything or you've been doing good, I don't know. But if you've been struggling, somebody yesterday, they were like, what's it called? They were like, I've had a hardened heart and this and that. And people have been talking about a lot of different things, right? But can I just tell you something right now? I don't know what you're going through, but if you want to improve on something and you actually have an intention and belief to improve on anything, are you ready? Pick up your mat and walk. That's it. Pick up your mat and walk. Do you remember that, PHILO? Bro, I'm telling you, I forgot what I was thinking about, and it came back to me, and like, I really like, bro, like, I was like, I was like, fuck out of here, for real though, amen. Like, straight up, pick up your mat and walk. You have a desire, you want to do it, like, straight up, like, you could spend all your time reflecting on what's good, what's bad, especially if it's a negative and you focus on it. And it's just like, it's so easy to get caught up in like, oh, what's the game plan? What do I do this? I know, just like pick up your mat and walk. If you say that's the direction you want to go, you want to do it. You don't have to be, you could be sitting there saying, help me. I want to, no. Just pick up the mat and walk and you're going to be good, baby. Amen. Amen. That's it. That's a small PHILO. Maybe we'll dive deeper onto it on Monday. We've already gone through an hour there, but that's it, man. Just make sure. Don't forget about keeping the praise on your tongue, and just pick up your mat and walk. For real. I don't know what it is you say, what it is you pray, but pick up your mat and walk, my friend. That's it. Just get ready. You're going to start pushing, Chad, okay? And part of that, that's it. You ain't going to be off your back foot much longer, all right? And it's very simple. That's why I'm saying take some power, take some force. That's why it's like, praise God. I don't care what the situation is going to be, what it's going to look like, and that's it. If I want to do it, I'm going to pick up the mat and walk. And I hope, I want you on the same page with me, because that's what it is. It's just like, it's a weird power shift. And that's why I want you in on it, man. And I want you to really just snap out of it and realize that's all it comes down to, baby. So let's go. So that's it. But Chad, I love you. God bless you. I think that's the day, man. It's already 2:15. Now I want to go get fish because of Tlaloc. I need to go pee. I think I might need to poop too. I didn't poop the other time. I was about to, but then I was like, I'll wait because it was going to be a long one. But Chadadonia, please relax this weekend, okay? And pray for me, okay? Because I'm going to pray for you. And we all need knowledge and wisdom coming into this week, for real. So, I don't know if you pray a lot, but maybe if you wanted to pick the right week to pray, maybe we pray right now. This would be it, man. So pray for your boy. Let's seriously, and it's not pray for me that I don't get my electricity box robbed. It's not like pray for me so that I could feel good, or I don't know what it is. It's just for all of us, pray for knowledge and wisdom, bro, for real. Pray for some discernment. I would love a little bit of discernment. I would love a little bit of knowledge, and that's all it is, because this is a big week. And a lot of things can happen, and we don't know what's going to happen. And as I walk through the shadow of the valley of death, you know what I'm saying? Pray for me, and I'm going to pray for you, because we're all going to be through it together. And a little bit more knowledge and wisdom is never going to hurt. Yeah, man, that guidance too, bro. That's what we need. So, amen. Just get a prayer out there, all right? And relax and be focused and energized, because it's game time, baby. It's game time on Wednesday, Chadadonia. And who knows what happens in the meantime. So, Chad, I love you. God bless you. Thank you all again for being here, man, and holding it down. And like I said, just being pleasant people. And I'm honored to be surrounded by this community and people I could genuinely call my friends. So, God bless you, Chad, and thank you for everything. Have a great weekend. I'm going to see you on Monday, and let's get ready for it. But, Chad, don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going, why that faith, hope, love, determination ain't never going out of style, and why he grants wisdom, he takes it away, and it's all in his hands no matter what, and I'm still go praise God and pick up my mat and walk, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chadadonia. Let's get it, baby. Chad, I love you. God bless you. You better enjoy the out of that weekend. You know what I'm saying? Seriously, I need you ready. I'm going to pray for you, all right? So you pray for me. All right, prayer warriors, let's go. Run it up. I'm praying for you, though. We got it. We got it, babe. I'm going to see you next week. You got to be energized, so don't let anything get to you. Just relax. So, because you're gonna need that energy. You're going to need it, baby. All right, Chad, I love you. Have a good day. Goodbye. Good weekend. Good weekend. Great weekend. I'll tell you about a little week. You want to hear a weekend story? I'm going to tell you when the week starts and the weekday and the unions. So listen, Chad, whatever Powell does, he might fuck shit up. And maybe he's gonna make it. He's gonna be fine. We got this. Seriously, I mean it. So you have a good weekend, all right? Sit back, crack open a water bottle or or ice cream sandwich. And, just eat that Neapolitan. Who doesn't like Neapolitan, huh? All right, you have a wonderful day on the week. You start your week off good on the weekend. All right, you have a good day. Good morning. Hello.